this one somewhere before. Yes, I'm certain. Make me immortal! Let the carnival of terror begin. Give me the Dragon Balls.
You won't get your wish.
You have my bets. Give me the Dragon Balls.
I don't have any.
Very well then.
You got civilian radar. One up there.
Give me the Dragon Balls.
I can't help you. Sorry. I don't have any.
Where are the Dragon Balls?
Dragon what now?
Fool.
We're getting key rushed.
I really want to do this.
Why you?
Gonna run out eventually. See where this guy's going. They're probably gonna go to C next. It's impossible to hit these guys. Oh my gosh. Still have to find the C and E key. I don't know where you were going, bro. Like, my key blasts don't even hit, bro. All they're doing is making me stronger every time they hit me. Then try it. Just destroy you. If they hit me a couple more times, I should get my level 4. Unless they try to summon. We get it. Zeal.
You're no match for me.
Some more of the mangas. We have to rewatch Dragon Ball Z.
energy, similar to Trunks himself. Trunks is taken aback by Krillin's perceptive insight, and Krillin surmises that Vegeta likely failed to detect Trunks' restraint, while Trunks successfully overcame the barriers that held Vegeta back. Engaging in combat, Vegeta initiates a series of strikes against Cell, who expertly blocks each assault, demonstrating a power beyond what Vegeta had anticipated. Observing this, Trunks reflects that his father has transcended the limits of Super Saiyan, but also reveals that he achieved an even higher level recently. Despite this, Trunks remains determined to withhold his newfound strength from his prideful father, especially as he's determined to defeat Cell himself. Their exchange continues as Vegeta and Cell clash, each testing each other's limits. 16 observes Cell's increased might, yet remains convinced that Vegeta maintains a greater advantage. However, growing increasingly frustrated, Vegeta accuses Cell of not taking the battle seriously. Cell's response is dismissive, claiming that their previous interaction was merely a warm-up, eliciting a shocked reaction from 16 as Vegeta's anger intensifies, demanding Cell's full commitment to the battle. Cell complies, closing the distance between them with remarkable speed. A kick from Vegeta meets the side of Cell's head, but the blow proves ineffective as Cell remains unaffected, making fun of the Saiyan's Super Vegeta title. Witnessing this exchange, Krillin questions Trunks about his reluctance to intervene, to which Trunks explains that his father would rather be defeated by Cell than accept help from anyone. A look of astonishment washes over Vegeta's face as Cell provocatively urges him to display a smile. Without hesitation, Cell takes flight, delivering a forceful kick that propels Vegeta through a mountain. Despite the impact, Vegeta manages to stop his momentum in midair. Cell makes fun of their vast disparity in power, suggesting that there's almost no point in fighting as it would be too boring. Growing increasingly frustrated, Trunks boils with anger, prompting Krillin to implore him to assist Vegeta so he won't get killed. In response, Trunks resolves to intervene only when his father has been knocked unconscious, ensuring that Vegeta remains oblivious to his assistance. Krillin argues that such an approach may not work if Vegeta dies beforehand, urging Trunks to reconsider. Meanwhile, 16 positions himself for an attack from behind, but Cell dismisses the futile gesture, deeming 16 nothing more than a piece of junk. As Vegeta catches his breath, he extends his arms outward, initiating a powerful surge of energy. He gradually draws his arms inward, assuming a gripping posture that triggers intense seismic tremors in the surroundings. With forceful determination, Vegeta directs a comment towards Cell, asserting that his perfect form couldn't possibly take the attack he plans to unleash head-on. Cell responds with a derisive smirk, prompting Krillin to speculate whether Vegeta's technique might inadvertently annihilate the Earth. Positioned to face the imminent attack head-on, Cell maintains his stance while Trunks pleads with his father to desist. Krillin implores Trunks to retreat as Vegeta lets out a thunderous cry, unleashing a colossal energy surge in the form of a final flash attack. Cell's readiness looks as though it turns to fear as the colossal energy beam propels forward, ultimately piercing through the atmosphere and into space. With impeccable timing, Trunks and Krillin manage to vacate the island, escaping the cataclysmic blast. As the dust settles, Vegeta's energy recedes, and Cell stands amidst the aftermath, bearing a sizable portion of his body obliterated by the attack. Seemingly victorious, Vegeta taunts Cell, proclaiming the battle is already over. Amidst the chaotic scene, Vegeta begins to laugh while Krillin becomes animated, thrilled that Vegeta has seemingly succeeded. Cell's anxiety intensifies while Vegeta's laughter persists. However, Cell's smug expression emerges as he reminds Vegeta that
We should be good. This is just my second match. I won my my Raider match. Play a few Survivor matches. My next Raider I'll play as Vegeta. And yeah, we're just here, man.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus, Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
I might play some Mario Kart later tomorrow. I'm chilling with my sister. She likes Mario Kart. Yeah, my earphones, they broke, so I'm just using these for now. I'm probably just going to switch back to the white earphones tomorrow. I don't like these headphones. They're too big. They're good when I play Gran Turismo and VR, but I prefer just regular earphones.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Flying Nimbus!
Alright, I'm gonna head to D. This guy took long to get his level 2. I swear I heard someone. Well, I don't know where that survivor is, but I don't have a power key radar either. That's Majin Buu right there. We're not doing too bad. Like I said, I don't have a power key radar. A and E are right beside each other, so that's annoying.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Oh, he's destroying A, it looks like. I don't even know where the rest of my teams are, bro. What are these guys doing in C? The key is in D and E, so they should be over here and somewhere over here. And this raider should not even know I'm here unless we're getting stream sniped. I'm not even gonna waste my time, bro. We're only level 1. Yeah, these guys sold. There's no reason for this guy to be in C. This guy just got to D. He's an X doing nothing, an X doing nothing, an X doing nothing, an X doing nothing. This guy's in C. I don't know why. This game's still on its bullshit.
An ally near. We don't know what danger awaits. Flying Nimbus! Before rushing in.
It looks like these guys weren't even trying, bro. Then this guy's gonna come back and kill me.
Another super transfer. Take it and survive.
Nothing new for real, bro. I think this guy's stream sniping me and he's just trying to play it off like he's not. What they do is they'll watch the stream and then they'll come near me and then they'll key sense to try to play it off. Hurry up and just kill me, man. We don't got time.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Yeah, so these guys will come in my area and then know exactly where I am, but then hit the sensor or key sense and try to play it off like they didn't stream snipe me, but it is what it is. X-Smash. These teammates are trash. And this RCA video games, bro, I do not want to be your friend. Stop adding me. I don't want to play with you.
That he has Piccolo's DNA. Cell then proceeds to demonstrate his regenerative abilities, growing his lost body parts, a sight that leaves Vegeta in a state of shock. As he approaches the Saiyan, Vegeta launches a barrage of projectiles in a desperate attempt for survival. Amongst the smoke, Cell emerges unscathed, countering with a powerful punch that forces Vegeta to the ground. Struggling to rise, Vegeta finds himself kicked airborne by Cell. Cell swiftly ascends,
Hopefully
and to
we have better
everyone's
next
shock,
match.
delivers a crushing elbow strike, propelling Vegeta back to Earth, where he impacts face first and passes out, reverting from Super Saiyan form to his normal state. Cell states Vegeta's unwillingness to die, but says that he'll just have to finish the job. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Krillin implores Trunks to intervene, prompting Trunks to comply, embarking on a formidable power-up that visibly increases his physique. Krillin gets nervous as he witnesses the immense surge in Trunks' power, and Cell readies himself to deliver a decisive blow to the weakened Vegeta. However, Cell's attention is suddenly diverted as he becomes aware of Trunks' dramatic transformation, causing his expression to shift to one of profound shock. Observing Trunks' heightened energy, Krillin remarks on the amount of ki pouring out of him. Trunks then tells Krillin his plan, instructing him to transport his father to Master Roshi's house and give him a senzu bean when the time is right. Krillin questions if Trunks will need a senzu himself, but Trunks denies it as he states he plans to win this fight. Touching down, Trunks expresses to Cell that he's going to kill him, and the two approach each other, closing the gap until they stand face to face. Cell initiates an attack, launching a kick towards Trunks, who quickly
still playing
evades the
Squadron?
blow. In response, Trunks delivers a punch, only for Cell to evade, counterattacking with a strike to Trunks' stomach, followed by a swift kick that propels Trunks away. Amidst the battle, Trunks motions Krillin to take his father to safety. He notices the gesture and Cell rushes in once more. Trunks rises to his feet and Cell hits him away again, the two then trading blows as Krillin lands next to Vegeta. Cell knocks Trunks away again and Krillin hoists Vegeta over his shoulder, signaling to Trunks with a thumbs up before departing. On his feet once more, Trunks faces Cell with a smirk. Cell, noting Vegeta's removal from the battlefield, questions whether Trunks will now engage in the fight more seriously. Trunks expresses surprise at Cell's knowledge of Vegeta's absence, prompting Cell to clarify Vegeta doesn't interest him anymore. He now directs his curiosity toward unlocking the true potential of Trunks' power, affirming his readiness to showcase the full extent of his perfected form. Unfazed, Trunks accepts the challenge, powering up and ready to fight seriously. Continuing to elevate his power, Trunks remains steadfast in his determination to unveil his true might to Cell. The impressive display of Trunks' immense strength garners the admiration of Cell, even surpassing his own capabilities. However, Cell tells Trunks that power isn't everything. Undeterred, Trunks dismisses Cell's assertion as a mere bluff and charges forward. Meanwhile, at the lookout, Piccolo stands in sheer amazement at Trunks' formidable power. Bulma implores Piccolo to share the unfolding events, prompting Piccolo to confirm that he's indeed referring to Trunks, much to Bulma's happiness. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan assumes the form of a Super Saiyan, soaring through the air with precision, unleashing a fury of punches and kicks. Goku, engaged in meditation nearby, marvels at Gohan's rapid progress. Curiosity gnaws at Gohan as he questions his father's prolonged inaction. Mustering a final burst of energy, Gohan descends to the ground, reverting to his base form, breathless and exhausted. A resurgence of determination courses through Goku, propelling him into the realm of Super Saiyan. Not content with his mere achievement, he delves deeper, evolving into the Super Saiyan second grade,
You're
surprising
playing, is that your
Gohan
main
and
game now?
Goku's mastery
Overbreakers?
of this state. Goku then says he can push it one more time and evolves into Super Saiyan third grade, shocking Gohan further, believing his father to be capable of effortlessly overcoming Cell. However,
And we
back
found
at
a
the
match, should start in
battlefield,
2
the
minutes.
limitations of the Super Saiyan third grade form become increasingly evident. Despite his overwhelming power, Trunks struggles to connect a blow against Cell, who evades all incoming attacks with remarkable ease. Simultaneously, Goku understands the predicament. He deduces that the Super Saiyan 3rd grade form, while powerful,
Cool,
exacts a toll on speed and stamina. In his insight, Goku devises a new approach, shifting his and Gohan's
just have a
focus
regular
toward refining
iPhone,
the core
old
Super
iPhone.
Saiyan form. This
So I
will
don't really
require
think,
making Super Saiyan their
mobile
natural form, the benefit being they'd be able to stay in it without having to worry about fatigue. Meanwhile, Trunks finds himself perplexed by his inability to strike
match is
Cell
starting in a
despite
minute.
his incredible
Yeah,
power.
level
Cell
103
seizes the
Captain
opportunity
Jimmy.
to mock Trunks, highlighting his over-reliance on brute force. In a surprising turn, Cell himself transforms
Yeah,
into
come
the
back when
Super
season
Saiyan
9,
3rd grade form,
when rank
debunking
starts.
the
It should
notion
be
that it's a
starting
unique capability
next
held
week, I think.
solely by Trunks. Cell calls Trunks a fool for utilizing a form that only gives him brute strength. Trunks then experiences a sudden realization, acknowledging the flaw in his approach and recognizing the wisdom behind Vegeta's decision to refrain from using the Super Saiyan 3rd grade form. Agreeing with Cell's point, Trunks reverts to his base form, admitting defeat and urging Cell to kill him, which prompts the monster to state that he just might. Far removed on a distant island, Krillin notices that Trunks' ki shrank while Cell's was still huge. Acting with haste, Krillin
last season,
administers
me,
a
Terrence,
sensu bean to Vegeta,
we made it
hastening
in,
their
the
return
top
to the
100
battle.
for
Meanwhile,
Raiders.
Cell stands poised to deliver a final
know if
blow
you
to
remember,
Trunks,
Terrence.
fueled by his disappointment in both Trunks and Vegeta. Perched atop the lookout,
Super Saiyan,
Piccolo
he
stands
came
in
too
awe
late.
at the sheer
He never
might
got
of
to make it
Cell,
on the-
predicting Trunks' impending demise. However, Cell acknowledges the
next
remarkable
season,
progress made by Vegeta
should
and
all team
Trunks
up,
within a short period of
try to make it
time,
in
and
top
wonders
100
if they
for
could
survivors.
improve it further if they had more time. Trunks states he isn't sure, as he won't know until he tries, piquing Cell's interest. Inquiring about Goku's whereabouts, Cell learns from Trunks that Goku's training to defeat him, as Trunks states that Goku will succeed where he
Yeah, next season we need to squad up.
Nimbus Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
I don't think there's any boxes up here because we're in X.
Flying Nimbus!
I can get a power key radar. Dragon radar.
Oh man. Stay calm. Stay calm. You're done. Flying Nimbus! Yeah, that's the stuff. Keep it up. Oh man.
Trying to get the hell out of there.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Found a CND key, which is good.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Where am I?
It's not safe.
Ally needs your help. You don't know what danger
Be careful too, okay?
before rushing in.
Thank goodness.
Damn. We lost player. We want to summon when he's level 4 at a time machine.
Flying Nimbus! Holy hell.
You have my thanks.
Flying Nimbus! Now! Here comes a
Oh
pain!
man. I don't know. This guy didn't bring me the Dragon Balls. He just ran the other way, and I have to go chase him.
Ally down!
Please help.
Tend to rescue them. Watch out for enemies.
It's me.
What exactly do you have to do in this game? You have to open the boxes, find the power keys, plant them. When the escape time machine comes, you have to summon the escape time machine.
Think before rushing in. We did it!
Or just kill the raider. This guy, no pre-made, he screwed up the match. Ended up dying anyways.
Transform.
Consider it done.
You should be level 1000 by now. Not that easy, brother. A lot of time your teammates screw you over. Yeah, it's exactly like Dead by Daylight, but just with different characters. This is just a Dragon Ball lore, so pretty fun game if you have friends to play with. But playing at random suck.
The mighty Captain Ginyu will put you in your place. The startup system for the Super Time Machine is ready. Head there now.
I wonder if he has all the Dragon Balls.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
I hit, did I hit C5 in Raider? I don't remember, to be honest. I know I hit Z in Survivor for like 1 day, and then I dropped back to S. My Raider is in Z, but not Z5. I think Z3 or C4. I don't remember, to be honest. I don't remember. A new arc is coming in 2 months and a new movie. What do you think the arc is going to be? And also, what do you think the movie is going to be? They said something about Vegeta's past, or a story about Vegeta when he was a kid. I don't know how accurate that is. But what else do we really need to see of Vegeta's life? If anything, we should travel to Universe 6 and see the other Saiyans. Because remember that guy, Cabba? The other Saiyan? He told Vegeta that the King of the Saiyans remind them of each other. So I wonder what the other Prince of Saiyans looks like in Universe 6. Plus, we need to get the Goku Jiren rematch. We still have Oob. We have Granola. We have Maris. There's a lot of things to do still.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Oh man.
Hopefully you get some promotion first week of January. This Squirtle guy is so annoying. And this guy's the only person left. I don't know if he's gonna make it or not.
Under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup
He's done for.
destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped.
We were close to summoning, but that guy with the Dragon Balls, he ran away from me.
Holy hell.
They say he's that.
This is perfect.
Back to the manga, guys.
Fail. Cell finds this answer satisfying and decides to hold a tournament in 10 days. He challenges Trunks to gather his allies so they can all compete against him, stating that assuming he wins, he'll take on the next person until there's no one left. Cell states it'd be a great way to pass the time and urges Trunks to watch out for the location of the tournament on the news. Bewildered by Cell's new objectives, Trunks seeks clarity, prompting Cell to state he wants to confirm his superiority over everyone and spread fear into the world. He goes on to say he wants to have some fun, and the greatest fun of all is watching people's faces twist in fear. Cell then takes off, leaving Krillin and Vegeta to join the scene moments later. Back at the lookout, Bulma tells Piccolo to save Trunks, but the Namekian reveals that Trunks managed to survive. With an awareness of the challenges ahead, Piccolo grows nervous, opting to use the hyperbolic time chamber as well. On the islands, Trunks fills Krillin and Vegeta in on Cell's tournament idea, further annoying Vegeta, who believes the monster is just toying with them. Despite their reservations, Trunks commits to using the hyperbolic hyperbolic time chamber again, and Vegeta opts to do the same, stating Cell will regret giving him more time. In the midst of their discussion, the battered Android 16 emerges, expressing his desire to partake in the tournament as well. He inquires of the group to escort him to Capsule Corporation for repairs, but Trunks is unwilling, more interested in destroying Dr. Gero's creations. However, Krillin decides to take him, stating he's not a bad guy, just like the other two androids, and further explains that they'll need all the help they can get to defeat Cell. The next morning, Cell arrives at a carefully chosen location designated for the impending tournament. With precision, he clears a substantial portion of the ground, expanding the area slightly beyond the dimensions of the World Martial Arts Tournament ring. Soon after, he artfully shapes the rock into a polished, smooth stone, fashioning the foundation of the ring. While he decides to enhance its appearance with decorations later, Cell departs for the ZTV station to make his momentous announcement. At Kame House, Yamcha and Krillin occupy a space near the television, currently tuned into a weather report. Abruptly, their attention is seized by screams emanating from the screen, revealing Cell's unanticipated presence at the TV station. Krillin alerts Master Roshi that Cell is on TV, and Chi-Chi comes over to watch too. Cell begins by announcing the interruption of the regularly scheduled programming to bring amazing news, and introducing himself to the world as Cell, the monster who'd been known worldwide thus far for slaughtering people a few days ago. He states that the person responsible for the massacre was him, only now he's grown much more powerful. Cell goes on to announce that in 9 days, on the 17th at noon, he'll be hosting a martial arts tournament called the Cell Games, then revealing the coordinates of the ring. The monster states that unlike the Tenkaichi Budokai held on Earth, everyone will be fighting him.
Don't forget,
one
Vegeta
on
also
one,
has a
with
brother.
the next person taking over after someone's lost. Cell goes on to explain that
wonder
similarly
what
to
he's
the
up to.
Tenkaichi Budokai, a challenger loses if they surrender, fall out of the ring, or even die, although he'll try to go easy. Cell then vows to kill every single human being on the planet once he's won the tournament, coming relentlessly after every last one and watching their faces twist with fear. Demonstrating just a glimpse of his power, Cell then launches a devastating blast from the news station, killing hundreds of people and telling the world that they'd better come prepared to defeat him as he flies off, having made his point clear. The gravity of the situation prompts contemplation amongst the likes of Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha, who speculate about who could possibly rise to the occasion posed by Cell. However, amidst the uncertainty, Vegeta asserts his intent to re-enter the hyperbolic time chamber for further training, and Trunks decides to join him. Cell's ominous transmission spreads fear throughout the world, leaving civilians lacking confidence in the Earth's military or its champions. Yet among them, a forgotten figure looms, a resilient boy who once vanquished Demon King Piccolo and more recently thwarted the Saiyans and the tyrant Frieza. In the midst of global apprehension, Goku, unseen, is tirelessly honing his skills alongside his
Right now
son
we have 4 out of
Gohan.
8.
Panic has
Just
spread
need a few
throughout the
more.
world since Cell's broadcast, as people try to locate places that would make them less of a target. Meanwhile, at the lookout, Vegeta and Trunks, wearing new battle gear, are waiting outside the hyperbolic time chamber along with Piccolo and Tien. Trunks wonders how much longer Goku and Gohan will be, and Popo says it'll be another 3 hours. Vegeta states they probably won't come out on time, as their training will likely take more than 24 hours. Piccolo says there's nothing to worry about, as there are still 9 days left into the tournament. He believes Trunks and Vegeta should rest while he goes in first, but Vegeta
Imagine
exclaims
somehow
Piccolo's
Vegeta's brother went
assistance
to
is a
Universe
waste of
6 and
time,
became the
as only a
prince.
Saiyan could do any good against Cell now.
You
He
never
states
know,
that
man.
Piccolo can do what he wants, but he'll be using the remaining 8 days for himself. Piccolo calls Vegeta a fool, stating a person can't spend more than 2 days or 48 hours of their life in the hyperbolic time chamber.
there's a tournament
Vegeta
of Power
asserts he
2.
may do it
Our team's
anyway,
stacked.
but Mr.
We have
Popo says
Broly,
if he
Beast
tries, the
Gohan,
exit will
Orange
disappear
Piccolo,
and he'll be stuck in
Maris,
there forever.
Black
Just
Frieza,
then, everyone feels Goku and Gohan's
Oob,
ki as they're coming out sooner than
Goku,
expected.
Vegeta.
The pair exit the chamber as Super Saiyans, and Goku wonders why Vegeta and Trunks are here, but he feels Cell's ki, assuming that he must still be alive. Piccolo thinks to himself that he barely recognizes
new villains they
Gohan,
can
and
pull.
Goku inquires Trunks to fill them in on what's been
Unless
going
they start
on. Amidst
doing,
Trunks'
like,
explanation, Vegeta wonders
some of
what
the movie
happened to
villains
Goku
and
and
make them
Gohan,
canon.
as they appear to be Super Saiyans, but he can't feel their energy. He says it's like the transformation
They
is their
could bring it-
natural
bring it
state,
cooler.
and Trunks concludes his explanation. Goku thinks the tournament sounds interesting and questions Mr. Popo on if he still has his clothes. Goku gets dressed, declining Trunks' offer to get a new set of armor, and Gohan confronts Piccolo, asking to get clothes just like his, to which the Namekian obliges. Donning their battle outfits, Vegeta inquires of Goku if he thinks he can defeat Cell. Goku states he doesn't know since he hasn't met Cell in his perfect form yet, so he decides to get a look at him using instant transmission. Goku appears behind Cell, the monster then asking if Goku likes the ring he prepared to decide the Earth's fate in 9 days. Goku, however, says it's pretty lame, and the two stare each other down. Goku gets serious, inquiring if this is Cell's complete form. Cell confirms, and Goku says he'll definitely show up to fight, but tells Cell not to kill anyone else. He then leaves, saying it'll be a good match. Cell then stating how the tournament will be more fun than he expected. When Goku returns, Trunks wonders what he thought of Cell. The Saiyan then stating he didn't think the monster would grow this much power, and if he were to fight him as he is now, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. This statement shocks Vegeta and Trunks, prompting Piccolo to urge Goku and Gohan to reuse the hyperbolic time chamber after everyone else is gone. However, Goku refuses, much to the Namekian's surprise. Piccolo wonders why Goku won't go back in the hyperbolic time chamber, and Goku explains the conditions of the room are rough and that he'll be better off resting his body. Vegeta mocks Goku, assuming the time chamber was too much for him. However, Goku says that there's a point where stressing your body becomes torture rather than training. He goes on to say that the rest of the group can go in though, as they probably still have some room for improvement. Feeling patronized, Vegeta questions if Goku's suggesting he's stronger than him, to which Goku confirms, stating much more so, angering Vegeta. Goku wishes everyone good luck, and he and Gohan take off, stopping at Korin's tower shortly after. Korin highlights the dire events unfolding on Earth, and as Goku explains that he's never seen anything like Cell before, Korin expresses astonishment at Goku's apparent calmness, even in the face of Cell's perfect form. Wondering if Goku's come across some revelation in the hyperbolic time chamber, Korin questions if he's made a valuable discovery. Goku brushes off the question with a chuckle, prompting Gohan to contemplate the possibility, as he was alongside his father during their entire training period. Goku questions Korin on Cell's strength, and Korin states he's not sure, as he hasn't shown his true powers, but he could estimate it. Goku tells him to try and compare Cell's power to his own, and he'll raise his ki. Meanwhile, Tien wonders if Gohan and Goku were really Super Saiyans, since they seem so natural. Piccolo says they definitely were, but they seem to have trained themselves to maintain the state as if it were their norm. Trunks thinks that it might be so they can do an even more incredible transformation during the battle with Cell, but Vegeta berates him, stating that Goku and Gohan decided Super Saiyan was their best combat state, assuming that if they got used to it, it would minimize the strain on their bodies during battle. Suddenly, Goku begins to power up, nearly blowing Korin and Yajirobe away, although Gohan remains calm. Korin tells Goku to stop and lower his energy, otherwise he'll shatter the tower. The others at the lookout feel Goku's ki and are in disbelief. As things calm down, Goku tells Korin that was about half his power,
Right now we
and
have 5
Korin
out of
thinks
8,
it's
just
crazy
3
how
more players.
Goku could be this strong. However, Gohan thinks to himself, wondering if that's all his father is actually capable of. Goku inquires of Korin to compare him to Cell, and the cat falls silent, then stating that Cell is still a bit stronger. Goku realizes his own estimation was correct, and thanks Korin happily. He touches Gohan on the shoulder and the two teleport away. Yajirobe and awed how incredible Goku is, while Korin wonders why Goku is so calm given the dire situation. At the lookout, Vegeta grows frustrated at Goku for always being one step ahead of him, thinking every time he believes he's got the upper hand, he's proved wrong. Vegeta then yells at Piccolo to hurry up and get in the room, as he's eager to go in next. Goku and Gohan arrive at Kame House, and Goku says they'll get Chi-Chi and go home. From there, he and Gohan will have 3 days of rest, 3 days of training, and then another 3 days of rest. Gohan wonders if this plan is the best course of action, but Goku tells him not to worry as they go and grab Chi-Chi, who screams when she sees Gohan's hair color, thinking he's turned into a delinquent. A few days later, Goku, Gohan, and Chi-Chi enjoy a leisurely picnic by the lake. Goku notices a massive fish in the water and points it out to the others, but Gohan, concerned about their carefree attitude, questions if relaxing like this is wise. Goku reassures him, suggesting that things will probably work out in the end, which catches Gohan's attention. Despite his son's unease with the uncertainty though, Goku's confidence in their ability to win is evident. After a while, the three drive down the road. Goku remarks that all the shops are closed, to which Chi-Chi explains that people believe they only have 7 days to live due to the Cell games. Amidst this, a radio broadcast captures their attention, where a newsman announces the Royal Army's mobilization to confront the creature known as Cell. Reacting urgently, Goku intervenes, imploring them to halt their approach as it would only lead to their deaths. An array of tanks, planes, and soldiers converge upon Cell's location, brimming with misguided confidence. Cell departs and lands on a nearby mountain, stating that he doesn't want to damage his new arena. The Royal Army unleash an onslaught of missiles, gunfire, and other explosions on Cell, Goku's family following the developments through a radio broadcast, witnessing the futility of the assault. The commander eventually tells everyone to hold their fire, but despite their attempts to engage, Cell remained unharmed. As the survivors attempt to retreat, Cell dismissively eliminates them with only a glimpse of his power, leading Goku to switch off the radio in anger. Decisively, Goku instructs Chi-Chi and Gohan to head home, as he intends to go see Piccolo. Exiting the vehicle, he vanishes using instant transmission. Upon his arrival at the lookout, Goku immediately wonders if Piccolo used the hyperbolic time chamber again, to which the Namekian confirms. confirms. Goku assumes that Piccolo's power has significantly increased. However, he states that he still isn't strong enough to beat Cell. The conversation shifts to Goku's request to split Piccolo and Kami once more, given the Dragon Balls were turned to stone after their merger and they need them again to bring everyone back who Cell killed. However, Piccolo states that such a thing is impossible, as once he and Kami fuse, they can never separate again. Goku acknowledges the response and proposes seeking the surviving Namekian's planet as a solution to restore the Dragon Balls. He says that if one of them will be willing to come live on Earth, they could become a god like Kami was, and the Dragon Balls will be restored. Goku declares his intent to locate the Namekians, and Mr. Popo expresses his openness to having a new guardian of the Earth. Piccolo questions Goku's travel plans, considering their limited time and lack of knowledge about the Namekians' destination. Goku, however, tells Piccolo he isn't thinking, stating once again he possesses the instant transmission technique and plans to detect individuals with a key resembling Piccolo's. Goku's initial attempt at finding the Namekians proves unsuccessful, prompting him to consider utilizing King Kai's planet for assistance as he teleports away. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi tune into a TV broadcast featuring King Furry. He takes responsibility for the failed army attack against Cell and expresses hope for a savior's emergence, more specifically someone like the boy who defeated Demon King Piccolo long ago. Goku reaches King Kai's planet and greets Bubbles before conversing with the Kai, who is napping. Goku begins telling the Kai about the Earth's extraordinary events, and he helps Goku by pointing him in the direction of the Namekians' new home. Goku begins to pick up the Namekians' location, prompting King Kai to acknowledge Goku's use of instant transmission, stating how he must have learned it from Yardrat. The Saiyan then teleports away, having locked on to the planet's key signature. Upon arriving at New Namek, the Namekians are surprised by Goku's presence. He identifies himself, and the tribe immediately recognize him, stating he was the one who defeated Frieza and saved them all. Goku then explains his mission, mentioning the need for a new guardian of Earth. The Namekian leader Mori introduces Dende, the Namekian boy who'd ventured with Krillin and Gohan on Namek in their battle against Frieza. Mori mentions Dende's desire to visit the two again after so many years, prompting Goku to ask if he'd be able to make Dragon Balls. Mori confirms Dende's ability, stating he's a true descendant of the Dragon Clan and will be more than capable of becoming a new god of Earth. Goku expresses gratitude and welcomes Dende, bidding the Namekians a farewell before returning to King Kai's planet briefly to report the success. Goku proceeds to the lookout on Earth with Dende, where Piccolo and the others await. Dende's arrival surprises them, and Goku leaves the Namekian boy with them to grab Krillin and Gohan. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Krillin and Yamcha continue to watch TV, witnessing a broadcast on a human fighter named Hercule, who will be entering the Cell games. Hercule claims that Cell's nothing but a pushover, stating he used bombs ahead of time to get rid of Earth's military. Hercule then vows to wipe the floor with Cell, as an unimpressed Krillin watches on, saying he'll probably die soon. Goku then appears at Kame House, inviting Krillin to join him to see Dende again. Goku, Gohan, and Krillin all arrive back at the lookout, where Gohan and Krillin reunite with Dende once again. Amidst the excitement of their reunion, Trunks questions Goku on if his calm demeanor stems from discovering Cell's weak point, but Goku is uncertain if a vulnerability exists in Cell, confusing Trunks. Piccolo is curious about Dende's ability to create Dragon Balls, but Goku reassures him that the Elder Namekian praised Dende's skills. Dende believes he can craft Dragon Balls within around 100 days, but Goku's surprised it'll take that long. However, Dende states a more immediate solution. He can make the Dragon Balls right away if they use the ones on Earth that had previously turned to stone. Krillin expresses his approval and wonders whether Dende could make them grant 3 wishes like the Namekian dragon. Dende confirms this possibility, but raises the concern that in order to revive a large group of people simultaneously, the wishes would have to be limited to 2. Piccolo finds this arrangement acceptable, prompting Dende to request the dragon's design. Mr. Popo retrieves it for him, and standing over the casing, Dende employs his magical abilities, causing light to emanate from it and descend to the Earth. Dende declares that the Dragon Ball should now be restored, leading Piccolo to admire Dende's impressive talent. Goku decides to borrow the Dragon Radar from Bulma to locate the Dragon Balls and gather them. He suggests that Gohan take a break from training and spend time with Dende until the Cell games, but this confuses him. Goku teleports away, and Trunks questions Gohan about his dad's seemingly carefree attitude, considering Cell's strength and lack of a known weakness. Gohan is equally puzzled, stating his dad just told him to look forward to the tournament, bewildering Trunks. Krillin speculates that Goku must have some sort of plan, but Piccolo states he might just be believing that forthcoming events are already predetermined, and the group falls silent. Goku arrives arrives at Bulma's laboratory, where she and Dr.
usually
Brief are
takes
working
somewhere
on number
anywhere
16.
between
Goku
5
takes
to
the Dragon
15 minutes
Radar
to
and
find a
proceeds to
match,
collect the Dragon
unfortunately.
Balls. And as time goes by, Vegeta emerges from the hyperbolic time chamber, and
still
Cell
here waiting.
stands in his arena,
Should start
wondering
soon.
if 10 days of waiting was excessive. Eventually, Goku gathers all 7 Dragon Balls, and the world pins its hopes on Hercule, the supposed world fighting champion who claims he can take on Cell. Finally, the awaited day of the 17th arrives. Goku changes into his training attire and begins to depart, Chi-Chi pleading for him to be careful. She also tells him to prevent Gohan from fighting at any cost, but Goku brushes off her concerns and leaves, much to her dismay. Meanwhile, at the lookout, Goku finds Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, Trunks, Dende, and Mr. Popo assembled. Goku questions where Vegeta is, but Piccolo states he's already departed. Goku then questions everyone's silence moments after and wonders what's wrong. Krillin explains that while the Dragon Balls can resurrect many people with a single wish, the same limitation remains. Only those who have never died before can be revived. Dende apologizes for not revealing this sooner, but Goku reassures him, expressing confidence that they won't die. Krillin is skeptical of Goku's optimism, but Goku remains undeterred, urging them to hurry up so they'll make it on time. In the arena, Cell awaits while a reporter and cameraman observe him from a cliff, fearing for their safety. Moments later, Hercule arrives, showing off to the world and confident in his abilities. Hercule gets Cell's attention, declaring to take him down with a hand gesture, much to the excitement of the camera
In,
crew and citizens
lobby
of the
for like
Earth.
15
As Cell
minutes.
ponders on who this insect is, the stage is
Seems like
set
no one's
as there are
playing right
now
now,
only
but still waiting.
15 minutes until the Cell games begin. 12 minutes before the commencement, Hercule is already making his way into the ring. He motions for the announcer and cameraman to join him, and they oblige, with the announcer boldly declaring himself the world's most courageous. They climb into the ring as well, aiming to interview Hercule. Hercule states he feels bad for Cell as he's about to be defeated, then exposes him, claiming he used bombs in the destruction of Central City and the military. Cell pays no attention, but Hercule assumes it's because he's afraid to face the truth. In a defiant gesture, the announcer flips Cell off while Hercule moons him. Meanwhile, Master Roshi watches this on TV, stating he wouldn't mind if Hercule got killed. Suddenly, the announcer's attention shifts as a figure flies in. Cell identifies the newcomer as Vegeta, noting he never learns his lesson but hopes he's improved a little. As the Saiyan Prince lands, the announcer questions whether Vegeta was flying, but Hercule dismisses it as a trick. The announcer approaches Vegeta, inquiring about his identity and expressing concern for his safety. However, Vegeta brushes him off, commanding him to leave him alone. Returning to Hercule's side, the announcer comments on Vegeta's peculiar behavior and says his hairstyle's weird. The countdown then continues, with only 5 minutes remaining until the start of the Cell games. Number 16 arrives next, sporting a Capsule Corps patch concealing the Red Ribbon logo, surprising Cell as he managed to fix himself up. Vegeta deduces that only Bulma and her father could have repaired the android, then states it was a waste of effort. Soon after, Cell notices another group approaching and announces the arrival of Son Goku. 7 figures descend and land: Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien, Trunks, and Goku, all standing ready for the battle that'll decide the fate of the Earth. The announcer is shocked at everyone's flying abilities, but Hercule states it must be a popular trick. 16 approaches Krillin, expressing gratitude for his repairs. Goku wishes 16 well, but the android firmly reminds him of his original purpose to kill him, stating that he'd be wise to remember that. Soon after, Goku volunteers to go first, surprising Trunks as he figured they'd save the best for last. Goku wonders if Vegeta's okay with this, and the Saiyan Prince remains indifferent, confident that he'll still be the one to defeat Cell. Amidst their conversation, Hercule interjects, asserting that they don't have the authority to determine the order. The announcer questions the group's participation, and Goku confirms their readiness, although the announcer exclaims that this isn't a game and chastises their ignorance. Krillin retorts that the ones who truly aren't aware are the announcer and Hercule, who boast about the world champion. Krillin tells Goku to just let
Alright guys, we
Hercule
found a
go
match. It's starting
first,
in 2
and
minutes.
amid the banter, Cell interrupts, signaling that it's time to begin. Cell impatiently instructs someone to enter the ring quickly, prompting Hercule to confidently declare that he will go first. Goku warns Hercule of the danger and advises him to reconsider, but his words fall on deaf ears as the announcer directs the cameraman to capture Goku on TV, relaying to the world the Saiyan's comments and leading many viewers to perceive Goku as foolish. At King Castle, the king observes the scene and draws parallels between the stranger and the boy who once saved the world from Demon King Piccolo long ago. However, differences in hair and eye color make him realize that it can't be the same person. Another individual amongst the group bears a striking resemblance to Demon King Piccolo as well, which the king questions. Krillin attempts to console Goku, assuring him that Hercule can be resurrected
Yeah,
using the
level 99,
Dragon
Broly.
Balls.
We need
With a
some easy
reassuring
areas, man.
wave, Goku
Sick of
conveys
Broly.
that it's alright, and the announcer assumes that Goku now realizes Hercule's greatness. Hercule removes his cape and champions championship belt, locking eyes with Cell for a moment. He then brings out a capsule, opens it, and unveils a large bag containing 15 tiles. Hercule stacks and focuses his energy before executing a precise chop that obliterates 14 tiles, much to the world's excitement. However, the group
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to
Should be
launch.
live.
Find the
Everything
power
should be
keys,
good.
Then place them in the right spots.
That. If anyone's wondering, this game is called Dragon Ball The Breakers. That's Dragon Ball The Breakers. Usually under 20 bucks.
The super transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
Gotta open boxes, find the keys.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Just the one part, just the one key we found so far. If we get a power key right, I'll just go rush him. There we go, we found one. Someone has the transfer, so that they are distracting him.
Flying Nimbus.
So I'm out of here to E. Oh, shit's coming for me. Like, bro, can you just fuck off? Holy smokes. About to find this damn A key. Lost my damn
Great. You know what to do with that key. Hey,
lost my dragon change.
found another power key. Use it quick. Flying Nimbus.
Also need to grab a barrier.
You know what to do with that
But we got all the keys.
Stay calm.
The Sensu. Fuck. About to get killed.
Let's do this! I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold.
They just need to plant that last key. But he's camping. Skip. You know exactly how it's gonna end. He's just gonna camp, kill everyone one by one, and then escape time machine is gonna come.
Including Goku, falls into an awed silence while Cell considers Hercule a complete fool. Confident, Hercule proudly points out the shattered tiles, linking them to Cell's fate in just a minute. As the world cheers on, he believes this spectacle will boost his popularity, especially with the event being captured on TV. Assuming a fighting stance, Hercule charges at Cell, delivering a dynamite kick to Cell's face and unleashing a fury of punches. Things are looking great for the world champion until Cell eventually swats him aside, flinging him into a nearby mountain. In a hushed tone, Krillin confesses to Gohan that he was secretly hoping for Cell's victory. Despite crashing into what seemed like certain death, Hercule miraculously survives, much to Krillin and Piccolo's disappointment. The world is taken aback as Cell managed to eliminate Hercule. In response, Cell announces the immediate commencement of the Cell games, and Goku steps forward. Hercule attributes his defeat to merely losing his footing and promises to get serious next time, although Vegeta in the distance expresses disbelief at Hercule's failure to recognize how weak he truly is against Cell. Goku enters the ring, drawing the attention of everyone present. Cell lowers his previously crossed arms and comments on the impending excitement of the battle, assuming a ready stance. Trunks anticipates that everyone will finally discover the reason behind Goku's peculiar calmness, and the announcer broadcasts to the world that Hercule is currently on break, during which an unknown member of the group will step in to fight. He questions Hercule's opinion regarding this unfamiliar challenger, and Hercule dismisses the competitor's stance as that of an amateur. He asserts that Goku wouldn't last 2 seconds against him and states he'll give him about 5 against Cell. With Cell ready to go, Goku charges forward. Cell efficiently blocks a kick and a punch from Goku, who then evades a strike by ducking. A brief exchange of blows ensues between the two, culminating in Goku executing a backflip to create distance. Cell propels himself toward Goku with a headlong rush, but Goku raises his arms in defense. As Cell prepares to strike Goku, the latter instead employs a kick to launch Cell into the air. Goku follows suit,
Yo, what's up,
channeling a
Terrence? How you doing?
Kamehameha wave in his pursuit, but Cell effortlessly swats the energy attack aside.
Right now we're 7 out of
Seizing
8,
an
so we just
opportunity,
need one more
Goku
player.
materializes behind Cell, delivering a punch to his back. Enraged, Cell retaliates by striking Goku's face and sends him flying back into the ring with an attack on the back. Goku manages to stop his descent, landing
We got
gracefully
stream
as
sniped
Cell
twice.
also touches
I won my
down.
Raider match,
Cell
though.
then declares that the warm-up is over, leaving both Hercule and the announcer astounded by what they've witnessed. Goku and Cell lock eyes in an intense gaze, prompting Krillin to believe that the real battle is about to commence. The announcer is impressed by the capabilities of the unknown competitor and seeks Hercule's opinion. Nervously, Hercule concedes that the performance was better than he anticipated, but states that it might be the peak
playing
of the
Breaker's turn?
competitor's abilities. Goku and Cell share contemplative
And that's
thoughts
good to hear
about
that
each
you
other
blessed.
before Goku's demeanor shifts, asking Cell if he's ready for what's coming. Trunks observes a change in Goku's eyes, while Cell perceives that Goku is tapping into his full power. With a surge of energy, Goku begins to power up, creating a forceful gust that pushes everyone away. way. When Goku's power-up concludes,
still
Vegeta,
happens.
Trunks, and Krillin are all astonished by his newfound strength. Gohan, however, ponders the reason behind everyone's astonishment. The announcer expresses bewilderment at the explosive display and notices an aura resembling flames surrounding the unknown competitor. Cell, in turn, also embarks on a power-up, generating an even
I could've
more
played
forceful
earlier, but
shockwave
I
that
was
sends
busy,
everyone
so-
further back. Now, both Cell and Goku are enveloped
We're
in
here now.
radiant energy. The
Probably
announcer
stream for another
remarks on
2-3
Cell's
hours.
similar action, prompting Hercule to dismiss it as a mere gimmick. Goku advances towards Cell, who encourages him to get started. Goku strikes Cell with a series of blows, a punch to the stomach, an elbow to the back, a kick, and a final punch. The impact propels Cell through the air, where he manages to stop his flight while hanging upside down. Cell relishes the situation, remarking that the true essence of a fight would be lost without utilizing their true strength. Goku agrees, affirming his willingness to engage at his peak. The announcer and Hercule are shocked, and the announcer questions if the cameraman was able to capture the fight. However, the cameraman says he couldn't get something that fast. Cell, on the ground again, wipes a trickle of blood from the side of his mouth and then starts up a Kamehameha. Goku yells at him to stop, as if he uses that wave with too much power, he'll destroy the Earth. Cell continues anyway, and so Goku heads up into the air, Cell then firing it off at him. The Kamehameha is tremendously huge, shooting way out into space, and Goku just barely manages to escape its path with instant transmission. Goku reappears behind Cell and kicks him before he can react. Cell is pissed and wants to know how the Saiyan can reappear and disappear at will. Goku says it's instant transmission, prompting Cell to state how annoying it is. Goku then questions Cell if he would have blown up the Earth if he hadn't jumped into the air, and Cell states he doesn't know, but he did know Goku was gonna try to fly to divert it. Cell states that he doesn't care about destroying the planet, but wants to have a little fun before then. The monster then charges forward before Goku can react and knocks Goku in the face. Goku tries to retaliate, but Cell hits him from behind, knocking Goku into the ground. Goku pushes himself up into the air, but Cell vanishes behind him, knocking Goku
Yo,
back
Terrence,
into
ranked
the
matches
ring.
coming,
As Goku
next
tries
week?
to recover, Cell vanishes behind him again, stating that even though he can't use instant transmission, he's confident in his own speed. Cell lands a forceful punch on Goku's face and attempts another, but Goku evades by ducking and counters by kicking Cell into the air. Goku swiftly teleports above Cell and delivers an aerial strike, only for it to be an illusion. The actual Cell emerges behind Goku, swiping at him, yet Goku narrowly manages to evade. Suspended in midair, they leave spectators like Hercule and the announcer puzzled about their whereabouts, while Krillin marvels at their incredible speed. Cell expresses his enjoyment of the battle and decides to eliminate the rule of ring outs as a mean of ending the fight prematurely. Realizing what he's about to do, Goku urgently shouts for everyone to move away from the ring as Cell lowers his hands toward the ground, poised to obliterate it. A massive explosion ensues, creating a gaping hole where the ring once stood. Everyone successfully escapes harm, thanks in part to number 16, who protected Hercule and the others. Despite 16's instructions for them to leave, they remain in place, confident that Hercule will get another turn to fight. Goku and Cell both touch down to the ground, and Cell remarks that their battleground is now the entire Earth. Victory will now hinge on either surrender or death as they agree to proceed. Cell launches a barrage of energy blasts, which Goku successfully evades, subsequently taking to the air. Preparing a Kamehameha attack, Goku draws Cell's attention. However, Cell warns Goku of the potential devastation if he were to unleash the attack from his current position, as it would put the Earth in jeopardy. Undeterred, Goku continues charging his blast, and as the attack nears completion, a look of surprise dawns on Cell's face, recognizing that Goku is truly preparing to unleash the blast, putting both him and the Earth at risk. Piccolo ponders whether Goku truly intends to unleash the full power Kamehameha. However, Krillin is skeptical, assuming Goku wouldn't risk destroying the Earth, a sentiment shared by Cell. Ignoring the doubts, Goku persists, and both Cell and Vegeta come to realize his determination. Unexpectedly, Goku teleports instantaneously and materializes directly in front of Cell. He unleashes the Kamehameha at full force, propelling Cell backward and blowing the top half of his body away. When the smoke dissipates, Cell's body, now
Cell should have
devoid of
died
its
there
head and
because,
arms, lies
like he
on
said,
the ground.
his
While
his
Yamcha
brain
displays
got destroyed.
excitement, stating
His
Goku's
nucleus?
won, Trunks and Krillin remain silent. Goku acknowledges that Cell still possesses a significant amount of energy despite his state, prompting Krillin to shout that Cell is likely to regenerate. Remarkably, the remnants of Cell swiftly rise to its feet, undergoing a process of regeneration that culminates in the regrowth of its head and limbs. The announcer and Hercule react with astonishment, while Goku comprehends Cell's capacity for self-regeneration, just like Piccolo. Goku acknowledges his initial underestimation of the battle's intensity, though he notes that Cell's energy level has significantly diminished. Cell recognizes a similar decrease in Goku's energy and observes he looks tired. Advising Goku Goku against spending energy needlessly, Cell cautions against jeopardizing the excitement of the fight. Goku agrees and launches a punch towards Cell, but Cell manages to evade. Goku successfully blocks a kick before succumbing to a blow to the face, and Cell is hit as well. Cell delivers a forceful punch to Goku, propelling him into a nearby mountain. Cell advances toward the Saiyan, who emerges from the rubble and launches a barrage of energy blasts. Goku pins Cell down, but Cell counters by creating a massive barrier to intercept the blast, a spectacle witnessed by the people worldwide through their televisions. At Kame House, Bulma watches alongside Master Roshi, believing Goku is performing admirably. However, Roshi holds a different perspective. He doubts Goku's chances of victory, recognizing that his pupil is well aware of this predicament and suspects some hidden strategy. Back at the battlefield, the barrier dissipates, leaving Goku heavily panting. Cell remarks on Goku's apparent decrease in strength and offers him a Senzu Bean to even the odds, proposing a more exhilarating battle. Amidst the turmoil, Trunks implores Krillin to provide Goku with the Senzu Bean, asserting that it would ensure their victory. However, Vegeta rebukes Trunks, claiming that his suggestion lacks Saiyan pride. He believes Goku would rather die than win under such circumstances, and admits his frustration at realizing he couldn't surpass Goku, even with his specialized training. Vegeta reluctantly acknowledges Goku's innate genius, but recognizes Cell as being 2 steps above Goku. Trunks questions their role in the situation,
do the
and Vegeta
Kakaroshi,
counters that Trunks
I
is
restarted
usually the one
Xenoverse instead.
speculating about Goku's hidden plans, urging him to have faith.
Remember when I was
Addressing
playing
Goku,
Xenoverse?
Cell questions if his pride is preventing him from eating a Senzu Bean, suggesting
I was
that his
playing a little
odds
bit
of
of
victory
Xenoverse
may
last night
increase
as well.
slightly if he does. Goku maintains
I beat
silence,
the main story,
then smirks,
and we
his
just have to
aura
do the
recedes.
DLC now.
Everyone wonders what's going
We
on,
killed
and
Mara,
suddenly,
Toa.
Goku admits defeat,
They
stating
fused
that he
together.
understands how strong Cell is and that he can't beat him. Shock ripples through the Z Fighters and Cell, and the cameraman relays the surrender to Hercule.
DC
and
is just a
announcer.
waste. I
Cell
hate it.
turns to Goku,
These guys really need
emphasizing
to
that
fix
if
the
he
servers
indeed intends to surrender, the fate of the
2026.
Earth is sealed. Goku, however, counters that there remains one more contender, and Cell dismisses the distinction.
I wonder what the new Raider we're
Vegeta
gonna
and
get.
Trunks were both weaker
we need
than
some new
Goku.
maps.
The announcer informs Hercule that he's up next, eliciting a distressed reaction from him. A sudden wave of stomach cramps hits Hercule, and he's unable to fight. Goku questions whether he can select the next fighter, leading Cell to realize that Goku is indeed contemplating surrender. Vegeta voices confusion about the situation, grappling with the realization that there appears to be no other fighters capable of defeating Cell. Goku states that the Cell games will conclude
Honestly,
with this next
we just
fight.
need, like-
If the contender can't emerge victorious,
We just need
nobody
some new
can.
players,
The
man.
identity of this person leaves
Because it's
everyone
just a small
intrigued.
community playing
Goku
this game.
affirms his statement after battling Cell and expresses
matching
his
with the same
confidence
people
in
all
the
the time.
forthcoming combatant, entrusting
We
the
need more
outcome
YouTubers covering the
entirely to
game.
this individual. Cell questions whether Goku implies that this contender is stronger than the both of them, to which Goku confirms. Eager to learn the identity, Cell questions
assume the next
further
season for
as
Breakers is
everyone
next year.
watches in silence. Goku
We only
then
have,
turns to his friends and calls on his own
like
son,
20
Gohan, to battle
4
Cell
days left.
next. The announcement stuns everyone, including Gohan
haven't said
himself.
anything yet,
Piccolo deems
but,
Goku's
we found our
decision
Raider match.
foolish, seemingly willing to witness his son's
Should start in 2
demise.
minutes.
Goku ascends to the cliff where the others are and addresses Gohan, asking him if he thinks he can do it. Gohan's astonishment is noticeable, while Piccolo voices skepticism about Gohan's potential to fight. Goku claims that Gohan's strength is underestimated, pointing out that his son has always managed to keep pace with them, even as a little boy. He then goes on to say that even he wasn't nearly as strong as Gohan is when he was his age. Krillin expresses doubt regarding Gohan's considerable strength, but Goku reveals that within the hyperbolic time chamber,
every time I
Gohan's
have a
latent
Raider match, I
powers
can
began
never
to
get,
manifest. Goku
survivors
reminds
under
Gohan
level
of his
100.
previous
It's
bout with
always
Cell, asking if at any
658,
moment he felt
300,
like Cell was
400,
too strong to
200.
handle. Gohan acknowledges
It's like
that he
these guys
never felt
purposely
that
wait.
way, but it had to
The
be
game
due to
purposely gives me
Goku
a
only
pre-made
using
every
partial
time I have a
strength.
Raider match.
Goku, however, states that he can't speak for
rare I
Cell,
get
but he
randoms.
was giving the fight everything he had. Goku then questions Gohan on if it looked to him as if he was holding back, and Gohan confirms, shocking Vegeta,
have
who
a
struggles to fathom
pre-made,
the
I have to play
extent
as
of the
Frieza.
young boy's power.
'Cause if I
Goku
play as
urges
Cell
Gohan
or
to take
Majin Buu, I'll
action,
get
thereby restoring peace to the world and fulfilling his aspirations of becoming a scholar. As his father's words fuel him, Gohan agrees to fight, removing his armor and moving towards Cell. Goku then calls on Krillin for a Senzu Bean, which he promptly
I had
tosses
2 people
to
message
Cell,
me say they bought the
suggesting
game
he
because of
eat
me.
it to restore his energy.
So shout
Krillin
out
and
to
the
those
others
guys.
find this act to be completely foolish, while Goku is intent on ensuring a fair fight. Cell tells
Twitter?
Goku that he'll regret his decision, but ingests the Senzu Bean anyway. Now reinvigorated, Cell powers up once again. Piccolo tells Goku his actions were reckless, and suddenly, Gohan embarks on a power-up of his own that generates a powerful shockwave, leaving everyone in awe. Astonishment dawns
Alright, let the Carnival of Terry begin.
Let the Carnival of Terror me the Dragon Ball.
I can't help you. Sorry.
If you do not have them, then I have no need for them. Give me the Dragon Ball.
Even if I had one, why would I give it to you?
Very well then. Give me the Dragon
It's the
Ball.
villains all over here.
I don't know what you mean.
If you do not have them, then
Easy
I have
level
no
2.
need.
Where are the Dragon Balls?
Gotta go destroy those machines.
I'll make sure your death is quick. Where
Yo,
are
this
the
play,
Dragon Balls?
D was full of civilians.
Fool.
Awesome.
Go!
Oh, is there someone in there?
Someone help me. Where is everyone?
Might be someone over there.
Oh no.
They're a high level team. It could possibly be a pre-made. Someone's dragging that survivor away, but it's all good.
Where are the Dragon Balls?
I don't have any.
Still have a full team, so I can't play too bad. And all the civilians are gone. I unfortunately don't have a power key radar. Oh, there we go, a dragon radar. That's what I was looking for. Rieza's key blasts are not good, man. Yeah, Frieza's Ki Blasts are not good, bro. Well, this is E. Assume this is D. Yeah, I see someone over there. Hard feelings, bro. Should destroy the area, but it is what it is. This game is, I think, 3 years old now.
Well then, let's begin, shall we? Don't disappoint.
Here comes a pain!
Sacrifice. The game came out, and a lot of people were covering it in the beta. But when the actual game dropped, a lot of people stopped playing. They put region lock and all this nonsense. The developers kind of messed the game up. At least they tried. Only 3 left. This guy's left. We got lucky. I think I see him right there.
I made you a promise, didn't
Well, a win is a win.
You're no match for me.
All right, Alpha, Scarecrow, appreciate you dropping by. Have yourself a good night. Back to the manga.
Everyone's faces as they witness Gohan's astounding power, an exception being Goku, who seems unfazed by the display. Piccolo's surprised to see how Gohan's grown, while Vegeta questions how the young boy could have achieved such a remarkable surge in power. Cell concedes that Goku may have been telling the truth in describing Gohan's strength, yet he regards his assertion of Gohan's capability to defeat him as an exaggeration, one that will ultimately lead to his son's demise. Touching down, Cell's focus shifts to Gohan, initiating an attack with a kick that Gohan effectively blocks. Cell withdraws momentarily before launching another assault, but Gohan quickly evades each attempt. The two adversaries land back on solid ground, Cell stating that he'll need to use his full speed to catch Gohan. In a swift sequence of movements, Cell seizes Gohan by the shirt, delivering a powerful headbutt followed by a forceful blow to the face. Cell then hurls Gohan skyward, launching a shockwave to propel him through a series of mountains. Concern envelops Krillin and Trunks, while Chi-Chi, viewing from home alongside the Ox King, faints after seeing her child hurt. The announcer expresses bewilderment over the sudden turn of events, and Piccolo lays the blame squarely on Goku for his naivety, contending that the Saiyans' actions are responsible for Gohan's death. Goku, however, tells Piccolo to calm down, assuring him that Gohan is still alive. Krillin and Trunks also detect Gohan's undiminished energy, but Cell, believing Gohan to be defeated, tells Goku to come on and continue their fight. Goku, however, redirects Cell's attention to a surprising development. Cell pivots, observing Gohan emerging from the rubble, remarkably unscathed. The sight of Gohan leaves Cell visibly astonished, as he states he's tougher than he thought. Calmly, Gohan tells Cell to put an end to this fight, as it's meaningless. Cell responds with laughter, asserting that the Cell games indeed possess meaning. For him, they serve as amusement, and for others, they represent Earth's salvation. Gohan then shares his perspective, disclosing that he lacks the desire to fight or to kill, even someone as despicable as Cell. Cell acknowledges that he understands Gohan's aversion to fight, but doesn't understand why he wouldn't want to kill him. Gohan then tells Cell of what his father meant regarding his potential. He recalls that when consumed by anger, he harnessed an incredible involuntary surge of power, leading to extraordinary combat abilities. Cell, however, dismisses Gohan's words as an attempt to intimidate him, countering by telling him that all he wants to do now is see the boy angry to know if he's telling the truth, then delivering a punch to Gohan's face. Cell delivers a forceful strike with his elbow to the back of Gohan's neck, promptly following it up with a kick that sends him flying. As Gohan regains his footing, Cell charges forward, launching a punch that Gohan expertly evades by leaping over it. In a swift counter, Gohan delivers a powerful kick to Cell's face, causing him to crash to the ground. Cell quickly rises, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, determined to provoke Gohan's anger at any cost. Goku views Cell's attempt as advantageous, believing that Cell's efforts will trigger Gohan's dormant power. Suddenly, Cell launches a technique reminiscent of Frieza, a one-finger energy blast at Gohan, who narrowly evades each successive attack. Cell persists, firing a series of shots, with Gohan barely managing to avoid them all. Gohan successfully dodges one final blast, prompting Cell to close in and seize Gohan in a tight embrace, squeezing and inflicting excruciating pain on him. Cell continues to goad Gohan, pushing him to unleash his anger, but he refuses to do so. Despite Piccolo's urge to step in, Goku remains stern, asserting that Gohan's true power will only manifest if he gets angry. Goku reveals that this is the only means by which Cell can be defeated, and overhearing this conversation, the others are astounded by the potential of Gohan's power. Meanwhile, Cell maintains his grip on Gohan, persistently encouraging him to succumb to his anger. Piccolo then confronts Goku, expressing his concern and questioning if Gohan is aware of Goku's strategy. Piccolo suggests that Gohan's thoughts revolve around his father's apparent indifference to his suffering, perhaps due to prioritizing fairness in battle over Gohan's well-being. Piccolo tells Goku that despite his strength, Gohan's still a child, which prompts the Saiyan to second-guess himself. Eager to assist Gohan, Piccolo readies himself to intervene as Goku watches his son in awe. Goku then prompts Krillin to give him a Senzu Bean so he can help, but just as he was about to do so, Cell abruptly releases Gohan, stating he's persistent in his efforts to hide his true power. Cell guesses that if Gohan won't be enticed by his own suffering, perhaps the anguish of his friends will suffice. With determination, Cell sets a course toward Goku and the others, prompting Gohan to shout for him to stop. Cell ascends onto the cliff where the Z Fighters are. Swiftly seizing the bag of Senzu from Krillin's grasp, Cell asserts that they could get in the way of his plans before returning to Gohan's side. With an air of superiority, Cell contends that individuals like Goku and the others stand no chance against his might. Gohan questions Cell's intentions, prompting Cell to reveal his scheme. He aims to instigate Gohan's anger by inflicting harm upon his friends, banking on the unleashed power that accompanies Gohan's fury. Gohan tells Cell to stop, stating that he's unable to control his anger at will. However, Cell explains that this is why he'll hurt his friends. Cell looks toward the cliff, drawing concerned warnings from Piccolo, while Goku wishes he'd eaten a Senzu Bean when he had the chance. In a determined charge, Gohan lunges at Cell, only to be effortlessly kicked away. Cell urges Gohan to fully embrace his anger if he intends to harness its true potential, and suddenly, number 16 stealthily approaches from behind, executing an unconventional restraining hold on Cell. The unexpected move stuns everyone, and 16 reveals his plan to self-destruct, stating that Cell won't be able to survive a blast at such close range. Anticipation fills the air, yet the detonation fails to happen, perplexing 16. Krillin then yells to 16, stating that during his repair at Capsule Corps, Dr. Brief found the bomb in his body and removed it as he thought it was too dangerous. Cell's sinister laughter follows as he mocks 16, culminating a fatal blast that reduces the android to mere fragments on the battlefield. The severed head of 16 lands nearby, and Cell tells him that he's always been a failed creation as he kicks him over to the nearby rock, frightening Hercule and the others. Cell shifts his focus back to the cliff, his attention now on the Z Fighters. He states that it's their turn next and counts 7 of them altogether. With what was once his tail, Cell then creates many replicas of himself, naming them Cell Juniors. Cell commands his newly spawned minions to engage their adversaries on the cliff, dispatching them with ruthless intent. Amidst
Hope everyone's
Goku's
having a
urgent
good night.
warnings for everyone to be
We're just
careful,
7 out of 8
Vegeta and
and one
Trunks
more player.
power up to Super Saiyan, and Cell remains convinced that victory is impossible for the Z Fighters, confident that the Cell Juniors will prove to be unbeatable. The Cell Juniors reach the cliff and select individual targets. One of them singles out Krillin, evading his punch and delivering a forceful kick that sends him flying to the ground. Krillin lands on his stomach, and the Cell Jr. delivers a sharp knee to his back. In the midst of this chaos, Gohan thinks to himself that everyone except Trunks has been brought back to life with the Dragon Balls once already, meaning if anyone dies this time, it'll be forever. Exploiting Krillin's vulnerability, one Cell Jr. kicks him while he's down, while another strikes Yamcha's face, and another inflicts a powerful kick on Tien. Gohan's frustration simmers, and Cell detects a subtle rise in his ki. Cell urges Gohan to observe the ongoing battles, noting that Vegeta and Trunks are the only ones able to put up a decent fight. Cell goes on to say that Goku used up all his strength earlier, so it's only a matter of time before he falls as well. Yamcha's arm is dealt a powerful blow, and although Vegeta lands a punch, the Cell Jr. retaliates just as fiercely. Meanwhile, another Cell Jr. forcefully kicks Tien and propels him backward. Another targets Goku, delivering a knee to his midsection as the Saiyan apologizes to everyone, stating he didn't think things would turn out this way. Witnessing the ongoing carnage, Gohan realizes the incredible dormant strength within him, but struggles internally, questioning how he can channel his anger effectively to defeat Cell. Amid the chaos, Hercule wonders what's going on, while the announcer suggests a hasty retreat. However, 16's detached head speaks with Hercule, asking him
Appreciate
to
it,
take
Terrence.
him to Gohan. Hercule is of
We got
course
lucky.
hesitant at first, realizing the
didn't
danger of
put
the
up,
situation, but
much of
soon
a fight.
changes
They
his
didn't try to
mind,
jump me
feeling
anything.
he couldn't possibly run away while the
thought it'd be a
no-name
lot
fighters
worse.
were out there protecting them. Clutching
they
16's
had high
head,
levels, but
Hercule runs over to Gohan,
realistically,
getting
even if you have a
instructions
high
from the
level team,
android to
they
toss
might
him
not
over
play
when the
good.
time is right. As the conflict escalates, a Cell Jr. flings Krillin into the side of a nearby rock, another strikes Yamcha while he's down, and Tien crashes heavily to the ground
Appreciate the
nearby.
love.
Overwhelmed by the brutality of the situation, situation, Gohan begs for the violence to stop as tears run down his face. Observing the boy's emotional turmoil, Cell surmises that more is needed to draw out Gohan's full potential. He then commands the Cell Juniors to stop playing and kill their targets, which shocks Gohan. The boy's anger intensifies, and Cell urges the Cell Juniors to continue their assault. Amidst the chaos, Hercule throws 16's head, which lands between Cell and Gohan. 16 then imparts his words of wisdom onto Gohan, encouraging him to embrace his anger, releasing his inhibitions, and tapping into his inner strength. 16 then tells Gohan that there are those who words alone will not reach, and it's not a sin to fight for the right cause. While Cell mocks the wisdom of this advice, he remains committed to his own course of action. In his final words, 16 tells Gohan to protect the life he loved, and he's crushed beneath Cell's foot. Just then, a hush descends as Gohan's composed demeanor shatters, giving way to an immense scream that accompanies a profound surge in his power. The earth quivers beneath the force, capturing the attention of spectators who are left in awe, their focus now fixated on the newly transformed Gohan and the remarkable outpouring of energy. Gohan's transformation is evident as his hair lengthens and straightens, retaining its characteristic upright appearance while his aura radiates with lightning. With unwavering determination, Gohan strides resolutely towards Cell, stating he and the Cell Juniors will pay dearly for what they've done. Cell finds gratification in witnessing Gohan's true power. However, Gohan quickly snatches the bag of senzu beans from his grasp and takes off, much to his surprise. Gohan touches down beside a Cell Junior standing over Krillin. Swift and relentless, he neutralizes the threat with a single powerful swipe, severing the Cell Junior's head. The display leaves everyone, particularly Cell, in a state of shock, but Goku responds with a knowing chuckle, having anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. The remaining Cell Juniors converge on Gohan, only to meet their demise in rapid succession. Gohan dispatches them effortlessly, each with a single decisive blow. As the 7th Cell Junior attempts to flee, Gohan pursues and effortlessly disposes of it, severing its upper body with a single strike. Cell's surprise becomes evident, and the other Z fighters stand in awe at Gohan's amazing power. Gohan then tosses the bag of senzu beans to Trunks, instructing him to take care of the others. Gohan lands alongside Cell, their gazes locked in an intense standoff. The gravity of the situation isn't lost on Vegeta, unable to fathom the unfolding events. After receiving a senzu bean from Trunks, Krillin learns that Gohan had retrieved the beans from Cell. Trunks suggests retreating to a safer distance, but Krillin is captivated by Gohan's newfound transformation. Cell questions if Gohan genuinely believes he can beat him, and in response, Gohan confidently states his capability to overcome Cell. Somewhat taken aback, Cell then confidently promises to unleash his full fury on Gohan. Yamcha, now healed along with Trunks, Krillin, and Vegeta, observe from a distance as Cell begins his power surge, causing a massive dust storm. As the dust settles, Gohan remains undeterred, while Goku remarks that Cell is now using his full power. Cell announces his intent to get serious, but Gohan remains unfazed, telling him he still looks weak, leaving Cell both shocked and amused. Without warning, Cell lunges at Gohan, landing a blow to his face. Gohan staggers momentarily, but seems mostly unfazed, much to Cell's disbelief. As Cell attempts another punch, Gohan deflects it, retaliating with a forceful hit to Cell's stomach. Reeling from the impact, Cell swiftly tries to strike Gohan, who effortlessly dodges and counterattacks with a powerful uppercut, launching Cell backwards. Bloodied and battered, Cell struggles to comprehend the immense damage he
Still in the
sustained
lobby
from
waiting for the
merely
next
2
match.
of Gohan's hits, while Goku stands proud and Vegeta still in awe at what he's witnessing. Cell struggles to come to terms with the unfolding situation while Gohan approaches him. Attempting a kick, Cell tries to attack Gohan, but the Half Saiyan effortlessly blocks Cell's move. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan delivers a powerful kick to Cell's face, sending him skidding across the terrain. Rising, a mix of fear and disbelief are evident in Cell's eyes as Gohan comes closer. Struggling to fathom the existence of a being mightier than him, Cell's face
Alright, we
fills with
finally
fear.
got a
However,
match.
a sly
Just started 2
grin
minutes,
crosses
guys.
his face as he hatches a plan, stating that he still won't lose. Ascending, Cell begins to channel all his energy into a Kamehameha directed squarely at Gohan.
I have to talk
below.
low
The
because
implication is clear.
moved
If Gohan
and
dodges,
I have people
the Earth
around me
will
now,
be
so
destroyed. Panic ensues
I
amongst the
gotta be,
Z fighters, but
more
Gohan remains
cautious of how loud I am.
composed. As Cell releases his massive energy wave, Gohan responds in kind, beginning with a quiet Kamehame, and as the energy approaches him rapidly, he intensifies his cry, releasing his own wave. The power behind Gohan's attack repels Cell's beam, forcing it skyward and creating a shockwave that pushes everyone back. Cell is hit squarely, with his energy beam eventually venturing into the cosmos. The aftermath reveals a severely damaged
We have a
Cell,
level
missing
24
several
Captain
limbs
Kid.
and part of his head, while Gohan stands confidently below, wearing a triumphant smirk. Cell is in disbelief at the overwhelming power before him, while Vegeta remarks on how Gohan managed to outdo Cell's already colossal Kamehameha with an even more immense one. Gohan maintains his confident stance, eliciting urgent cries from Goku to swiftly end Cell's reign of terror. Gohan, however, playfully retorts, as he figures ending Cell so soon wouldn't be fun, and he deserves to suffer more. Goku and Piccolo are taken aback by this unexpected sentiment from Gohan, and as Cell begins his regeneration process, Goku emphasizes that Gohan is the only one who can defeat him, and he should hurry before Cell does something drastic. Gasping for breath, an enraged Cell lets out a furious scream. His body enlarges in fury, showcasing his immense muscles. Landing, he reveals a deranged smile and declares he'll never lose. As he lunges at Gohan, his attacks are easily evaded. Trunks points out that Cell has taken on a form prioritizing raw strength over agility, recalling it as a
Let's try to get this W. I need some wins, man, as a survivor.
Can you hear me? Nimbus Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key.
Sometime this week, I'm gonna put my mom on stream. She's gonna be playing. I'm gonna teach her how to play Mario Kart. You guys can see my family.
Help me. Please help me. Thank you very much.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Nimbus!
So that key's over there, but I think the Raider's over there as well. He's over there. Look for this E key real quick.
You have my thanks.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Now we found a Dragon Raider, and the guy's still level 1. So we're not doing too bad.
Are you here to save me?
No cave here. Is it?
You know what to do with that key.
Alright, so we key rushed him, and he's just about to get level 2. We have 3 Dragon Balls, and I have a radar.
Flying Nimbus!
What's the big idea? Give me a freaking break.
Looks like we have all 7, and he's going. Where's Eevee right now? Got my Nimbus back. I'm gonna head to C. They just need to organize and give each other the Dragon Ball, and we're good. These guys are about to summon. And then once he gets distracted, we can go plant that key. Yeah, so far it's looking good, Terrence. As long as the level 4 doesn't sell. You know what I mean? SELL.
Holy hell.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Oh man.
Come on, you guys need to kill Raccoon.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
They got him. He's still looking for that guy. I don't know where our level 4 is.
Take on. Take on. Here comes the rain.
There's our level 4, bro. This guy should be doing something right now. Like, buddy. I'm gonna eat it.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for
I owe you one.
I was saving my for the last minute.
Flying Nimbus.
Alright, so level 4 is still strong. I'm gonna see if I can find a soda real quick. Fuck. We can't find a soda then. Fuck it. I still have a final dragon change, so I can run to the time machine last minute.
Nimbus.
Captain Game's almost cooked.
Oh man. Holy hell.
There's our level 4.
Take on.
Nothing I could have done there. We put in some work. I have a final dragon change. Let's go. Champion.
I refuse to accept this.
sound effects. Well, we got the W. GG's. All right, back to the manga.
A tactical error he'd been warned against in the past. In an unexpected turn of events, Gohan rushes in and viciously kicks Cell in the face, contorting his already bloody demeanor with a crack now evident in his head. Cell contorts in discomfort and regurgitates number 18 from his body, much to the surprise of the Z Fighters. This causes Cell to revert to his previous form, prompting Gohan to mock the monster as his power decreases, infuriating Cell further. As Cell screams in anger, his body begins to swell and inflate dramatically, catching Gohan's attention. The scene is thick with tension as everyone tries to comprehend the situation. However, Goku senses imminent danger. With a sinister laugh, Cell reveals his plan to self-destruct within 1 minute, taking both Gohan and everyone else with him. He taunts Gohan, who planned to intervene, claiming any assault would hasten his explosive end. As Cell continues to swell with energy, the countdown ensues and panic grips the group. Gohan is filled with regret, recalling Goku's prior warning about eliminating Cell quickly. Blaming himself, Gohan despairs at the dire predicament they're now in. As the clock ticks down, Trunks speculates they have only 10 seconds, while Piccolo grimly acknowledges the Earth's impending doom, and Cell revels in their despair. Suddenly, a determined Goku looks at his companions and offers a resigned smile. He states that he only knows of one way to save the Earth and bids a farewell to everyone. In a blink, he vanishes, leaving Krillin to fearfully speculate his intention. As Cell gleefully counts down the final moments, savoring Gohan's distress, Goku re-emerges, touching Cell's grotesque form. He offers words of encouragement to Gohan and an apologetic message for Chi-Chi before teleporting once more, this time taking Cell with him. Those left behind, Gohan, Krillin, Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks, Yamcha, and Tien watch in various states of emotion. Elsewhere, on King Kai's planet, the Kai registers shock as Goku and Cell suddenly appear. Goku hurriedly apologizes as he had nowhere else to go, but before more could be said, Cell detonates, taking the Kai, his planet, and Goku with him. Back on Earth, the group is in disbelief, especially as Piccolo notes the disappearance of Goku's life energy. Gohan lets out a heart-wrenching call to his father, slamming his fist into the ground. Meanwhile, the announcer is puzzled, questioning Cell's sudden disappearance. Approaching the devastated Gohan, Krillin confronts him, emphasizing that both he and Goku have successfully ended the threat. Gohan reflects, regretting not heeding his father's advice earlier, but Krillin, while trying to uplift Gohan's spirits, reminds him of Earth's safety. He then collects the unconscious number 18, telling Gohan that Goku died
You better give me a ride.
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch.
We should be good,
Find
guys.
the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. Great. You know what to do with that key.
We got 2 keys already.
Someone help me.
He's almost at level 2 though.
You really want to save me?
Swear I heard an old man though.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
You got him. Right when I was going there. And he's stuck in E. Oh, he's right there.
What is this place? I am grateful.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
I fortunately don't have no key radars, nothing, so just blind right now. I'm trying to fight so we can do a little bit of damage. I don't know what these guys are up to.
Flying Nimbus!
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help.
This guy's sold.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Hey, great. You found another power key.
It's too late, man.
Quick.
Sucks I didn't have the civilian radar over here.
Take on.
Shit, he's level 3, can't even fight him.
Salad gun.
Solo, you bastard!
Still have to get this B key. He's about to turn into level
You know what to do with that key.
level 4.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Hold on, okay?
I owe you one.
Respect.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Flying Nimbus! Holy hell. Oh man.
This guy came back for me.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Well, we only have 2 Dragon Balls, so we're screwed. No dragon change.
Take on.
Where's the supplies, Trunks?
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger
You guys are all annoying, man.
rushing in. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Thank you.
Know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
I'm into the cave, bro.
The startup system's under attack.
This guy drops.
So tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can. Override if you need to. Got it?
Take on.
Nothing much we could have done there.
Hold on, okay?
This guy got revived like 4 times.
Extreme caution if you're going to help them. Allied down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
They better back the hell off.
What's this girl doing? Yo, Chugs, long time no see. Sorry, I just saw your message now. And Terrence, how'd it go? Were you playing as Vegeta or did you switch up?
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost trapped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Damn it!
What are you
Son
saying?
of a-
Is this another of your pathetic attacks? Would you like to work for me?
Hell no.
I must commend you on making it this far without dying.
Wonder if he's gonna let her go. I would've just killed her a long time ago.
Would you like to work for me?
No legends. Just Breakers, Kakarot, and Xenoverse 2. No Squadra, no
I must commend you on making it this
no
far
legends,
without
and
dying.
I don't play the other game either. Just Breakers, Xenoverse, and Kakarot for Dragon Ball games.
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
He destroys it, asshole.
What the?
Nice enough to let her go. Dokkan, yeah, no Dokkan battle, unfortunately. I never got into those games.
Make you envious. Come on, we are.
I heard about them too late. I didn't want to start fresh, so I just said screw it. We're here playing Breaker still. Trying to keep the game alive.
With pride, reflecting on his son's growth. Elsewhere in the afterlife, Goku, now sporting a halo with Bubbles and King Kai, expresses remorse for his actions. The trio, hovering beside Snake Way, discuss their current predicament. An irate King Kai berates Goku for sacrificing him for the Earth. Goku, however, apologizes once more, justifying his split-second decision. A curious Goku questions Cell's whereabouts, speculating if he ended up in Hell. King Kai then has an alarming realization, as all souls must first face King Yama for judgment, which implies Cell might still be alive. On Earth, Vegeta confronts Krillin about his intentions with the android, urging him to end her. Krillin, however, sees good in her and refuses. Their discussion is cut short by a sudden disturbance, as a large smoke cloud appears, much to everyone's surprise. Recognizing the familiar energy signature, the group is horrified as a beam pierces Trunks through the chest, knocking him down to the ground. Emerging from the haze
what else
is
do you play,
Cell,
Chugs?
now with an aura similar to Gohan's powered up slept state, leaving everyone in shock. Cell begins to explain how he survived thanks to the resilience of his core, a small nucleus within him. He shares that as long as this nucleus remains intact, he can regenerate
Yo,
no
Terrence,
matter
did
the
you get all the
damage.
DLC for
Despite
Kakarot?
being unsure of his recovery after the explosion, he was fortunate that his nucleus remained undamaged. He reveals that his body also regenerated to its perfect form without number 18,
Yeah, I had a feeling
and
that game
even
wasn't gonna
beyond,
last long.
attributing this to his
Honestly,
Saiyan
that's why I
cells as they
personally never got
amplify
into
one's
it.
power after
I just kept
near-death
playing Breakers.
experiences. He also discloses that he mastered Goku's instant transmission technique, ironically thanking Goku for it. As the revelation sinks in, Vegeta seethes with anger for Trunks, while Gohan, gathering his resolve, prepares for what's next. Recharged, Gohan's aura crackles to life once more, a smirk displaying on his face. Curious, Cell questions Gohan's amusement, to which the young Saiyan retorts about avenging his father. Cell is dismissive, confident about his advantage this time, while Vegeta, with a look of horror, glances back at the fallen Trunks. Filled with rage, he screams out and charges at Cell, transforming into a Super Saiyan mid-flight. He releases a large energy blast and a barrage of blasts following suit, causing massive destruction. Yet, emerging from the aftermath, an unscathed Cell catches Vegeta off guard, easily knocking him down. Poised to deliver a finishing blow, Cell releases an energy blast at the Saiyan, and in an act of desperation, Gohan intervenes, shielding Vegeta from the impact. The force of the blast has severely injured Gohan's left arm, leaving it bloody and limp, much to Cell's satisfaction. Piccolo shouts in concern for Gohan, while
guys, we
Krillin
found another
grumbles
match.
about
Seems like
Vegeta's
matches are going real quick
impulsiveness,
tonight.
noting that Trunks could have been resurrected
Facing a level
with the
66
Dragon Balls.
Vegeta.
Declaring the end of
Should
the
start in 2
battle,
minutes.
Cell's tone becomes ominous, while Gohan, sensing a significant increase in Cell's strength, becomes apprehensive. Piccolo inquires about any remaining Sensu beans, but Krillin reveals they're all gone. Preparing for another Kamehameha, Cell vows to completely annihilate the Earth. As Cell powers up, a troubled Gohan braces for what comes next. Internalizing his failure, Gohan reflects, apologizing to his father for letting him down, as he couldn't protect the Earth. Vegeta, regaining consciousness, expresses his regret for becoming a hindrance and apologizes to Gohan. Observing Vegeta's uncharacteristic apology, Gohan looks in surprise, realizing that Vegeta must know that they have no chance of winning. Meanwhile, Piccolo screams, realizing the gravity of the situation, and curses their lack of power. As Cell gathers energy for his blast, the Earth trembles, and he boasts about possessing enough energy to destroy the entire solar system. Around the world, citizens panic due to sudden tremors. The announcer at the battlefield describes Cell's radiant and alarming aura, while Hercule dismisses it as an illusion. Cell challenges Gohan for one final defense, but Gohan, void of hope, acknowledges the futility of any resistance. Cell then mocks Gohan, anticipating a swift conclusion to the battle. However, a voice appears from thin air, telling Gohan
Got this.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys.
Fair
Then
voices.
place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Trying to get these cues and I'm out of here. Needs one more.
Flying Nimbus!
That was quick. For this guy to get his level 2.
Great! You know what to do with that key. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Still have to get one more cue, bro. I'm gonna try to set this key real quick and then head to E. What the hell is that, bro? What Dragon Ball is that?
Flying Nimbus!
Damn, someone took my cube. I needed that.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Or Dragon Balls. Son.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
I'll try to set that E key.
Are you here to save me?
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Okay, I'm gonna get this radar. I need it.
Flying Nimbus!
Just in case someone has time patroller's duty. Actually, a Dragon Ball somewhere over there. I hope it's something worth it. A new multiplayer game would be great. Or even like a 2-player story mode game would be great.
Flying Nimbus!
Get that, homie. Set that D key.
Holy hell. Vegeta! Help me! I've got no use for a say in this damn. What are you trying?
This guy had to die right where I was planting the key. Some bullshit.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Remember, Vegeta gets his grade 8 form, so we have to kill him quick as possible.
Out of here!
Did I get it?
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Flying Nimbus!
Okay. We need one more Dragon Ball. I think you might have seen me.
Holy hell.
stay here for a couple of seconds. Alright, we got the Dragon Balls. Get that, homie. Get that. Oh, these guys are being stingy with the balls, bro. Where's the other guy? Right there?
Oh man.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Come forth, Shenron!
Now, it shall be done. I will grant your wish.
Here comes
Yeah, it's common sense. You know, whoever has the most balls gets the summon, right? But sometimes these guys are stingy. The other 2 guys gave me the ball, so it's all good. Have to go clutch this. That was an easy win. Shout out to the team. Everyone did their job.
What happened?
— 66 Vegeta, not bad.
Not to surrender. Gohan searches for its source, learning that it's his father communicating from the afterlife, urging him to unleash a full force Kamehameha. Despite Gohan's objections due to his injuries and diminished strength, Goku assures him of his potential. Cell, misinterpreting the situation, thinks Gohan's lost his mind and is talking to himself. Goku's comforting words and encouragement spark new hope in Gohan, who apologizes for being the cause of his father's demise. Goku, however, brushes off the guilt, conveying his contentment in the afterlife and wishing Gohan a fulfilling life. Determined, Gohan adopts a stance that astonishes all, especially his comrades. With a single-handed gesture,
we
he
had to kill him
begins to
quick.
charge up his Kamehameha, mirroring Cell's energy. Despite Piccolo's doubts about Gohan's capabilities given the visible differences in their power levels, Gohan releases his Kamehameha in response to Cell's. In this intense moment, an apparition of Goku, hands positioned for the blast, appears to support his son. The 2 colossal Kamehameha waves surge toward each other, and recognizing the imminent danger, Piccolo urges everyone to evacuate. Krillin assists 18, while Tien and Yamcha tend to Trunks' lifeless body. As the beams clash, an enormous explosion ensues, ravaging the landscape as Earth trembles from the immense force exerted by both Gohan and Cell. Piccolo fears the worst, while Cell exclaims he'll finish everyone off now. Urging him forward, Goku tells his son to push on and let his power explode. Gohan responds, asserting he's giving it his all, but Goku counters, stating he's holding back as he's worrying about the Earth. He tells Gohan not to worry, as any damage done can be fixed by the Dragon Balls. In a climactic twist, Cell, about to declare victory, is unexpectedly struck in the face by a beam in the distance. He finds an emboldened Vegeta responsible for the attack, and seizing the moment, Gohan channels every bit of energy into his Kamehameha, overpowering Cell's. The impact annihilates Cell entirely, down to his core, and after the final explosion, exhausted and reverting from his Super Saiyan state, Gohan collapses. The aftermath reveals a vast crater in the spot once occupied by Cell, and those present reel with shock of Gohan's victory. Goku beams with pride, and a wearied Gohan grins, catching his breath. Piccolo is in disbelief that Gohan succeeded, and Yamcha is overjoyed. Landing beside Gohan, the group consists of Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin cradling 18, and Tien holding Trunks. Yamcha showers Gohan with praise, and since they're out of Senzu beans, Krillin suggests seeking Dende. Yamcha then takes a tired Gohan, while Tien with Trunks and Krillin with 18 depart. Before leaving, Piccolo questions if Vegeta needs help, but Vegeta with pride declares he doesn't need help from anyone. As Piccolo departs with a smirk, Vegeta initially sits in silence, acknowledging he's been utterly beaten by both Goku and his son. Frustrated that Goku gave up his life, Vegeta goes his own way, vowing to never fight again. Meanwhile, Hercule, after rising, realizes everyone's gone. When the announcer rises and questions Cell's whereabouts, Hercule confidently declares that he defeated Cell. He dismisses the previous fighter's tactics as mere tricks, and upon broadcasting Hercule's claimed victory, global celebrations erupt in his honor. At the lookout, Dende restores number 18.
Hopefully
As
we get a
Yamcha
match together
warns
soon.
Dende of the possible danger, Krillin calms him, revealing Gohan's triumph over Cell. 18 learns of Gohan's power and is cautioned by Yamcha against any retaliation. She's reminded by Piccolo of Krillin's compassion after she was spit up by Cell, and out of nowhere, Gohan suggests Krillin's love for 18, earning a smack on the head. 18, however, dismisses the notion, departing after calling Krillin a runt. An agitated Yamcha threatens to teach 18 a thing or two, but is checked by Tien, who knows he'll do no such thing. Piccolo then stresses the priority of resurrecting those who were killed by Cell, and Gohan tries to console Krillin, although it doesn't work. As Mr. Popo produces the Dragon Balls, Shenron is summoned under a darkened sky. Yamcha wishes to revive those who were killed by Cell, and Trunks rises, yet Goku remains undetected by Piccolo. A second request to resurrect Goku is rejected by Shenron, leaving the group to contemplate another way to bring their hero back. However, from the afterlife, Goku conveys a heartfelt message to his friends, telling them not to revive him. He acknowledges being a magnet for villains as stated by Bulma and King Kai, and contemplates a peaceful Earth without him. Enjoying a unique status in the afterlife, Goku looks forward to endless challenges and meeting new people. Goku reassures everyone that he's happy where he is, and tells Gohan that he has nothing left to teach him, as he's stronger now than he ever was. As the Saiyan bids a farewell to his son and friends, an image of him appears in the sky, Krillin noting that even in death, Goku looks cheerful. As the group struggle with Goku's departure, Shenron floats idly by, waiting for the second wish. Shenron grows impatient, prompting the group to make a wish or forfeit their opportunity. Yamcha suggests a necklace for his girlfriend, however, Krillin wishes to transform number 17 and 18 back to regular humans. Unable to do this due to their overwhelming power, Shenron declines. 18 observes discreetly, appearing surprised at Krillin's wish. Yamcha questions why Krillin tried to use the wish for 17, to which Piccolo states that 17 was also brought back to life. Refocusing, Krillin questions if Shenron can instead remove the explosives from the androids' bodies. Shenron states that this wish is possible as it doesn't interfere with the power of the androids. He then grants the wish and bids a farewell, departing as the Dragon Balls scatter across the earth. Trunks inquires about Krillin's motive behind the wish, and Krillin expresses sympathy for the androids, burdened by having a bomb in them, as 18 sits discreetly, contemplating on what just happened. When asked about why Krillin helped 17 as well, he states he might just be perfect for 18, contemplating her to come out of hiding, exclaiming that her and 17 are twins. 18 tells Krillin not to get the wrong idea about her, and tells him that she's not thanking him for his wish. However, she turns around before leaving, telling Krillin that she'll see him soon. Yamcha encourages Krillin, suggesting the possibility of romance, while Piccolo remains perplexed by human emotions. As Krillin admits mixed feelings as he still misses Goku, the group disperses. Tien departs for home, telling the group he'll probably never see them again, and wishes Trunks the best of luck with the androids in his future. Yamcha decides to leave as well, and Trunks shares his plans to return to the future after a night's rest. Piccolo confirms his residence at the lookout, and after a few farewells, Gohan, Trunks, Yamcha, and Krillin part ways. As they travel, Yamcha enlightens Trunks about Vegeta's reaction to his death, and at Goku's Goku's home, Gohan consoles a grieving Chi-Chi. The following day sees a farewell gathering for Trunks, with attendees donning their best attire. An appreciative exchange between Trunks and Vegeta marks the occasion, and as Trunks departs in his time machine, an image of Goku lingers among Gohan and his friends. In Trunks' future within West City, he returns via the time machine. Greeting his mother Bulma, she remarks on his growth. He details his time in the hyperbolic time chamber at the Lookout, where a day equates to a year of training. As he recounts his experiences, he mentions Goku's death, Gohan's subsequent vengeance, and even Vegeta's emotional reaction to his own demise, which astonishes Bulma. Their conversation is interrupted, however, by news of the androids attacking Parsley City. Confident, Trunks assures Bulma of his eventual success before transforming into a Super Saiyan and departing. In the midst of destruction, number 18 wreaks havoc while 17 observes, attributing her rage to a lost video game. Their banter is disrupted when
Right
an
now we
old
have
man
7 out of 8,
manages to
just
shoot
one more.
17 in the face. In retaliation, 17 wastes no time, taking the gun that he had in his holster and shooting the old man. Soon after, Trunks arrives, declaring his intention to end the androids. In disbelief of Trunks' reappearance, the androids confront him, thinking they'll once again be able to have their way with him. Yet with his newfound power, Trunks swiftly defeats number 18, much to 17's surprise. Trunks then proceeds to overcome 17 in the name of his fallen friends and Gohan, destroying him as well via the bomb in his body. Declaring the battle unfinished, Trunks hints at one more threat looming. Fast forwarding 3 years, the time machine is ready for a round trip. As Trunks prepares for departure, he anticipates
Alright,
an
we got a
attack
Raider
from
match.
Cell. Confronting Cell, Trunks reveals he's aware of the plot, and he declares the plan's failure and prepares for the
it's a
showdown.
high level,
Cell,
we're
taken
playing
aback
Frieza.
by
Actually,
Trunks'
you know what?
confidence,
Fuck it.
processes
Maybe I
his
should just
claims.
try as,
Trunks
Vegeta.
confidently asserts that Cell
Like,
was
I keep
powerful
winning
in his
with Frieza.
perfect form, but Trunks believes that he can defeat him in the form he's in now. Piecing together the puzzle, Cell deduces Trunks' knowledge stems from time traveling, but skeptical, he mentions his surveillance data, which suggests Trunks couldn't even best the androids. Trunks then questions Cell on their current absence, prompting Cell to realize Trunks has defeated them after all. In disbelief, Cell is suddenly sent airborne by a
Play as
shockwave from Trunks, who pursues him to a desolate terrain. Upon landing, a Super Saiyan transformation engulfs Trunks, prompting Cell to muster his strength as well. As Trunks vows to stop Cell's time-traveling
guys.
ambitions,
I'm
their
gonna play as
clash
Majin.
ensues. Trunks gains the upper
level
hand,
100.
landing a punch that leaves Cell reeling. Despite Cell's desperate tail strike, Trunks adeptly maneuvers, spinning Cell around and throwing him into the air. As Cell prepares to launch a Kamehameha wave at Trunks, he notices as the Super Saiyan powers up immensely, subsequently launching a devastating blast that eradicates Cell completely. Victorious, Trunks reverts to his original state, expressing his gratitude to Goku and the others before heading home, where Bulma warmly greets him. After enduring a rough future, Trunks, alongside Bulma and others, finally relishes true peace. The Majin Buu arc takes place 7 years after the events of the Cell Saga. We're introduced to a town named after Hercule, who is believed to have saved the Earth from Cell's perfect form. A few thugs decide to rob the Hercule City Bank and start shooting up the place. Meanwhile, Gohan rides in on the flying Nimbus in that direction. Gohan is now 16.
Good. 1 second to get the sound back on. I think we need four civilians. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. I failed. Who shot me? That's the button I wanted. She got away. It's okay, we need one more civilian though. There you go. Kind of getting key rush too. B, C, and D. So ain't no one in B right now. See no one. I don't see no one in D either. Where the hell is everyone? See you now. Let's get rid of D. It's like they might try to save that guy. Yeah, he just got revived. I'm not gonna camp him. I'm gonna try to go kill these guys and see. What did this guy change into? Like, I don't understand. What did this guy change into? This game still has some stuff I have no idea about. But I need to kill one more person to get my level 3. Where did this guy go? Okay, there he is. done for. Cause yo, I didn't know. I think he turned into a bat, but I didn't see him fly away. So I have no idea. Still haven't found that C key. Quickly transform into a bat. The thing about Boo is you still get some health back when you kill the people them. Major leg, bro. Nah, fast internet, so it's not me. You can bat. It should be setting that C key right now. Bats, bro. Yeah, in my belly. Got lucky. But somehow I got all the Dragon Balls. I had never seen that happen before. One wish and one wish only. Heal my wounds. That was pretty good. I just didn't want them to summon. Doesn't look like they're even gonna try to fight. Like, yeah, explain to me. Was it because we absorbed them? Is that what I'm assuming? We absorbed the guy with the Dragon Balls, and then we just got them all? Like, automatically? down there. Yeah, after image is a good move, bro. One more left. Tell me the answer. Stupid bat. Forgot I had key sense. I wouldn't say it was a super easy, but kind of annoying killing those bat guys. But win is a win. That match better have counted.
Having been homeschooled up until this point, Chi-Chi set it up though so he could now commute to the high school in Hercule City. Gohan decides to land a few blocks away from the school and bids a farewell to Nimbus for now. He sprints down the road at super speed, but notices the bank robbery nearby. Gohan takes the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan to disguise himself and beats up the bank robbers, catching bullets and turning over their truck to prevent them from escaping. He then runs off, leaving the rest to the police. Gohan powers down around the corner, and just then, a girl with a white shirt and two ponytails comes up to him from behind.
Yeah, we're getting Raider matches pretty quick today.
Gohan says he didn't see, and while the girl stands disappointed that she couldn't stop them herself, he sneaks off in the other direction. An old man then calls the girl now known as Videl and tells her that the one responsible for this was the Golden Warrior yet again. The man tells her how powerful he was and says he was coincidentally wearing the same school badge that she was wearing on her shirt. Videl remains suspicious, and we cut to Orange Star High School as she asks a guy with blonde hair named Sharpner if he's the Golden Warrior, but he denies it. A blonde girl then wonders if the Golden Warrior is stronger than Hercule, but a nerdy kid says there's no way as he's the champion who saved the Earth. The professor then walks into the room and introduces everyone to their new classmate, Gohan, who nervously comes in and finds a seat next to the blonde girl who finds him attractive. She introduces herself as Eliza and then introduces Videl, telling Gohan that her father is none other than Hercule himself. She then says that had it not been for Videl's father,
thanks for letting me know. That's useful information.
Videl then recognizes Gohan from the bank robbery scene in the morning. The students discuss the Golden Warrior and how he's been mysteriously appearing, causing Gohan to realize everybody's already made a legend out of him. Videl states the description she got matches Gohan's appearance, but Eliza and Sharpner both dismiss this, stating that Gohan likely isn't a fighter. Videl thinks to herself though, recalling watching a video of the Cell games long ago and witnessing someone transforming with golden hair. We cut to gym class, where Gohan prepares to play baseball with his classmates. Sharpner steps up to bat
matches
and
are going
Videl's
quick. We
pitch
have
out of
another
the
match.
park, but Gohan jumps way
2 minutes,
into
guys.
the air to catch it. The class is stunned, and Gohan feels as though he may have overdid it, but steps up next to bat, thinking to himself that he shouldn't hit the ball to avoid unnecessary attention. Sharpner, meanwhile, as pitcher, decides to teach Gohan a lesson by throwing the ball towards his face to scare him. However, Gohan takes the impact of the ball face first with no damage, shocking the class and making Videl
Terrence,
even
we got a
more
match.
suspicious. After school, she decides to follow Gohan to get answers, but he realizes she's following him and flies atop a building to avoid detection. Gohan then rides off on the flying Nimbus to head for Bulma, thinking he'll need a disguise to keep his powers a secret. Gohan later arrives at Capsule Corp, where Bulma tells him she'll be able to create a costume for him in 2 hours.
Be right back in a minute,
Meanwhile, Gohan runs into Kid Trunks, grown up since the battle with Cell, all sweaty from training with Vegeta, who's grooming him to be even stronger than Gohan. Vegeta then greets Gohan, telling him that times may be peaceful now, but if he continues to slack off on his training, he'll become rusty. 2 hours come and go, and Gohan puts on his costume, endowed in an orange helmet and red cape, which pleases him greatly. Trunks doesn't think it's very cool, but Gohan takes off on Nimbus, thanking Bulma for all her help. On the way home, Gohan realizes that if he puts his new disguise on, he won't have to worry about anyone seeing him flying. He then transforms and races Nimbus for fun, but is interrupted as he witnesses a car driving recklessly through a city. Gohan lands in front of the car and tells the driver to stop, as 2 guys get out and ask who he is, prepared to threaten him with their weapons. Gohan then introduces himself as the Great Saiyaman, but the 2 guys laugh at him. Irritated, Gohan crushes the ground beneath him with a single stomp.
Alright, I'm back. Let's get it, Terrence. Yeah, it looks like we have a solid team.
Can you hear me?
Flying
It's
Nimbus!
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Yeah, my hair bears civilians. I don't know where they are though.
Where am I?
Great.
Thanks.
You know what to do with that key.
Oh, playing with fire. Let's get out of there, Terrence. I think he's in
Flying
B.
Nimbus!
Going to head back to E. Or at least try to set this D key. Get this cube.
An ally Nimbus! We don't know what danger awaits. Things will be coming in.
Oh man.
Getting the hell out of there, bro.
Hey, great.
Hey, we found the key.
Power key. Use it quick.
Someone! Someone! Thanks.
Gonna head to A real quick.
If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Over there. Terrence, that's you. Did we get a level 3 transfer for Broly? I don't remember.
Stay calm.
I tried, guys. Cal sold us out.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Thank you, sir.
A super transfer is headed your way.
I owe you one.
Let's get out of here.
Flying Nimbus!
This guy's beef with me.
Trash will always be trash.
I'll send some supplies to help.
I feel a bit better now.
Oh, appreciate it, Terrence.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
All right, you're the star of the show.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Bro, he's too strong, man.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
You missed so bad. Thought he was gonna do that move, yeah, when he moves it around. That's exactly what I thought he was gonna do, but he missed the first time. That's that, like Yamcha's bootleg Spirit Bomb?
The starter system destroyed. These hang-time machines all stripped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light. Hurry down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for an ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits.
Finished already.
Rushing in. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again.
That's not coming to save you.
Time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Well, GG's, man. Unfortunately, sucks that I had to be against a Broly. Hopefully we'll match again soon with a lower level raider.
If you'd only chosen death, you could have avoided more suffering.
Dog, that guy came out of his way to kill me, but it's all good.
It's nigh.
To the manga.
telling the two guys to stop making fun of him as he spent a lot of time thinking up his hero name. Fearful for their lives, the two agree and drive off, saying that they'll practice safe driving from now on. The next day at Goku's house, Gohan leaves for school as the Great Saiyaman, but not before saying goodbye to his mother Chi-Chi and little brother Goten, a boy who looks exactly like Goku and was conceived before the Cell games. Gohan later arrives at school, talking with a student who wonders if he's heard of a new hero who arrived in town, and he isn't the Golden Warrior. The student says he looks a little funny, but his name is the Great Tire Man or something, but Gohan corrects him in saying it's the Great Saiyaman. Later in class, Videl's watch starts beeping, alerting her that there was a robbery in progress. She rushes out of the classroom to get there, and Gohan wonders where she's going, but Sharpner and the others tell him not to worry, as she's the daughter of Hercule and can handle herself. Gohan, feeling uneasy though, yells to go to the bathroom and rushes out, transforming into the Great Saiyaman to assist, although he'll have to wait to sense Videl's ki, given he doesn't know where she went. Meanwhile, Videl arrives on the scene with the robbers she heard about and tells them to give up the easy way or they might get hurt. The biggest of the two isn't afraid though, underestimating Videl and stating nobody is stronger than him. He tries to grab her, but is met with a solid kick to the chin, alerting the Great Saiyaman of Videl's position as he flies off to help. Back at the scene, Videl handles the robber with ease, knocking him around as Saiyaman watches in the distance, surprised that she can handle herself. The robber continues to get knocked around and eventually falls unconscious, but Saiyaman notices that his partner is preparing to shoot Videl, causing him to spring into action and crush the firearm with his bare hands, much to everyone's surprise. The partner wonders who this mysterious man is, to which the hero performs a special dance and introduces himself as the Great Saiyaman, having Videl think he looks ridiculous. Determined not to get caught though, the remaining robber throws down a smoke bomb and jumps into his car to escape. However, Saiyaman flies after him, shocking Videl. The robber thinks he's gotten away, but is knocked over the head by Saiyaman and brought back to Videl to be detained. Videl acknowledges Saiyaman's strength, but is curious about who he really is. Having an idea, she calls him by the name Gohan, to which he foolishly responds, alerting her of his identity, and the two take off together in her airship. Videl wonders why Gohan decided to wear such a strange costume, to which he replies he just wanted to live a normal life. She wonders if
GG's
Gohan
though.
is actually the Golden Warrior as well, but he denies it, thinking to himself that those powers must remain a secret. Videl believes him, and proceeds to wonder if he'll be participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament this year. Gohan pretends to be oblivious, but Videl points out that the former champion of the tournament was named Son Goku, who shares the same family name as Gohan. She surmises that Gohan is Goku's son, and blackmails him to join the tournament to fight her, otherwise she'll tell everyone that he's the Great Saiyaman. Gohan of course agrees, and the two head back to class separately to avoid suspicion, as the students make fun of Gohan for being in the bathroom for so long. Back at Capsule Corp, Gohan tells Bulma that he'll be entering the World Martial Arts Tournament since Videl forced him. However, he still wants to remain anonymous to his classmates that will be in attendance, so he wonders if Bulma can make him something simple to keep him from being noticed. Because certain devices aren't allowed at the tournament, Bulma gives Gohan a bandana and shades, which pleases him greatly. She says he probably won't have to put in much effort against the competition, but Vegeta cuts in, saying he'll be participating as well. He says how there was a wide gap between he and Gohan's power 7 years ago, but now he wants to test his power again. Suddenly, everyone hears a voice off in the distance, and Gohan gets excited, realizing it's Goku's. In the aftermath afterlife using communication through King Kai. Goku says that he'll be joining the tournament this year too, as he asked Baba to take him to Earth for one day, much to the satisfaction of Gohan and Vegeta, who patiently await his return. Bulma tells Gohan to let everyone know as soon as possible, and he takes off to Kame House first. Krillin and 18 are there with their daughter as well as Master Roshi, and Krillin gets excited about seeing Goku again. 18 wonders about the prize money and gets pumped about it being 10 million Zeni for first place, telling Krillin that they'll both be participating. Gohan then flies off to the lookout next, where he tells Piccolo, Dende, and Mr. Popo the good news. Piccolo decides to participate in the tournament as well, and Gohan takes off to go home. On the way, he says that Bulma will probably contact Yamcha, and there's also Tien and Chaozu, but he can't find them anywhere. He knows though that Chi-Chi will be happy to find out Goku is coming home for the day, but wonders if she'll let him join the tournament. Later that night though, Gohan's worries are put to bed, as not only is Chi-Chi excited about her husband's return, but she's eager to win 10 million Zeni for their family, telling Gohan he can go to school later and train in the meantime. Before bed, Gohan tells Goten to come train with him in the morning, and as dawn breaks, the two begin, with Gohan transformed to a Super Saiyan. Eager to work on his reflexes first, Gohan grabs a stack of rocks and tells Goten to launch them at him as fast as he can. Goten is worried that he's standing a little too close, but Gohan's confident in his abilities and tells him it's okay. Goten throws the first rock though at top speed, nearly hitting Gohan in the face, much to his surprise. Goten is happy that his brother is so strong and gets ready to throw some more, but Gohan frantically moves Goten back a bit so he won't get hurt. After some more throws, Goten asks Gohan if he can be like him, a Super Saiyan. Gohan laughs though,
Alright guys,
saying
next
that
match
he
should
has
start in
to
2
train
minutes.
hard to achieve that level of power and that he isn't ready yet. Goten makes his older brother eat his words though, as he effortlessly transforms into a Super Saiyan the moment after, shocking Gohan. Gohan wonders how long he's been a Super Saiyan, but Goten says he's not sure. Gohan then says the two should spar together, and Goten springs into action. The two trade a few blows with Gohan on the defensive, and he jumps in the air to fly and gain some distance. Goten, however, tells him it's not fair as he can't fly himself, making Gohan wonder how the heck he's able to achieve such a transformation but hasn't learned how to fly. Just then, he notices an airship in the distance and spots Videl, on her way to his house now
Have
as he'll
another
have
match
to
with
teach
Kyle
her
Kennedy.
how to fly as well.
Unfortunately, Terrence,
Before heading back,
we didn't match
Gohan
up
tells
this
his
time.
younger brother not to show off any of his strength to her, especially his Super Saiyan transformation. The two then sprint back home, and Gohan acknowledges Goten's incredible potential. Goten states, however, that Trunks is a bit stronger than him, prompting Gohan to think he needs to train harder, otherwise he'll be left in the dust by a few kids. Back at home, Chi-Chi interrogates
Yeah, I gotta
Videl,
match you,
thinking
but
she's come to date Gohan.
unfortunately, you're not
Videl,
it.
however, denies this,
I'm
and the
facing
two
level
brothers
16
arrive.
Vegeta.
Gohan wonders how Videl was able to find his home, and she tells him she found his address and some documents at school. The two then prepare to head off for flight training, but not before Chi-Chi makes another comment about Videl trying to seduce her son. The three begin their training, and Gohan explains the art of ki control, stating that it's all you really need to learn how to fly. Videl, of course, is confused on what ki is, but Goten explains by shooting a blast from his hand to destroy a nearby boulder, much to her shock. Videl at first thinks ki must be some sort of trick, similar to her father during the Cell games, but Gohan tells her that it's real and urges Goten to go play somewhere so he can teach her the basics of ki and how to control it. Later that day, Videl progresses in learning ki control, but still isn't ready to fly just yet. Meanwhile,
Can you hear me? Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Getting a power key radar in the beginning was always great.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Holy hell.
He's not coming over here. This guy's underground. Check. You get this guy, then I'll go get the guys underground.
Flying Nimbus!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Welcome. Thank you.
Kill star level 2.
You have my thanks.
It's the other
Flying
person.
Nimbus!
We have 4 Dragon Balls so far.
You have my thanks.
Once we summon, we'll be good.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Got a power key radar.
Flying Nimbus!
He is underground. Funny, I was gonna come this way too, but I went to save the other civilian.
Use it quick.
Alright, I'm gonna go try to find that D key. We have 6 Dragon Balls so far. Shit.
You know what to do with that key.
Thanks.
Appreciate it, man. I know I need those cues. Remember like 2 weeks ago, it was taking like half an hour sometimes to find a match?
Flying Nimbus!
He saw me. We still need to find the last Dragon Ball. I can go pick up that radar and go search for it.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue
I also need one more cube.
watch out for enemies. The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
I'm sorry, man. I needed that. I have my level 3. I stole the cube, but shit. Last ball's over here. Okay, let me give it to Kyle Ken. Holy fuck, bro. Where is this guy? I was looking for Kyle, but it took too long.
Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
You all right? I owe you one. Flying Nimbus!
Fortunately, now we have to go look for a freaking soda. I think that's rockets. Oh, that's a soda. Yes. Yeah, I also need a barrier. Once we jump Nappa, we can just steal the last 2 Dragon Balls off of him. It's close to Vegeta.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. Use good all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shenron at the altar.
Oh, brother. I didn't even notice the time machine was going up so much. I just have to get my dragon change back. So I'm just chilling right now. But we won the match.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them,
GG's.
watch out for enemies.
That was a pretty easy match. If I got him the Dragon Balls, we would have won a lot faster, but he destroyed the area and I got trapped in the corner.
Insignificant trash!
While in the afterlife, Goku trains in base form with some heavy weights on his arms and legs under King Kai. Not long after, the South Kai appears. Surprised Goku is training with a total of 8 tons. He however attempts to brag to King Kai about one of his own champions, which doesn't worry him in the least. Instead, King Kai decides to demonstrate Goku's superiority over all others by changing his training weights to 40 tons total and allowing him to use Super Saiyan, leaving the South Kai in awe. Back on Earth, Videl has already learned to float in the air after only 1 day of training. She however pales in comparison to Goten, who's zipping around like a bird now. Gohan assures her that she'll improve in time, but Videl says she'll be back tomorrow for more training. Before she leaves though, Gohan tells her that her hair would be better if it were cut short, prompting Videl to blush and asks if he likes girls with short hair. Gohan however says it's not about that and relates it to fighting, which makes her angry as she flies away. The next day though, Videl returns with her hair cut short, much to Gohan's confusion. As the World Martial Arts Tournament draws near, we cut to Capsule Corp, where Vegeta trains in a gravity room with Trunks at 150 times Earth's normal gravity. Vegeta tells his son that it's too much for him and that he should leave, but Trunks has a better idea and transforms into a Super Saiyan, same as Goten, much to the
Yo,
shock
Terrence,
of
what
the
rate are you
Saiyan
building up
Prince.
right now?
As Trunks runs around the room with ease, Vegeta wonders when turning into a Super Saiyan became so easy. He then calls Trunks over, offering to take him to the amusement park if he can land land just one hit to his face. Trunks then rushes in, throwing a barrage of punches toward Vegeta and lands a minor hit to the side of his face. Vegeta, however, gets a little carried away and punches Trunks straight in the face, knocking him to the floor. As his son begins to cry, Vegeta tells him that they'll still be going to the amusement park, but first asks Trunks who's stronger between him and Goten. Trunks states that he's a little stronger, and we cut to Videl, who can float even higher than before now. She, however, says she'll keep coming back until she can fly like Goten, prompting Gohan to tell his younger brother to stop flying so fast when she's around. Videl then takes a break and tells Gohan to keep her flying abilities a secret from her dad, as she's not even supposed to be around any guys that aren't as strong as him. Gohan then thinks to himself that Videl isn't even aware that she's far stronger than her father, prompting him to ask if she'd be mad if one day someone beat him. She says she wouldn't be though, and says he needs to learn some humility, as he's been using his fame to meet other women since her mom passed away. Gohan then thinks to himself that this is great, as she won't be upset when he beats Hercule in the tournament. Before heading off, Videl asks Gohan who taught him martial arts, to which he replies his father who passed away and his friends. Goten then foolishly blurts out that their dad will be returning for the tournament though, upsetting Gohan. Videl is confused at first, but assumes their father must have abandoned them and secretly sent them a note that he'd be returning behind their mother's back. Gohan decides not to correct her, and after 10 days, Videl was able to fly freely like Goten, and the two brothers continue their training alone. Finally, the day of the tournament arrives, and on the Capsule Corps airship, the Dragon Team and the rest of the Peanut Gallery greet one another, Bulma asking Yamcha if he'll be participating, but Yamcha replies no, as he'd be an embarrassment. Gohan then tells Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks that they should refrain from becoming Super Saiyans, as everyone will recognize them from the battle with Cell 7 years ago. The three agree, and everyone arrives at the tournament, where Hercule touches down as well, getting swarmed by the press and adoring fans as the man who supposedly saved the Earth. As Chi-Chi wonders where her husband might be, Goku touches down and greets everyone with a smile, and we witness tears from some of the group's members as the majority rush in to hug him. Fortune teller Baba is with him and tells Goku that he has 24 hours before he has to return to the afterlife, and not long after, Goku notices Goten, who's hiding behind his mother. The Dragon Team then begin registering for the tournament, and everyone heads off to get started. As the team head toward the preliminaries, Goku notices Krillin isn't naturally bald, as he reveals he used to shave it back then. Goten and Trunks discuss who the strongest between their dads is, and Goku notices Android 18, who Krillin reveals is his wife who lives with him at Master Roshi's house. He also says the little girl he saw earlier is their daughter, which surprises Goku. The group head toward the locker rooms and get changed, then run into the tournament's announcer, who immediately recognizes Goku and Krillin. He greets them excitedly and whispers that he knows Hercule wasn't the one who defeated Cell, but the Dragon Team, which makes Goku smile. The preliminaries begin with only 16 people allowed to participate, which will be decided on a rating from a punch machine that everyone will have a chance to try. To demonstrate, Hercule comes out in his first up, but is immediately swarmed by the press. Piccolo uses his glare to destroy all the cameras there and in the audience to help Gohan out, so nobody will find out about his true identity. Hercule of course puts on a show for his punch, getting a score of 137 points, which shocks the entire crowd. As the champ leaves, the Dragon Team step up next, 18 being the first to get her score, although Krillin tells her to dial her strength back. 18 receives a score of 774 points, but retries to look weaker with 203. The rest of the group continue on and advance with scores higher than Hercule, shocking the other contestants. Vegeta then steps up, unwilling to hold back his power, and completely destroys the punch machine, leaving everyone in awe as he and the group move on to watch Goten and Trunks in the Junior Division matches. As Videl tries to make sense of everything that's going on, the Junior Division starts, and the world champion Hercule runs out to give his good luck to the kids, but not before making a fool of himself in the process. Backstage, Trunks and Goten talk about what they'll do with the prize money if they win, when suddenly, a kid with a ridiculous looking mullet tries to scare Trunks before he faces off against him in the first round. Trunks, however, is unfazed as we cut back to Hercule's speech, Krillin acknowledging that the Budokai became too fancy, and Piccolo says it's like a circus now. The Junior Division matches officially begin, and Trunks wipes the floor with the kid now known as Idasa and moves on, shocking the audience, but it was no surprise to the rest of the Z Fighters. More matches pass, and now it's time for Goten's fight against Idasa's brother. He proves to be no match for the tiny half Saiyan though, and passes out, surprising the crowd once again. Goten and Trunks continue to dominate their matches as everyone expected, now prepared to face one one another in the final round to decide the winner of the junior division. Hercule decides to come out to watch the match to see what the kids are made of, and notices Goten's face looks oddly familiar. The match begins and the two Saiyan warriors rush at one another, blocking strikes, breaking, and flying back into the air, exchanging punches and connecting them as well. The two exchange a few more mid-air blows and finally break away back into the ring, leaving the audience stunned, especially Hercule and Videl, who try to make sense of how these kids can be so strong. The audience quickly changes their tune though, breaking out into cheers
7
as
out of
they
8.
witness this
Next match
incredible
begins
battle.
soon,
Trunks
hopefully.
acknowledges how much Goten's improved in such a short amount of time, and decides to test him by firing a ki blast that he averts away from the crowd. As Hercule recognizes the move he just witnessed, Goten decides to unleash a blast of his own, firing a Kamehameha that destroys part of the tournament's grounds, as Goku notes his son still hasn't learned to control the attack yet. The two agree not to use any more blasts and rush toward each other once again. Trunks throws Goten into the air and locks him into a full Nelson. He insists Goten to give up, but he refuses, as Vegeta tells Goku it looks like Trunks is about to win. Determined not to lose though, Goten transforms into a Super Saiyan and breaks free, annoying Trunks and surprising Videl. Goku is surprised that his son was able to become a Super Saiyan already, and it becomes all too clear to Hercule that Goten is Goku's son. Trunks goads Goten into another round, stating that he could beat him without using his left arm. He then flies forward, attacking with his right arm only, but Goten blocks it and kicks him in the face. Goten blocks another one of Trunks' attacks and lands a blow to his face again, only this time Trunks shoots a ki blast that Goten is able to dodge. Goten takes off into the air and suddenly launches himself down toward Trunks, thinking he'll have to dodge at the very last moment to avoid the attack. Goten, however, lands on the stadium floor and launches himself in the direction of Trunks, who nervously transforms into a Super Saiyan and uses his left arm to blast Goten in the back, as he's unable to stop his momentum from landing outside the ring. Trunks is declared the winner, but Goten is upset that he broke his promise in not only using his left arm, but turning Super Saiyan as well. Trunks, however, offers Goten 3 of his toys as an apology, and Vegeta brags about his son's victory to Goku. The next match is then announced, as the winner of the youth division gets to go head to head with the world champion Hercule, who's absolutely speechless.
Yeah, some
As the
toys this
crowd
guy's not
chants
playing
his
with no
name,
more.
Hercule stands backstage, thinking that he'll be slaughtered if he goes in the ring with Trunks. He, however, comes out with a false bravado, and his fans continue to cheer him on. Trunks wonders if this guy is really as strong as everyone says, and Goten cheers on his friend, but Hercule tells him to shut up. The Z-Fighters decide to leave as they know how the battle will end, but Videl convinces Gohan to stay, still not fully grasping the situation at hand. Hercule puts on a show for the crowd, and Trunks thinks he looks ridiculous, but prepares to fight. Hercule nervously tries to convince the Half Saiyan to pull his punches, but Trunks insists on going all out. The two argue back and forth as the match looks as though it's about to begin, and Hercule fakes an injury in his knee, although it doesn't work to his favor. The champ
Terrence, you
tries
still
to
here? Still
strategize
playing?
how he'll get out of this, and decides he'll pretend to lose on purpose to save
Mac,
face.
you still
He
here?
convinces Trunks to tap him on the face lightly at the beginning of the match, but Trunks sends him flying out of the ring in an instant, much to the surprise of the crowd. Hercule does his usual lies and persuades the crowd that he let the kid win, and they cheer him on, thinking he was such a great guy to lose on purpose. Trunks is confused, and we later see the champ backstage crying about the extreme pain he's in. The announcer states that the adult matches will begin shortly, and the Z-Fighters decide to look for some food in the meantime. Meanwhile, Trunks calls Goten over to him, and they both witness a man dressed in a funny-looking costume known as Mighty Mask. Trunks suggests taking his costume so the two of them can compete in the adult division, but Goten is understandably cautious. Trunks, however, decides to go along with the plan anyway and knocks the man out, the two then stealing his clothes and running off. Back at the cafeteria, Goku and Vegeta demolish a ton of food in front of them, and Gohan and Videl arrive to join the feast. Time passes and the group finish eating and move on, bumping into a strange pair, which both Goku and Piccolo take notice of especially. The shorter stranger, who happens to be floating in
when
the
Videl
air,
gets
greets
beat the
Goku,
fuck
telling
up by
him
his
that he's
boss
heard
bitch.
all about him and wanted to spar with him for a long time. He says he doubts he'll win though, and shakes Goku's hand. As the two fall silent, the stranger says that Goku has a good soul after all, and the pair leave, Goku then acknowledging that winning the tournament won't be so easy after all. Piccolo states that those two aren't from Earth and wonders why they're here, but Krillin brushes it off and the team continue to the station to draw for their opponents. Goku scopes out the competition and notices a strange pair of evil-looking bald men and Mighty Mask, thinking he looks weird with his long body. The drawing begins though, and the matches are set. Krillin is set to face off against a man named Punta. The alien who shook Goku's hand earlier, now known as Shin, is set to fight Piccolo. Videl is set to fight one of the big bald guys known as Spopovich, Spopovich. The other alien with Shin, now known as Kibito, will be fighting Gohan, or the Great Saiyaman. 18 is set to fight Hercule, and Vegeta will be fighting Goku, much to his satisfaction. Mighty Mask will fight a man named Killer, and Spopovich's partner Yamu will be fighting a man named Jewel. The announcer takes everyone to the waiting room to go over the rules once again, and with that, the Tenkaichi Budokai Adult Division begins. Krillin is first up against Punta, who leaps around the tournament stage to show off his agility. Krillin, however, makes light work of him and tosses him out of the ring, shocking the entire crowd. The next match is announced as Shin and Piccolo move toward the ring. Piccolo, however, appearing to be nervous. Krillin, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta observe, as Vegeta thinks to himself that we'll finally be able to see what this mystery fighter is made of. As the two stand in front of each other, Piccolo sweats, wondering why he finds himself so hesitant to attack. As he continues to think to himself as to who in the world this stranger is, Shin speaks, telling Piccolo that he'll find out soon enough. The Namekian is astonished at the fact that Shin was reading his mind and forfeits the match immediately, telling the group backstage that this alien is extremely powerful and that the difference between he and Piccolo is too great.
My next Raider match, I'll play Vegeta.
The next match between Videl and Spopovich, and as the big guy and Shin cross paths, Shin glances back with grave concern. As the crowd cheers on Videl, Killer and Jewel notice how different Spopovich looks compared to the last time they saw him at the tournament. The match begins, but we cut to Shin, who encounters Piccolo once again. Piccolo decides to ask him about his identity directly, and Kibito answers, stating that he's the Supreme Kai. Piccolo is frozen in disbelief as the Supreme Kai walks past and tells him to keep this a secret for now. Piccolo then states that he's the Kai above all others, sweating profusely. Goku notices his friend's panic and offers to talk to the alien for him, but Piccolo urges him to stay away, and on another world, King Kai nervously acknowledges the Supreme Kai's presence on Earth as well. We cut back to the fight as Videl lands a devastating kick to Spopovich's face, knocking him to the arena floor. He gets up though and charges in, trading blows with the champ's daughter. Goku comes over to watch as Videl knocks the man to the floor again, but is surprised to see him stand up with minimum effort as he charges toward her repeatedly. Videl lands a devastating combo and ends it with a knee to the face, now out of breath as Spopovich collapses to the floor. The match appears to be over, but he stands up once again, smiling deviously, shocking Gohan. Goku states that Videl better give up while she has a chance, and Spopovich backhands her across the arena, then kicks her into the air, nearly knocking her out of bounds as she saves herself with the flight ability she learned from Gohan. Gohan thinks there might still be hope for her, but Goku says that it might have been better if she'd lost the match instead, as the guy isn't fazed by her attacks at all. Videl launches in and lands a kick to Spopovich's neck and breaks it, much to the shock of the crowd. Spopovich, however, snaps his neck back into place and punches Videl in the nose, drawing blood. Videl launches into the air to gain some distance, but surprisingly, Spopovich can fly too. He launches an energy attack at Videl as she falls to the arena floor. The Z-Fighter's trying to figure out what's going on backstage, as this human has more power than he can control. Out in the arena, Videl takes a heavy beating but refuses to give up, leaving Gohan to watch in horror. Spopovich continues to mercilessly beat Videl while Gohan pleads with her to give up. Spopovich grabs her by the hair though and knees her directly in the face, bloodying her and knocking out a few teeth as he throws her to the ground. Gohan boils with anger, watching his schoolmates suffer at the hands of this stranger, and suddenly transforms into a Super Saiyan to put a stop to the match. Spopovich's partner Yamu though orders him to quit playing around and end the match, so he drops Videl out of bounds and wins. Gohan then powers down and rushes to her aid, vowing to take down Spopovich at all costs. Noticing they don't have any sensu beans, Goku uses instant transmission to get some from Korin's tower. Meanwhile, Hercule is informed on Videl's loss and rushes to the ER, where he sees her beaten to a pulp. Gohan assures Hercule that Videl will be alright and heads off to prepare for his match. Hercule then putting together that his daughter must be dating him and complains while the doctors treat her wounds. Goku returns with the last 3 sensu beans that Korin had and gives one to Gohan. Gohan rushes back to the ER and feeds the bean to Videl, although the doctor and Champ were giving him a hard time. The half Saiyan then runs off as the next match is about to begin, and Videl jumps up good as new, shocking her father and doctor in the room. Gohan arrives and steps in the ring with his opponent Kibito, and his classmates notice him by the way his hair looks. As they cheer him on thinking he has no chance of winning, Gohan wonders what he should do now that everyone knows his identity. He says to himself that he shouldn't show his full strength, but Kibito tells him to become a Super Saiyan, which surprises Gohan. He's hesitant about transforming in front of his classmates, but Piccolo yells to him to do so. Backstage, the Supreme Kai tells the group that they'll be using Gohan for a moment, and no matter what happens in the next few seconds, they must not interfere. Vegeta of course scoffs at the idea of taking orders from a complete stranger, but Piccolo reveals that this man is the Supreme Kai, which shocks Krillin, Vegeta, and even Goku. Now having decided to grant Kibito's wish, Gohan's energy begins to swell. Backstage, Krillin asks the Supreme Kai what will happen once Gohan transforms. He tells the group that Spopovich and Yamu will attack him, but only to steal his energy. Gohan decides to transform into a Super Saiyan 2 for Kibito, surprising everyone around him. Although Kibito is amazed at Gohan's strength, Vegeta is unimpressed, stating that he isn't even close to the level he was when he defeated Cell. Suddenly, Spopovich and Yamu notice Gohan's power level and rush in with a device marked with the same letter M that they have on their foreheads. As Gohan attempts to defend himself, the Supreme Kai locks him in place with an energy attack, and the two stab him with the device, steal his energy, and fly off. As the Z Fighters prepare to help, the Supreme Kai tells them to wait, as Kibito will get him back to full strength. He then says that he'll be following Spopovich and Yamu, and that the others are welcome to join him to help out. As Chi-Chi, Bulma, and the rest of the crowd sit in confusion, Goku agrees to tag along to see how he can help. Meanwhile, as the two fly along with Gohan's stolen energy, Yamu states that the Majin will finally be revived, and that someone named Lord Babidi will be pleased with their work. The Supreme Kai is in pursuit, and back at the tournament grounds, Videl rushes over to Gohan, as Krillin says he'll go along with Goku, but first he has to talk to 18. Vegeta then gets upset, telling Goku not to skip out on their match, as it's the only reason he decided to enter this stupid tournament in the first place. Goku promises to fight him afterward, but Vegeta reminds him that he's only on Earth for one day. Piccolo flies off behind Supreme Kai, and Goku leaves Gohan with Kibito as he takes off as well, followed by a reluctant Vegeta, still upset about this sudden change of events. 18 declines to tag along with the group, and Krillin takes off without her. Kibito restores Gohan, but is shocked to discover his limitless potential in the process. Off in the distance, Goten and Trunks, or Mighty Mask, wonder what's going on, while Gohan stands up, receiving instruction from Kibito to follow him to get up to speed on what's going on. As Gohan prepares to fly off, Videl asks to go along as well. Gohan agrees, so long as she promises to turn around if things get dangerous, and the two take off, Hercule surprised that his daughter can fly, just like the boy she's with. Piccolo, Krillin, Goku, and Vegeta catch up with the Supreme Kai, who thanks them for coming along to help, as he might not have been able to defeat this new threat on his own. He explains that the two guys they saw at the tournament were only pawns in the plan of a magician named Bibidi, who once upon a time conjured up a terrifying monster named Majin Buu, who only in a few years destroyed several hundred planets alone. Vegeta thinks to himself that the Saiyan race could do the same, but the Supreme Kai reads his mind and corrects him, stating that at the time of Buu's birth, there were 5 Supreme Kais, each strong enough to destroy the likes of Frieza with a single blast, and 4 of them were killed by Majin Buu. The Kai then explains the current situation, saying that Buu's power is currently sealed away. We cut to Kibito, who's also explaining the situation to Gohan and Videl, stating that the Supreme Kai killed Bibidi long ago, but did not destroy Buu, as he left him trapped inside the seal. However, the two recently discovered that Bibidi had a son named Babidi, who now plans to resurrect Buu himself. Goku wonders if Babidi is strong, and the Supreme Kai says if he's anything like his father, he'll be weak physically, but he wields powerful magic. He goes on to mention that he has the power to use the evil in someone's heart and possess them to do his bidding, which is exactly what he did to Spopovich and Yamu. Meanwhile, Gohan asks Kibito what Yamu and Spopovich wanted with him at the tournament. Kibito explains that in order to bring back Buu, the two needed lots of energy. Those two were sent to the tournament to gather said energy, and Gohan happened to be the ideal target. Kibito and Supreme Kai suspected this though, which is why they chose to enter the competition in the first place. We cut back to Supreme Kai, as Goku wonders why he didn't destroy Buu after Bibidi was defeated. Supreme Kai states that it was nothing he could have done though, as the seal could have been undone if they disturbed it even slightly. Plus, the ball Buu is trapped in was placed where humans couldn't have gone, so it felt safe. Meanwhile, Kibito tells Gohan they need to pick up the pace to catch the others, but Videl says she's already going as fast as she can. Gohan says she should turn back, and tells her to tell Goten and his mom everything that's going on, and she agrees. Before stopping though, Videl asks Gohan if he was really the Golden Warrior, to which he confirms, adding that he didn't want anyone to find out. Videl then puts the pieces together, stating that 7 10 years ago, the group of fighters that battled Cell were the ones who really defeated him, and not her father. Gohan confirms this, and Videl wishes him luck on his new battle, hoping to see him again soon as he and Kibito take off at light speed. Meanwhile, Yamu and Spopovich are still well on their way as Kibito and Gohan catch up to Goku and the others. The group land at the location and suppress their ki as they watch closely, noticing an alien standing outside of a dug-up area talking to Spopovich and Yamu. Kibito realizes that Babidi must have hid his ship underground, and Supreme Kai says that he knew they were coming. Piccolo suggests rushing in to attack, but Supreme Kai urges everyone to wait as they would likely revive Buu outside, not underground. The unknown alien goes back in, and two people emerge from the area, a tall demonic looking man and a small wrinkly alien who's floating. Kibito and Supreme Kai freak out in witnessing that Babidi has taken control of the demon man now known as Dabura, king of the demon realm. Supreme Kai explains that in this universe, one of the Z fighters may be the strongest, but in the demon world, Dabura is on top. Krillin starts to get worried, and Gohan realizes the smaller enemy is Babidi himself. Supreme Kai again states that he's pretty weak when it comes to physical strength, but his magic is nothing to take lightly. Piccolo wonders if he's strong enough to bend the will of others, but Kibito states that Babidi takes advantage of the evil in one's heart and controls them via their thoughts. Supreme Kai says they hadn't counted on Dabura arriving and begins to doubt their chances at survival. Vegeta, however, vows to take this enemy down and prevent Majin Buu's revival. Meanwhile, Babidi is pleased with Spopovich and Yamu's work, but decides to dispose of them. He casts a spell on Spopovich which causes him to explode from the inside. Yamu tries to escape, but Babidi tells his minion Pui Pui to take him down as he blasts him out of the sky with minimum effort. As the Z fighters witness the carnage, Babidi and Dabura conspire amongst themselves as they're fully aware of the Supreme Kai's presence as well as the other 6 members and decide to get things started. Babidi instructs Dabura to kill everyone except Supreme Kai, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta and departs into his ship along with Pui to make the necessary preparation for Buu. The Z fighters notice everyone leaving except Dabura, and Vegeta catches on to their ruse, screaming that they've been discovered as Dabura rushes in to do his master's bidding. Dabura flies up to Kibito and fires a ki blast in his face, immediately killing him. He then spits on Krillin and Piccolo, who are unable to react to the Supreme Kai's warning and turn into stone. Goku wonders if there's a way to get them back to normal, and Supreme Kai tells him that they need to kill Dabura to reverse the effect. Goku says he's glad the fix is so simple, and Dabura flies back to the ship as Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta follow. Supreme Kai insists they stay away, but reluctantly follows along shortly after. The 4 enter the ship and land in an empty room. Supreme Kai tells them that the only way to escape is to defeat Babidi, but Vegeta scoffs at the remark, stating he could destroy the entire ship if he wanted to. Supreme Kai protests though, exclaiming that if he did such a thing, the shock could release Majin Buu, resulting in their inevitable defeat. Meanwhile, Babidi watches the group through a crystal ball and instructs his minion Pui to steal their energy. Pui then enters the room with Goku and the others and tells them that Babidi is on the lowest floor, but they'll have to get through him first to get there. Goku, however, doesn't think he'll be much of a challenge. In the room, the trio play rock paper scissors to see who will fight first, and Vegeta wins. Supreme Kai gets concerned as he prepares to fight Pui by himself, but Vegeta says that Alien is no match for him. Pui says there's no way to escape, and that all the damage the 3 received will be absorbed by the ship and transferred to Buu, but Vegeta isn't worried about losing energy at all. Pui rushes in to attack, but Vegeta blocks his kick and knocks him away. Vegeta then uppercuts Pui and gives him a few quick jabs, much to the surprise of Babidi, Dabura, and even the Supreme Kai. In an attempt to turn the tide of the battle, Babidi uses his magic to change the room to suit Pui's strength, but it doesn't affect Vegeta at all, as a measly 10 times gravity is nothing to him. Vegeta wastes no time and rushes in, touching him on the chest and blasting him to pieces in an instant, leaving the Supreme Kai and Babidi in awe. Vegeta complains about how weak his opponent was, and the group descend to the next floor in the ship, much to Babidi's anger. Dabura wonders which minion his master will use next, and Babidi decides to use Yakan, stating that these Earthlings shouldn't be underestimated, as they defeated Pui without trying. Meanwhile, Vegeta bets that Majin Buu won't be such a big deal, just like Dabura, which shocks the Supreme Kai to hear. Vegeta goes on to further explain that besides his spit, Dabura isn't that impressive and they could defeat him no problem. Supreme Kai asks Goku if he feels the same and he agrees, then saying that maybe 7 years ago he would have been a threat as he has the same power level now as Cell did back then. As Goku grows impatient waiting on the next threat, suddenly a big green monster steps into the room, revealing himself as Yakan. The monster immediately attacks Goku and almost scratches him, but only rips his shirt. Supreme Kai suggests jumping in to help Goku, but Gohan tells him that his dad can handle it, which shocks him. Babidi, thinking Goku was scared, decides to raise the stakes by using his magic to take everyone to Yakan's home world, the Planet of Darkness. The group is unable to see at first as Yakan rushes in to attack, but Goku counters and kicks him in the face, much to his surprise. Goku goes on to say that Yakan really underestimated them, as they can see without having to use their eyes by feeling the vibrations around them and such. To add some light to the room anyway though, Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, surprising Dabura and Babidi. Babidi wonders what happened, but Dabura isn't impressed, saying that he's only glowing. The wizard tells one of his nearby minions to get him the strongest energy measuring device they have, and back at stage 2, Goku tells Yakan that not even having a dark room will help him. Yakan doesn't seem worried though, and meanwhile, Babidi reads Goku's power level on his monitor to be 3,000 Keelis. Dabura is in disbelief, and Babidi thinks the machine must be broken. He however states that if it is correct, Yakan doesn't stand a chance, as his power level is only 800 Keelis. Yakan suddenly opens his mouth and sucks out Goku's Super Saiyan energy into a ball of light and eats it. Everyone wonders what's going on, but the Supreme Kai yells that Yakan's specialty is eating light energy. Gohan warns Goku, who rather than refraining from making the same mistake twice, transforms into a Super Saiyan yet again to feed Yakan. As the monster begins to suck out his energy once more, Babidi watches from the crystal ball and yells for him to stop, as if he eats all of Goku's power, there won't be enough to revive Majin Buu. His concerns prove to be pointless though, as Goku instantly raises his power and feeds Yakan way more energy than he could take, causing him to explode. Vegeta notices Goku's ability to exceed the level of a Super Saiyan, and Babidi stands frozen in disbelief, stating that these Earthlings are way stronger than he could have predicted. Noting his master's concern, Dabura decides to step up and finish off the group himself. Babidi asks him what his plan is, but Dabura states that as the Lord of Darkness, no one can beat him with raw strength alone. Since it's Gohan's turn next, Goku wonders if he's been training, but Vegeta cuts in, saying he's gotten soft in the past 7 years. Suddenly though, Dabura appears, congratulating the group for defeating Yakan, but declaring victory over them. Vegeta is unimpressed, and Dabura tells all 3 of them to attack him at once. Gohan steps in though, saying that it's his turn to fight alone, angering Dabura. Back at the Tenkaichi Budokai, the announcer and staff members figure out how they'll resolve the issue of a lack of fighters, given most of them took off. Hercule assumes they left because they were scared to face him, then suddenly gets an idea. After hyping up his adoring fans, the champ suggests an all-out battle royale amongst the remaining contestants, which everyone agrees to. One of the staff members then tells Hercule how brave he is, as all the fighters will likely come after him, given he's the strongest one. The announcer updates the crowd on the new plan and calls the remaining contestants Hercule, Mighty Mask, 18, Jewel, and Killer to the ring. Killer tells Mighty Mask they should take out Hercule together, but he declines and says 18 is the only threat. Meanwhile, Jewel tries to flirt with 18 but is rejected, much to his shock. The announcer then begins the match, and Jewel and Killer are knocked out of the ring in an instant by Mighty Mask and 18, leaving them as the last contenders with Hercule. Confident in his abilities, Hercule says he'll take them both down, but the two ignore him, while 18 thinks something is strange about the way Mighty Mask looks.
Shout out to whoever's still
Hercule
watching.
thinks on how he'll
Still
take
waiting
both
for a
of the
next match to
fighters
begin.
down and win over the crowd, raising 2 fingers in the air and announcing his victory. Mighty Mask thinks he's an idiot and decides to keep ignoring him, setting his sights on 18. As Hercule runs in to deliver one of his signature punches, he misses and notices Mighty Mask and 18 trading blows the next moment, surprising him. The two take off into the air, and Mighty Mask attempts to land a blow to 18, but is smacked to the arena floor, recovering easily while Hercule just stands in awe. Mighty Mask dodges a blast from 18 and decides he can't fight in base form, so he transforms into a Super Saiyan to raise his power level. 18 is surprised, then realizing Mighty Mask is actually Goten and Trunks in a costume. The two Super Saiyans shoot a giant ki blast, which actually scares 18, creating an enormous explosion that shocks the entire crowd. Realizing she needs to finish the job quickly, 18 exposes the pair for who they really are, and uses a Destructo Disc to split the costume in half, defeating Mighty Mask mask as the two Super Saiyans fly away, disqualifying themselves from the tournament. 18 lands back into the ring, and Hercule says he's gonna die. The crowd cheers on both Hercule and 18 as the announcer goes on about the two being the final contestants. Hercule is extremely worried, and Bulma and the others celebrate over how 18 is about to win 10 million Zenny. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks mope over their loss, but run into Videl outside the tournament grounds and flag her down. Back at the Budokai, 18 makes a move on Hercule, who screams in terror, thinking he's about to get pummeled. 18, however, tells him to shut up and whispers that if he gives her 20 million Zenny, she'll intentionally throw the match. Hercule, of course, agrees to save his reputation, and 18 pretends as though she was hurt by the champ. Hercule then puts on a show for the crowd, but 18 tells him to cut it short and get things over with. Hercule then rushes at her with his strongest attack, the Ultra Super Megaton Punch, which lands a direct hit to the face. 18 asks if this is really Hercule's strongest move and flies out of the ring intentionally, giving him the victory. As Hercule is happy about his win, 18 tells him she'll be by to pick up the money tomorrow, and if he doesn't pay up, she'll kill him. Videl fills Goten and Trunks in on the current events, and rather than looking worried, the two get excited and rush off in the direction of their dads as Super Saiyans, shocking Videl. While Hercule was busy winning the Budokai, Gohan had been facing off against Dabura. Gohan as a Super Saiyan throws a few punches at the demon and kicks him off into the distance, but Dabura catches himself and blows a stream of fire back at the half Saiyan. Gohan easily dodges it and flies back toward Dabura, but hits a few of the demon's after images. The real Dabura is a distance away and announces himself just before he shoots an electrified fireball toward Gohan. It's a direct hit and Gohan is knocked into the surrounding water, then flying back up to the surface and throws away his tattered Great Saiyaman clothes. Goku says Dabura is a lot stronger than he thought he'd be, but Vegeta says he isn't so strong that they can't beat him. He then gets annoyed as Gohan takes longer to finish the fight. Dabura spits at Gohan, but he's able to react fast enough that it only hits his glove, and he removes it before he's turned to stone. Dabura then conjures a sword and nearly hits Gohan, but the Super Saiyan grabs and breaks it before it can make contact. Meanwhile, Babidi is disappointed with Dabura's performance, while Vegeta grows more irritated that this fight is taking so long and plans to step in, yelling that he's only concerned at this point with fighting Goku, which catches Dabura's attention. Dabura then tells Babidi to bring him back to the ship, as he's made an interesting discovery. His master does so, and Dabura retreats, telling Gohan that he's found another ideal fighter for him and that he no longer needs to intervene. Dabura then chats with Babidi, telling him that one of the fighters among the three has evil in his heart that they can use to make him do their bidding. Babidi likes the idea of the three fighting amongst themselves, saying they could provide enough energy to revive Majin Buu after all. Goku and the others wonder about this fighter that's supposedly better than Dabura, and suddenly, Supreme Kai seems to realize what Dabura meant. The wizard then casts a spell, and Vegeta suddenly starts yelling, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Supreme Kai tells Vegeta that Babidi's trying to control him, but the Saiyan Prince can't seem to break free. Babidi watches from his crystal ball, stating now that he's under his control, he'll release Vegeta's hidden powers and allow him to overcome his limits. Things then settle down a bit as Vegeta looks up with an M now visible on his forehead, symbolizing the spell's success as Majin Vegeta was born. Pleased with his work, Babidi decides to transport the group back to the Tenkaichi Budokai, where Hercule and everyone else witness their arrival. Babidi encourages Vegeta to fight everyone as hard as he can and even kill some people if he wants, but Vegeta tells him to shut up, exclaiming that Kakarot is his only target. Babidi is surprised that Vegeta wasn't completely under his control, but says it doesn't matter as long as the end goal is reached. Hercule notices the group are the ones who defeated Cell and gets nervous, but before he could process another thought, Vegeta fires an energy blast at Goku, which skids past him and completely massacres hundreds of innocent lives in the tournament seating area and beyond. As the remaining crowd rushes to exit the stadium, Goku looks toward Vegeta in anger. Bulma wonders what's gotten into her husband, and meanwhile, Babidi is elated, stating that Vegeta just killed 200 people. Gohan yells at Vegeta and asks what he's doing, but Vegeta ignores him and challenges Goku to a fight. Goku ignores the request and asks Vegeta if he let himself get possessed on purpose, but rather than answering, the Saiyan Prince throws another ki blast at the audience and kills hundreds more. Angered, Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan and prepares to fight, but the Supreme Kai tells him to stop as they'd only be playing into Babidi's hands. Goku asks the question again though, and Vegeta admits he let himself fall under Babidi's spell on purpose so he could settle the score with Goku at full strength once and for all. The Supreme Kai says his reasoning is ridiculous, which causes Vegeta to lash out, exclaiming how Kakarot surpassed his strength, mocked his pride, and even spared his life, which can't be tolerated. Listening in silence, Goku decides to demand Babidi to transport him and Vegeta to a location with no people around. He says if he does this, he'll fight Vegeta at full strength like he wants. Supreme Kai interjects though, saying that if they want to fight each other, they'll have to get past him first. Unfortunately for him though, Goku takes him up on his offer and prepares to kill him, much to the surprise of Gohan and even Vegeta. Supreme Kai then backs down, knowing he can't possibly stand up to these Saiyans. Babidi grants Goku's request and transports the group to a deserted area where the two Saiyans can fight freely. Supreme Kai then tells the two to do as they please, but he says he and Gohan will find Dabura and Babidi and defeat them. As Supreme Kai gets ready to enter the ship once again, Babidi commands Vegeta to kill him, but the Saiyan Prince fights the mind control and refuses, stating that nothing will get in the way of his battle with Kakarot. Babidi is shocked at Vegeta's reply and tries to command him again, but the Saiyan refuses to be his slave, as he may have taken over his mind and his body, but there's one thing a Saiyan always keeps, and that's his pride. Both Babidi and the Supreme Kai are shocked to see Vegeta refuse his wishes, and Dabura thinks they should let Gohan and the Supreme Kai through so they won't destroy the ship. The entrance then opens and the two head down, but not before Gohan takes a sensu bean and bids his father a farewell for now. Gohan and Supreme Kai land in front of Dabura and Babidi, who greet them, as the Kai prepares to handle Babidi and Gohan gears up to battle Dabura once more. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta stare each other down. Goku says he'll end the fight as soon as possible so his energy doesn't get taken, and transforms into a Super Saiyan 2, stronger than Gohan was at his maximum when he fought Cell 7 years ago. Vegeta then powers up, surprising Goku, who says this will take longer than he thought, and the battle begins. Vegeta throws a hard kick at Goku, but he manages to block it. The two throw out punches that the other catches, and they attempt to knee each other until Vegeta headbutts Goku, but Goku kicks the Saiyan Prince away. Vegeta bounces back from the impact though, and the two smirk at each other, ready to continue. Meanwhile, Babidi suggests they all return to the surface, as Majin Buu will soon be at full power and might destroy the ship when he emerges from his ball. Supreme Kai actually agrees, although he has no intention of letting Buu get revived. Babidi changes locations and asks Dabura if he can defeat Gohan, to which he replies that he's trash and he'll get rid of him soon enough. Gohan then remembers what his father said about him using his anger to his advantage and transforms into a Super Saiyan as they all prepare to fight one another. Suddenly though, the meter on Majin Buu's ball begins to beep, alerting Babidi that Majin Buu is at full power as he shouts with joy, much to the terror of both Supreme Kai and Gohan. Supreme Kai wonders how this could be, but Gohan explains that the power emitting from the battle between his father and Vegeta must be so great that it fueled Buu's revival.
I'm playing Vegeta right now as my raider.
Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta continue to trade blows in their epic battle, appearing to be on par with each other. Goten and Trunks, far off in the distance, wonder where that incredible energy is coming from and decide to keep going to figure out what's going on. The two Saiyans pause to catch their breath, and Goku tells Vegeta that although he trained constantly in the afterlife, it appeared as though the two were about the same level of strength. Vegeta says that he himself may have trained harder, but the gap between them in power has always been there, which is why he allowed himself to be controlled by Babidi so he could close it and reign supreme.
Second for the sound.
Soil here looks perfect. Throw in some Cybermen. Make them suffer, Cybermen.
Try to get Vegeta as fast as possible. I lost him. There he is. Civilians are gone, so I have to kill these guys. There's no way this guy's Nimbus should be faster than me.
Sure, I'll play with you.
Alright, so we need B and C. I'm not even gonna chase this guy, he's just wasting my time. I have to kill him quick before Vegeta kills Nappa.
You're dead meat.
This guy's gone. See if there's any civilians over here.
Go ahead. Run away as much as you want.
Took a little too long. They got all the civilians. Just remembered.
This is one interesting fight. Climax now. Let's go. What?
I just need to kill these guys. One of these guys. There we go.
It's time we end this little game.
No Dragon Balls either.
Kaioken!
Put some pressure on the time machine. I'm gonna get my monkey form in 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Or 327 seconds. Trying to jump me. The guy who got the Dragon Change, he ran away and left.
Go now! Sniff out those fools!
How is this guy moving so fast? Like, what the heck, man? He still won though. Didn't even try to fight me. Alright, back to the manga.
Goku questions Vegeta's true motive though, causing him to exclaim how he wanted to return to the way he was before, the perfect warrior, cold and ruthless, the kind that lived by his strength alone and uninhibited by foolish emotion. He says how Goku's influence softened his heart over the years, and how he even settled down, started a family, and even started living the life of a normal Earthling. Vegeta states that he needed to find his past self, even if it required the help of someone like Babidi, and now he feels much better. As Goku wonders if he really believes what he's saying, smoke starts to shoot out from Majin Buu's ball, symbolizing his inevitable arrival. The Supreme Kai tells Gohan they should run away, but Gohan says he can't leave things like this. The Kai insists though that not even Gohan could win against Majin Buu, and if they stay, they'll be killed for sure. Rather than running away though, Gohan powers up and fires a Kamehameha at the ball, which Dabura and Babidi barely manage to avoid. The impact is so great that the ball is ejected from its base and crashes to the ground, opening and revealing nothing inside. Babidi can't believe the ball is empty, and the Supreme Kai lectures him about how he's lost, saying that he and Gohan have won the day. Gohan, however, sits in fear as he feels a tremendous power emerging out of thin air. Everyone looks up and notices a pink smoke cloud that came out of the sphere, which collects itself and takes shape. Majin Buu reappears once again, much to the shock of Gohan and Supreme Kai. Buu stands smiling smiling as everyone watches. Dabura asks Babidi if this creature is really Majin Buu, but Supreme Kai confirms as he says he could never forget such a terrifying face. Dabura, however, thinks he looks ridiculous, and meanwhile, Gohan tells Supreme Kai that he might be able to defeat Majin Buu since he's been in captivity for so long. We cut back to the battle between our Saiyan warriors as Goku pauses after sensing Majin Buu's energy. Vegeta, however, laughs, stating that Buu is nothing as they've proved to be stronger than their opponents at every turn. Goku, however, disagrees, saying that this power is different somehow, but Vegeta, unwilling to stop this fight, ignores the statement. Meanwhile, Babidi introduces himself to Buu and tells him that he's his new master. Buu, however, plays around with him as Dabura says there's nothing to gain from such a weak-minded moron. Hearing this, Buu skips over to Dabura, who welcomes the chance to fight him. Gohan begins to have his doubts about Buu, but Supreme Kai is certain that he's a serious threat. Buu then releases steam from his body and smirks, ferociously gouging Dabura's eyes and kicking him into a nearby boulder, surprising everyone watching. As Buu claps for himself like a child, Babidi is pleased with his servant's strength. Babidi compliments Buu as he dances around, and Gohan can't believe this monster has so much power, stating it explosively grew in an instant. Meanwhile, Trunks feels a huge ki and wonders what's going on. Goten wonders which way they should go, and Trunks suggests heading toward it as it's probably the monster they heard about. Goku notes that Majin Buu's ki has increased and says they need to do something now as it's their fault he's been awakened to begin with. Vegeta of course knows this, but still wanting to finish the fight, he says he doesn't care. Goku tells him everyone will be killed, including his wife and son, but Vegeta lashes out again, saying that he gave himself to Babidi so he could be free of emotion. Goku, however, tells him to cut it out as he's still able to think for himself. Realizing their battle will be put on hold, Vegeta agrees to fight Buu together with Goku and asks for a Senzu bean to regain his energy. As Goku reaches for a couple prepared to fight the monster together, Vegeta knocks him out and eats one of the beans, stating that he'll finish off Buu himself since he's to blame for all this. Meanwhile, Gohan suggests killing Babidi to the Supreme Kai, but he tells him not to as he's the only one with the power to seal Buu away again when he eventually becomes too much for him to handle. He then gives up, saying all hope is lost, but Gohan suggests trying to escape. Shortly after, Babidi gives Buu the orders to kill the two heroes. Gohan grabs Supreme Kai and flies off, stating that he's confident in his own speed. Buu, however, takes off and appears in front of the two in mere moments, surprising Gohan as he's smacked to the ground. Supreme Kai attempts to attack Buu, but Buu claps his hands together and smashes his face, then pounding him to the ground, same as Gohan. Buu lands on the ground next to a beaten Supreme Kai as Babidi cheers him on to kill him and Gohan. The Kai attempts to use his telekinetic powers to hurt Buu, but it has no effect. Buu, however, recovers and replicates the move, knocking the Supreme Kai across the deserted area and lands on his back, crushing him. Babidi takes this time to taunt the Supreme Kai, but suddenly Gohan intervenes, kicking Buu in the face and leaving his footprint. Buu recovers and Babidi runs off as Gohan is amazed by Buu's power. Buu tells Gohan he's annoying and shoots an energy blast his way, sending the Super Saiyan flying into the air, unable to stop himself. As Babidi cheers in excitement, Supreme Kai uses his telekinetic powers to extinguish the blast as Gohan falls into a forest unconscious. Babidi tells Buu he can finish off the Supreme Kai now, but Buu says he's hungry and would rather eat him instead. Suddenly, a spear flies right through Majin Buu, revealing a damaged Dabura who threw the weapon, much to Babidi's anger. Trunks and Goten are nearby and land on a mountain, returning to base form. They try to figure out who's on the battlefield, but manage to recognize Supreme Kai. Not far from them, Goten notices Piccolo and Krillin as statues. Trunks knocks over Piccolo and breaks him, and the two hide behind a rock, nervous about what they just did. Meanwhile, Dabura insists Majin Buu can't be controlled and won't be a faithful servant, but Babidi is insulted he'd speak that way about his Majin Buu. Buu then pulls out the spear, and the hole left in his belly quickly closes up, and he tells Dabura he's gonna eat him. We then cut to Vegeta, who stands over the panel of Babidi's spaceship, saying he could get in if he destroys it. He then notices Gohan's ki is completely gone, alluding to his death and taking full responsibility. Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten are watching as Buu dances around, saying he's going to eat Dabura. Dabura prepares to attack the monster, but Buu immediately turns him into a cookie and devours him whole, killing the Demon King.
Happy
The two
Feet, where
kids
you
are
at?
shocked, and
Haven't seen you in
suddenly
like
Krillin returns to normal. He notices Goten and Trunks and wonders why they're here, as Trunks is confused on why he was just a statue. Krillin remembers being spat on by Deborah, and Goten thinks that must have been the guy who was just eaten. Trunks figures Krillin returned to normal once he died, and suddenly has a realization. He runs off towards Piccolo's remains and gets scared thinking he killed him, but the Namekian is on one of the rocks above them, watching the events play out with Boo. Trunks wonders how Piccolo was able to survive, but Piccolo says he can regenerate as long as his brain isn't damaged. Babidi then commands Boo to eat the Supreme Kai, and Piccolo is taken aback to find him lying weak on the ground. Krillin tells Piccolo to calm down though, as there's no chance for him to defeat someone like Boo. Boo lists off all the different ways he could eat Supreme Kai, but suddenly an explosion interrupts his thoughts.
Hit this W, guys.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
This guy misses civilian right here.
Someone save me! Thanks.
Welcome.
Somebody's down! Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Save me!
You have my thanks.
Just found out one A key.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
And we're close to getting our level 3.
You're my savior.
We got lucky, man. I wish I got to get my grade 8 form, but the guy who stole the Dragon Balls, he summoned and then he just ran away.
Thought I was a goner.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Flying Nimbus!
I'm gonna head to E. This guy gets out of here.
If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
From the gods changing universe, it
annoying. One more cube to get to level 3. Yeah, where this key could be.
That's a new power key.
Someone
Place
found it.
now.
He's setting that, so I'm gonna head to E. Try to find that E key real quick.
This is bad.
Here we go.
Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Squad.
With my immortal flesh, our gook.
I'm gonna try to save Black.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
Can't.
My vision for the world shall bring out.
Solar Flare does not fucking work.
Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Stupid ass Amasu.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Well, what do you think of this color? Is it not beautiful?
The player is down.
I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back.
Let us finish this.
These guys are running for the transfer and instead of trying to save us. Fucking losers.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack.
Holy smokes. This person is so stupid. This person is stupid. Ran past me and the other guy to go to a transfer and she had no chance of getting the transfer. This one right here. Idiot.
Down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Oh, okay.
Punk's getting close.
Now it's just these four. These three.
I've had enough of this.
Got that. GG's.
Thoughts. It was Vegeta who destroyed Babidi's spaceship. Babidi is of course enraged, while Trunks is overjoyed to see his father. Vegeta identifies the strange and bizarre looking creature as Majin Buu, and he's angry over the loss of Gohan. Piccolo's shocked to hear this, and Buu gets upset about the Saiyan Prince calling him ugly. Buu says he'll kill Vegeta, and Babidi gives him the green light. Krillin notices Buu's ki has gotten higher, and Vegeta says he intends to take him and Babidi to hell with him. Supreme Kai realizes that Vegeta intends to die as he powers up and rushes in, hitting Buu with a heavy kick and following it up with a punch to the face, sending him flying. Vegeta launches an intense physical attack on Buu, leaving Babidi confused, Krillin impressed, and Trunks happy. Piccolo observes that Vegeta's power passed that of a Super Saiyan and even Gohan's when he fought Cell. However, he recalls Gohan still being defeated by Majin Buu, then wondering how he was able to achieve this power. Vegeta delivers a massive punch that sends Buu flying, but he easily recovers from the damage and heals himself. Vegeta then fires a powerful ki blast that goes straight through Buu's stomach, causing him to fall to the ground and appear dead. Babidi is frightened, but Goten and Trunks are ecstatic until Buu gets back up. Buu heals himself and expresses his anger toward Vegeta, telling him that attack almost hurt him. Babidi dances in delight as Buu creates a huge energy ball and screams that Vegeta will regret that. In an instant, Buu unleashes all his stored energy, creating a massive explosion that destroys the entire area, with only a huge crater remaining. Piccolo, Krillin, Trunks, and Goten manage to escape, but Vegeta and Supreme Kai are caught in the blast. Buu and Babidi float over the crater, while Piccolo worries about Supreme Kai's condition and Trunks notices his father's severe injuries. Vegeta is frustrated with his situation, and his left arm is no longer functioning. Babidi notices that Vegeta's still alive and thinks he could have been a great servant if he'd been obedient. Piccolo believes Vegeta to be no match for Buu, and that Gohan and even Supreme Kai are gone now. Trunks is in disbelief that his father could lose, but Piccolo refuses to offer reassurance. Buu then tears out a piece of his own stomach and stretches it out before shooting an explosive blast from his mouth, narrowly missed by Vegeta. Buu then throws the piece of stomach around Vegeta and traps him. The monster celebrates while Vegeta lies on the ground and kicks the Saiyan Prince, pounding him while he's defenseless. Krillin says at this rate Vegeta will be killed and wonders where Goku and Gohan are. Goten refuses, however, to believe that his brother is dead. Despite Piccolo's warning, Trunks turns Super Saiyan and flies off to help Vegeta, with Goten following. Trunks kicks Buu off of Vegeta, knocking him away, and Goten unravels Vegeta from the piece of stomach. The boys tend to him, and Babidi is surprised that Vegeta still has allies. It doesn't bother him though, as he believes Majin Buu to be invincible and will kill them all. Stating that what he did is unforgivable though, Piccolo tells Babidi that he may not be able to defeat
Alright,
Buu,
we found another
but he
match.
can at least
Should
kill
start in 2
him.
minutes.
Babidi states though that if he dies, no one can seal Buu away, but Piccolo responds that the world will be destroyed even if Babidi lives. The wizard tries to call Buu over to help him, but Piccolo cuts him in half with one swift chop. Meanwhile, Vegeta tells Trunks to take care of his mother, and his son is confused as he smiles. Vegeta instructs the boys to find shelter as he plans to confront Majin Buu alone. Trunks suggests fighting together, but Vegeta believes that that Boo can't be defeated by normal means. Despite Trunks and Goten's insistence that they can help, Vegeta expresses his desire to hug Trunks, whom he hasn't embraced since he was a baby. Trunks is hesitant, but Vegeta hugs him anyway before knocking him unconscious with a blow to the back of the neck. Vegeta then punches Goten in the stomach, rendering him unconscious as well. Piccolo arrives and carries the boys away as Boo awakens, puzzled about who attacked him. Vegeta asks Piccolo to take the boys far away, and then reveals his intention to sacrifice himself in battle, wondering what will happen to him when he dies. When Piccolo explains that Vegeta's soul will be sent to a different world than Goku's, and his memories will be erased after death, Vegeta expresses regret and urges Piccolo to leave quickly. Vegeta stops Boo from pursuing the boys as Piccolo and Krillin fly away, Vegeta then powering up and preparing to self-destruct in order to defeat the monster.
Can you hear me?
Flying
It's
Nimbus!
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Exactly where I was going to.
Need your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Getting cooked.
Flying Nimbus!
Trying to get my level 2 real quick.
Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Tried to cook some monster, but it didn't work.
Shall we strike? Zamasu?
Yeah, we gotta go save some teammates.
Zamasu. In order to shape existence into the beautiful utopia it was always meant to be, the mistake must be corrected. My immortal flesh, our bring about more ugly mistakes that stain the majesty of cosmos by eliminating all
Ally down.
more.
If you intend to rescue
I will
watch out for enemies.
the original splendor of creation.
Fuck, bro. Saving. Fuck, where's the level 2?
Flying Nimbus!
An ally
Gotta
needs your
save this
help.
guy real quick.
We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Great. You know what to do with that key.
He's getting saved.
What you fail to realize
D and
is
E.
that this race deserves to. Pitiful.
A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
Flying Nimbus!
Fucking stuck.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
It's gonna head to D and then E. I don't know if anyone's gonna grab that transfer, but it's not close to me.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
All the way over there, fucking stupid Trunks. And Zamasu's camping over here.
Hey, great. You found another power key.
Brother, what are you doing over here? How did that even happen?
You should learn when to quit.
I'm so confused. This guy was all the way over here. How the hell did he get here? And no one grabbed the transfer.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
I suggest you do not dawdle. You mortals have limited lifespan.
I owe you one.
Oh, we're still in.
Flying Nimbus!
We gotta get out of here. There's nowhere to fucking go.
How dare you defy a god?
For this game, bro.
Krillin wonders about Vegeta's plan, and Piccolo explains that Vegeta is finally fighting for someone other than himself for the first time, willing to give up his life in the process. Vegeta then bids a final farewell to Bulma, Trunks, and even Kakarot, detonating himself and creating a massive explosion. Piccolo and Krillin feel the impact of the blast despite being far away, mourning the loss of the Saiyan Prince. Meanwhile, Bulma is questioning Vegeta's motives for killing innocent people at the tournament, but Yamcha suggests they focus on using the Dragon Balls to bring back the deceased. Master Roshi notices that Vegeta seemed to be full of evil, and suddenly, the plane experiences turbulence. Roshi points out that a huge explosion occurred in the distance, and Bulma suspects it's related to Vegeta. On the battlefield, only Vegeta's ash figure remains after his final attack, and Piccolo instructs Krillin to take the boys home while he investigates. He tells Krillin to explain what happened to everyone, as he isn't sure about Goku, but is positive that Gohan was killed after hearing Vegeta mention it. At the battlefield, Piccolo realizes that Vegeta's plan was to prevent Majin Buu from regenerating and sees Babidi's remains as he clings on to life. As Piccolo prepares to finish off the wizard, small pieces of Buu start moving and eventually form a larger mass, making the monster whole once again. Piccolo then takes off in fear, and Buu heals Babidi, who wants to make the three responsible for his previous conditions suffer. Piccolo catches up with Krillin and informs him of Buu's reappearance, as Krillin states that Vegeta died for nothing. Piccolo then takes the boys to the lookout, as they're the world's only hope against Buu and Babidi's evil plans. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai is still alive and hopes that Gohan survived as well. After waking up, Goku realizes that Vegeta took the last Senzu and fought Majin Buu alone while he was knocked out. He senses Buu's ki, but not Vegeta's or Gohan's, and wonders what happened. He uses instant transmission and meets with Krillin, Piccolo, Mr. Popo, and Dende at the lookout, later learning that Gohan, Supreme Kai, and even Vegeta have all been killed. Goku explains to his friends that he won't be able to defeat Buu alone, and says that if he was only able to use a fusion technique that he learned from the Metamarines in the afterlife, they'd stand a chance. Mr. Popo suggests Goten and Trunks learning the technique, and Goku agrees to teach it to them before he has to leave. Piccolo warns that it will take a long time for the boys to master the fusion, and many lives will be lost to Majin Buu in the meantime. In the midst of their conversation though, Shenron appears as Bulma and the others summoned him to wish back those that were killed by Vegeta's hands. Goku arrives to try to stop them from wasting any wishes for now, but it was too late as the first wish was used. Dende instructs everyone not to use the remaining 2 wishes, so they'll only need to wait 4 months to use the Dragon Balls again. Goku then contacts Dende to tell Krillin to bring everyone to the lookout, and Yamcha asks Goku what's going on, while Babidi and Buu continue to fly, and Kibito is shocked to find himself alive again. Kibito tries to understand what's happening, but he senses that the Supreme Kai is alive and rushes to his aid. The Kai is barely hanging on, but Kibito heals him just in time. They both feel the immense energy of Majin Buu and fear for the safety of the universe, but Supreme Kai sees a glimmer of hope in Gohan's power, believing that he can surpass Buu with his hidden potential. They then come across Gohan's location and see he's in critical condition and just barely alive. Supreme Kai instructs Kibito to teleport the 3 of them to their sacred realm, and although he's hesitant at first, Kibito does the Kai's bidding. Meanwhile, at Kami's lookout, everyone is gathered. Bulma's parents decided to stay home, and Tien and Chaozu were nowhere to be found. Bulma and Chi-Chi then inquire about the location of Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Vegeta. Goku informs them that Goten and Trunks are safe, but Gohan and Vegeta had been killed by Majin Buu. This news causes Chi-Chi to faint and Bulma to cry out in sadness. Suddenly, Babidi interrupts everyone's thoughts and addresses the people of Earth, threatening to destroy an entire city if Piccolo, Trunks, and Goten do not surrender to him. Buu demonstrates his strength by turning a city's population into candy and devours them, prompting fear and panic worldwide as the Z-Fighters remain powerless. To demonstrate more of Buu's devastating abilities, Babidi has him destroy the now deserted city with a single breath. He threatens to turn anyone who knows the whereabouts of Piccolo, Trunks, and Goten into candy and eat them if they don't speak up. Babidi gives everyone 5 days to find them before he destroys the Earth, and a Budokai attendant contacts him to reveal the names of the participants. Babidi demands their addresses and kills the attendant when he can't provide them, scaring the man next to him. Piccolo suggests going to stop Buu himself, but Goku explains that they need to teach the boys fusion to defeat Buu, and that they can restore Earth with the Dragon Balls later. Meanwhile, in the sacred world of the Kais, Gohan is restored by Kibito and thinks he must be dead. However, he's told that he was saved and might have a chance at victory. The Supreme Kai instructs Gohan to use the Z Sword to defeat Majin Buu, and after some hesitation on Kibito's end, the 3 head toward the sword's location. Meanwhile on Earth, Goku informs Goten and Trunks about the loss of Gohan and Vegeta. The boys cry, and Goku yells at them to stop and focus their efforts to learn a new technique to avenge them. Goku then tells them that they'll be using the hyperbolic time chamber to begin their training. Meanwhile, Gohan asks Kibito what will happen if he removes the Z Sword, and Kibito responds that he should gain an enormous amount of power, possibly enough to defeat Majin Buu. Gohan is amazed, but Kibito assures him that he won't be able to remove the sword. Despite struggling, Gohan manages to remove the sword while transforming into a Super Saiyan, shocking Kibito and pleasing the Supreme Kai. Kibito continues to doubt Gohan's ability to wield the sword correctly though, and after Gohan hands the sword to him to try it for himself, he drops it, revealing its true weight and power. Kibito, however, tries to downplay it, then claiming Gohan needs to be the one to train hard and master the blade. Back on Earth, Goku explains the fusion technique, stating if performed correctly, Goten and Trunks will be able to stay fused for 30 minutes, but after unfusing, won't be able to do it again for a while. Trunks and Goten are initially hesitant to learn from Goku due to his perceived weakness after the loss of Gohan and Vegeta, but suddenly, Majin Buu destroys another city. Babidi threatens to keep killing if Trunks, Goten, and Piccolo don't show themselves. Trunks and Goten, however, call out to Buu, telling him that they'll defeat him once they're ready to fight. Goku sees this anger as an opportunity for the boys to train, and Trunks and Goten finally agree to learn the fusion technique. Goku urges Trunks and Goten to quickly transform into Super Saiyans, telling them to raise their ki ki as high as possible. Trunks decides to try and surprise Goku by further powering up his ki, but
Alright, you
Goku
found a
isn't
match? Should
impressed
start in 2
and
minutes.
informs them they must have equal levels to perform fusion. Goku suggests trying to raise their ki levels to the max in their base form before attempting fusion as Super Saiyans, and meanwhile, Babidi and Boo plan to destroy West City, where Trunks' grandparents live. Goku reassures Bulma that they can use the Dragon Balls to revive the dead and restore the destroyed city. Bulma interjects though, stating that the Dragon Radar, which is needed to find the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron, will be destroyed if the laboratory is blown up, and that they'll never be able to find the Dragon Balls again. Now knowing this, Goku then decides to hold off Babidi and Boo while Trunks goes to retrieve the radar. When Goku confronts Babidi and Boo, he tells them to stop their pointless destruction and tormenting of the weak, and just to wait for 3 warriors who are undergoing special training to defeat them. The two of course refuse to wait, so Goku decides to stall them for a while and transforms into a Super Saiyan 2 until Trunks grabs the radar. Piccolo attempts to comprehend Goku's power in Super Saiyan 2, while Babidi considers it nothing special. Goku notices in the distance that Trunks has stopped moving though, and yells at him to hurry up and find the radar. Babidi is unsure of who Goku is addressing, but believes he must have some sort of pointless plan. Goku, however, continues to stall for time and returns to his normal state, causing Boo to believe he's given up. The Saiyan then states that he intends to explain Super Saiyan to them so that everyone understands, and Babidi believes the transformations to be pointless. Goku proceeds to demonstrate Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, and reveals he has one more ascension in mind. Goku's friends at the lookout thinks he's bluffing, but the Saiyan powers up to the max, surpassing the form of an ascended Super Saiyan and revealing his ultimate form, the legendary Super Saiyan 3. Everyone is astonished, including Gohan in the realm of the Kais, who pauses his Z
Should be good.
Can you hear me?
Flying
It's
Nimbus!
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
I don't even remember what level
You're a big help.
Raider he is.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
You're a big help. Flying Nimbus!
I have the D key, so I'm just gonna go land it after I save this guy.
You be careful too, okay?
Tomorrow I gotta do some laundry and help my mom put up the Christmas tree.
Flying Nimbus!
I hope he's not in E.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Someone save me!
Great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Oh man!
You know what to do with that key.
Flying Nimbus!
I think he's gone. Yeah, I'm gonna go set this E key now. Hopefully someone finds that A key.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Just one more.
Flying Nimbus!
That's a new power key.
We got lucky. Guys are trying to fight, but gotta plant this key.
This is bad. Somebody's down.
Shit. If he gets him, he might go back to level 3.
If you're going to help them.
Yep, and he got some health back. That's some bullshit.
For the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
What he's doing. Some time on the machine though. Oh damn, this guy got to level fucking 4. We never even got a transfer.
Oh no. The super transfer was stolen. I'll get another one out right away. Just keep it together
Flying
until then.
Nimbus!
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. I sent another super transfer. Take it and survive this. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Where is the transfer?
Startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to.
I thought that guy was gonna save the person on the floor. Oh, who died? Oh, survivor?
Supplies to help. Make good use of them. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Yeah, we need some supplies, Trunks.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Might win this by time machine. That's annoying, bro. I don't have a shield or nothing. Come on, level 4. Where are you, bro? This guy got cooked. I have 2 people left. Where's this other guy?
Almost prepped. Head for the beacon that's indicated.
Now all who have challenged my greatness have fallen! To commemorate my newfound dominance, I'll destroy this planet!
Sword training to sense his father's ki on Earth. The Supreme Kai and Kibito can't believe Goku's power has reached their location, while Tien Shinhan, who's in the mountains with Chaozu, feels the earth shake and wonders what's going on. Now powered up, Goku charges in, punches Buu several times, and sends him flying, crashing into the ocean. Buu retaliates with blasts, but Goku deflects them and evades the attacks. Meanwhile, King Kai watches from his world as well, urging Goku to stop using his extraordinary power, as it's only decreasing his time on Earth and jeopardizing his chances to finish teaching the fusion technique to Goten and Trunks. Goku charges toward Buu and strikes him hard in the face, but Buu responds with a powerful punch of his own, sending Goku flying. Goku quickly regains his balance, turns around, and shoots a massive Kamehameha at Buu's stomach. Despite being hit, Buu heals himself instantly and retaliates with his own Kamehameha. Goku manages to deflect Buu's attack, but Buu redirects it toward Babidi, narrowly missing him. The resulting explosion destroys an island and is felt even at Kami's lookout. Babidi scolds Buu for his recklessness and criticizes Goku for destroying a portion of the Earth, along with 1/10 of its population. Goku compliments Buu for his ability to quickly learn his opponent's techniques, and Buu laughs as his nose grows like Pinocchio's. Goku then senses Trunks speeding up and leaving West City with the Dragon Radar, so he reverts to his normal state and Buu questions why he stopped fighting. Goku says he's had enough fun and has to leave, but Babidi threatens him. He asks for a 2-day grace period, promising to return with the 3 other strong warriors they were looking for. Buu is curious about the upcoming fight, but Babidi says they'll continue to kill as they please. Goku predicts that Buu will enjoy fighting his allies and threatens to punish Babidi in the afterlife. Goku then teleports away, and Babidi orders Buu to find him, insulting him repeatedly in anger. However, having enough, Buu decides to stay behind and strangles Babidi. In one swift move, Buu then punches Babidi, causing his head to explode. He throws his former master's body to the side and destroys it with a ki blast, dancing with joy while Goku returns to the lookout and informs Piccolo of Babidi's death. Piccolo believes Buu may become less violent without anyone giving him orders. However, Buu suddenly unleashes a powerful blast that destroys part of a city and wreaks havoc. Piccolo and Goku discuss how they underestimated Buu and how they should teach the younger generation the technique of fusion before he has to return to the afterlife. Goku then states that he only has an hour left on Earth, as Super Saiyan 3's energy consumption exhausted him completely, running down his time limit. Fortune teller Baba then suddenly arrives in the midst of their conversation and tells Goku that he actually only has 30 minutes left, surprising the Saiyan. Piccolo then asks why Goku didn't go all out with Super Saiyan 3 and try to kill Buu when he had the chance. Goku tells Piccolo that he probably could have tried, but with him being dead, the generation on Earth should try fighting their own battles rather than relying on him. Piccolo understands his reasoning, and meanwhile, Gohan trains with the Z-Sword, while Trunks returns with the Dragon Radar. Goku then gathers the 2 young warriors for training, as they're now eager to learn under him after witnessing the power of Super Saiyan 3. Goku first begins by explaining the hard part of the fusion technique, as once both Goten and Trunks have adjusted their ki to each other, they also have to perform a pose identical to one another for it to be perfect. To demonstrate, Goku teaches them the pose, but Trunks finds it lame. Goku explains the importance of left and right symmetry and mirror reflection movement, but but the two half Saiyans get confused. To further clarify how the technique is supposed to look, Goku tells Piccolo to do it with him, and they demonstrate once again. Meanwhile, Buu lands in a village after getting sleepy and turns all of its residents into clay to build a house for himself. He rests for about 5 seconds and then wakes up to resume his killing spree. Back at the lookout, Goku's time is up on Earth. He tells Piccolo to take over and ensure the boys have mastered fusion by the next day, to which the Namekian agrees. Everyone says their goodbyes, and Goku promises to give his regards to Gohan in the afterlife, although Videl states that she doesn't think he's dead. Goku then notices that his son Goten wants a hug from his dad before he departs, and Goku gives him one before he heads off with Baba, bidding his friends and family a farewell for good. Baba takes Goku to the afterlife, where he immediately seeks out King Yema to inquire about his son Gohan. Goku informs Yema that everyone on Earth will soon be arriving at the check-in station due to Buu's rampage, and wants to know if Gohan had come before them. Yema confirms that he hadn't seen Gohan, but he does mention that he's seen Dabura, the king of the demon realm. Yema says that he probably would have liked to go to hell, so he sent him to heaven instead. Goku is relieved that his son isn't dead, but becomes curious about his whereabouts. Suddenly, he feels Gohan's energy far away and uses instant transmission to get to the sacred world of the Kais, where he finds Gohan training with the Z-Sword. After explaining the situation on Earth to Gohan and the Supreme Kai, Goku requests to stay and asks for some food. Meanwhile on Earth, Piccolo wakes up the boys and tells them they need to master fusion within a day. Buu continues to destroy cities, but in his travels, he meets a blind boy and restores his sight so he can get scared and run away like all his other victims. The boy, however, is elated and thanks Buu, then sharing a heartwarming moment with him before he leaves to kill more people. Meanwhile, Gohan is easily handling the Z-Sword, and Goku compliments how well he's able to wield it after only one day. Goku bets the sword can cut really well too and wants to test it, then picking up a big boulder and prepares to throw it at Gohan. Supreme Kai cuts in though, stating he wants to test the Z-Sword's true strength with something harder. He creates a cube of Kachin steel, the hardest metal in the universe, and gives it to Goku. Goku throws the block at Gohan, who swings the Z-Sword at it, but the sword shatters upon contact. Supreme Kai and Kibito are shocked to see that the legendary blade has been broken, but Gohan assumes he's already gotten a lot stronger, given he'd been training with such a heavy weapon. Suddenly, an old man reveals himself behind Supreme Kai and Kibito, stating that he's a Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago. The old Kai explains that he was sealed away in the sword long ago by a strong and evil person because of his power. Intrigued at how strong he truly is, Goku tests the old Kai by shooting a blast at him, which hits him in the face, much to his displeasure. After having been convinced by Goku to reveal his special power with the promise of feeling up an attractive woman, the old Kai reveals his super ability to bring out a person's hidden power beyond their limits, which he believes he can make Gohan, the one who removed the Z-Sword, the strongest in the universe. He then performs a ritual to awaken Gohan's power, which will take 5 hours for the ritual and 20 hours for the power-up, much to everyone's surprise. Goku goes over to take a nap, leaving Gohan to sit around for the next 25 hours, and meanwhile, Trunks and Goten continue practicing their fusion technique, which Piccolo believes they have nearly perfected. Yamcha informs the group that the boys are going to attempt the fusion technique outside, as they may be too powerful and cause damage inside the lookout. Piccolo instructs the boys to match their ki and begin the fusion technique, and after a big flash on the first attempt, a large, pudgy kid appears, shocking everyone. Bulma hopes they can return to normal, while Krillin doubts this is the warrior that Goku mentioned. Piccolo scolds the kid for having his fingers out instead of a fist during part of the pose, which caused the fusion to fail. The fusion ends after 30 minutes, and they attempt it again, resulting in a very frail kid this time. Piccolo scolds him about the finger placement, and they wait another 30 minutes. The third attempt creates a normal-looking warrior with an impressive wave of ki, and Gotenks, the fused warrior, is born. Piccolo suggests the boys continue practicing, but Gotenks believes he can defeat Majin Buu at his current power level. Piccolo, however, calls him a fool, but Gotenks flies off to fight Buu, returning shortly after, beaten to a pulp. Piccolo demands that the boys train more before facing Buu again, and meanwhile, the old Kai continues to dance around Gohan, who looks miserable. In a single day on Earth, Majin Buu wiped out over 80% of the population, finding it amusing to watch them resist or flee. The Earth's army even tried to fight back, but were unsuccessful, and the remaining people cling to hope that the savior had survived and is preparing to face Majin Buu. This savior is revealed to be Hercule, the strongest warrior in the world. The royal army flies him to a safe distance from Buu's house, where he plans to use his secret weapons to defeat him. Hercule calls out Buu's name, but gets no response until Buu suddenly appears on the roof of his home. In fear of his life, Hercule offers him presents of gourmet chocolate and a Game Boy, but his attempts to poison and destroy Buu fail. Buu decides to spare Hercule as his presents were fun and turns him into his servant, offering him human candy balls, which Hercule tries and then spits out. Hercule then convinces the monster to take a photograph with Buu lying on the ground as proof to the world that he defeated him. Hercule then serves him food before washing his back in the bathtub, secretly thinking of a way to kill him. Back at the realm of the Kais, the dance ritual has ended and old Kai faces Gohan with his hands outstretched. However, Gohan opens his eyes and sees that he's dozing off. He yells at him to wake up, but the old man insists he's awake and tells him to be quiet before falling asleep again. Gohan then thinking to himself that this may be a lost cause. Meanwhile on Earth, Piccolo suggests the boys try fusion as Super Saiyans, warning them not to become overconfident like last time. The boys agree and turn Super Saiyan before successfully fusing into Gotenks. Piccolo is impressed by their strength, but questions their agility. Gotenks tells Piccolo that he'll demonstrate to avoid damaging the lookout and flies off, Piccolo following reluctantly behind him. After traveling around the world, Gotenks lands and waits for Piccolo to catch up. He then foolishly becomes overconfident again and decides to test his power against Majin Buu. Piccolo tries to stop him, but Gotenks flies off, the Namekian stating that they only have one more minute left to be fused. Gotenks arrives at Buu's house to challenge him, but he soon reverts back to Trunks and Goten before running away. Buu comes outside, confused on what just happened, but Hercule tells him that it was nothing important, as no one would dare speak to Buu in such a way. Back inside, Hercule reads a book to Buu, who finds it amusing. After finishing it, Buu decides to resume killing, offering for Hercule to come along, but he declines and offers to cook instead. After Buu departs, Hercule insults and threatens him behind his back before pulling out some powerful dynamite from his bag. He intends to use it to save the world by blowing up Buu and hides the dynamite in a pot, hoping the monster returns soon. Meanwhile, a man and his grandma are walking and trying to hide from Buu when suddenly the woman is shot in the head. The shooter is revealed to be a random earthling and his subordinate, who says they'll all be killed by Buu anyway, so they might as well have some fun and kill others. The sniper then orders his subordinate to shoot the old man, and the two then drive off to the city to find more people to kill. Back at Buu's house, Hercule is shocked to see Buu return so soon and is cooking when the monster returns with a puppy. The puppy has a hurt leg and he can't run away, so Buu decides to heal him. Instead of being afraid though, the dog takes a liking to the one who healed him. Hercule explains that the puppy is happy to have been helped, and Buu plays with him as he happily follows. Hercule offers to get the dog some food and drives away, then planning to detonate the bomb he placed in Buu's house earlier. However, as Hercule sees how happy Buu looks with his new friend, he decides to hold off on the explosion. Meanwhile, the random humans speed through towns, murdering everyone in their path. Back at the house, Hercule asks Buu why he kills, and he reveals that he was taught to do so by Bibbidi and Bobbidi, his creators. The champ tells Buu that he doesn't have to kill and destroy because it's fun, and Buu promises not to do it anymore, much to Hercule's pleasure. The sniper and his cohort then head toward Buu's house while Buu and the puppy play. He then arrives and shoots the puppy as Hercule and Buu are left speechless. The sniper's cohort is confused as to why Hercule is with Majin Buu, but the sniper says it's irrelevant since they'll kill him and become the new heroes anyway. Hercule sees them on a cliff and the sniper shoots a rocket at the house, but Hercule manages to escape while they celebrate their triumph. When the smoke clears, Buu is unharmed and furious. The sniper gets ready to shoot again, but Hercule cuts in, takes out his cohort, and furiously beats up the sniper. Buu is calmed down by the end of the beating, and Hercule sees that the puppy is still alive as Buu heals him again. Dende and Piccolo are watching from above, and Piccolo is concerned about the situation. In the midst of Hercule and Buu's celebration though, the sniper shoots Hercule with a handgun and runs away. Buu is enraged more than ever before, but heals Hercule and tells him to flee with the puppy or they'll die. Hercule is confused, but Buu insists, so he runs away. Buu releases a massive cloud of steam that begins to take shape, causing concern for him, Hercule, Piccolo, and Dende, who watch from the lookout. Everyone, including the sniper, observes as the cloud changes into a thin Majin Buu. Apparently, the incredible anger that Buu felt caused an evil within him to manifest into another version of him, now introduced as Evil Buu. The Evil Buu immediately flies toward the sniper, who shoots at him with a handgun. However, Buu merely holds out his hand and fires a blast, obliterating the sniper and creating a large crater. While Hercule watches in horror, the Evil Buu runs over to the Good Buu and the two exchange blows. The Evil Buu kicks the Good Buu across the ground and continues to attack him. The original Buu proved to be no match, as when they separated, most of the power went to the evil one. The Good Buu attempts to transform the bad one into chocolate, but the Evil Buu deflects the beam, turning the Good Buu into chocolate instead. The Evil Buu grabs the chocolate, eats it, and releases steam from his body, transforming into a muscular and lean Majin Buu. Suddenly, Buu then starts screaming, sending Hercule flying and causing the ground to crack, as Piccolo can hardly believe what he's witnessing. Krillin asks what's wrong, and Piccolo explains that Buu's energy has undergone a complete transformation due to some foolish Earthlings. He goes on to further explain that he's become pure evil and his body is now much more suited for combat. Although Krillin suggests they still have the young fighters and the fusion technique to rely on, Piccolo remains doubtful. Meanwhile, even Goku in the realm of the Kais notices the change in Buu's energy. Gohan worries they won't be able to stop him in time, but Old Kai reassures him and continues reading his book. The sniper's partner, who's still alive, climbs up on a cliff and tries to shoot Buu with a machine gun, but the bullets have no effect. Buu wickedly laughs and enters the man's mouth, causing him to explode from the inside. Buu then approaches Hercule and his puppy, but stops himself upon seeing them. The champ assumes the monster is scared, but then realizes Buu is floating above him. It seems a part of Buu still cares for Hercule as he utters his name before flying away. Buu continues to laugh maniacally and creates a powerful shockwave as he flies away, suddenly changing direction as he flies straight up and appears before everyone at the lookout. Apparently, he has the ability to sense ki now, much to the detriment of the Z fighters. Buu suddenly shouts out the word bring, startling everyone at the lookout. Piccolo wonders what Buu wants him to bring, and the monster explains he wants to fight the ones who were promised to battle him by Goku. Piccolo confirms that the fighters are present, but sleeping to prepare. Buu orders Piccolo to wake them up, but the Namekian advises him to wait for them just a little bit longer. Impatient though, Buu declines, saying that he hates waiting. Desperate to buy some more time, Piccolo tells Buu that he can kill everyone on Earth for his amusement in the meantime. Buu then smiles and proceeds to walk around the edge of the lookout. He raises his arm and begins an extinction attack on the Earth, which shoots thousands of beams from the lookout and kills everyone below. Having finished his work, Buu demands Piccolo to bring out his opponent to fight. Piccolo agrees, but requires time to prepare since the fighter is sleeping. He suggests 1 hour, to which Buu questions the duration. Piccolo creates an hourglass and shows the monster how long it will take, and he initially grows impatient, but Piccolo informs him that Videl, Hercule's child, wants him to wait as well. Buu looks at her and finally agrees, but threatens to kill everyone if Piccolo fails to bring out his opponent at the end of the hour. Piccolo then tells Krillin to take Trunks and Goten to the hyperbolic time chamber where they can train for 1 hour Earth time, which equals 15 days in there. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan and Chaozu are seen on Earth alive, having dodged Buu's attack, and Hercule is wandering around. Back in the realm of the Kais, Supreme Kai notices that everyone on Earth has been killed by Majin Buu. Goku is surprised and wonders if the Earth was destroyed, but Supreme Kai clarifies that the Earth is mostly undamaged, but doesn't know exactly what happened. Meanwhile, Gohan's annoyed that the process is taking so long. Old Kai says the ritual isn't done yet, as the Half Saiyan still has a lot of latent power. Having lost his patience though, Gohan stands up and unleashes his new power, surprised so much energy was coming from him. Old Kai tells him to calm down, and Goku's impressed, wondering how much power Gohan really has hidden. At the lookout, Goten and Trunks notice that Buu's changed. Piccolo tells them to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, where 1 minute outside is equal to 6 hours of training inside. Shortly after though, Chi-Chi foolishly confronts Buu for killing Gohan, and he turns her into an egg. Piccolo then telling an upset Goten to focus on training as she can be brought back with the Dragon Balls. Later in the chamber, Trunks complains about the conditions of the room, but Goten has already begun training to avenge his family. On the outside, Videl asks Piccolo how Buu knows her father, and he explains that Hercule is the only one who befriended Buu. Their conversation is interrupted though, as Buu gets impatient and destroys the hourglass, demanding Piccolo to bring him his challengers immediately, and he begins walking him to the time chamber. Krillin Krillin and the others question why Piccolo is leading Boo there, but Dende explains that if needed, Piccolo could destroy the door and trap Boo in that dimension if Goten and Trunks lose. Assuming they die, they can be brought back with the Dragon Balls as well. Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten are tired from training and discuss their plan to go beyond Super Saiyan to defeat Boo. Piccolo telepathically informs them though that Boo is on his way and that they need to be prepared sooner than they thought. About a minute later, Piccolo and Boo arrive at the time chamber where Boo initially rushes into battle, but after being yelled at by Trunks, he waits for the boys to fuse into Gotenks to fight him. Gotenks then rushes in and delivers a kick and a few punches to Boo's face, but they have no effect. Piccolo then thinking that the Earth is doomed. Gotenks claims he hasn't gotten serious yet, but intends to display his true abilities on Boo. He rushes toward the monster and unleashes several generic attacks with ridiculous names. This annoys Boo, who slaps Gotenks and sends him flying, as Piccolo is embarrassed by the scene. Boo claims that Gotenks is weak, and he's no longer interested in playing around. Gotenks mutters that Boo doesn't understand the situation and will regret making him angry. He transforms into a Super Saiyan, which surprises Piccolo. Gotenks then decides he'll finish the battle, but wonders which technique to use. He settles on the Galactic Donut attack, which forms a ring of ki around Boo. Boo, however, easily breaks free and attacks Gotenks. They collide in mid-air, and Boo is hurt for the first time. Gotenks then uses his ultimate technique, the Super Ghost Kamikaze attack, as he spits out a ghost that looks identical to him, much to everyone's surprise. The ghost then flies towards Boo, as Boo smacks it to stop the attack, but upon impact, the ghost explodes, causing Boo to be severely injured. Gotenks gets confident and creates an additional 10 ghosts to finish off Boo, commanding them like soldiers to fall in line for the next move. Meanwhile, Boo recovers and sips on a green drink while reading a book about cars, and Gotenks sends 2 of his ghosts after him. Boo avoids the attacks and makes fun of Gotenks, so the fused hero conjures up a plan of attack. Gotenks sends the ghost to attack Boo again, but 2 ghosts blow themselves up by accident. The remaining 5 then distract Boo and detonate on him, leaving the remaining 1 to go in Boo's mouth and blow him to bits. As the monster is blown away, Gotenks strikes a victory pose, assured that the battle is over. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kais, Goku and Supreme Kai notice that Majin Buu's ki has disappeared, along with Goten and Trunks. Old Kai explains that they've been fighting in the hyperbolic time chamber and that the Namekian led Majin Buu in there for some reason. Back in the chamber, despite thinking they've defeated Buu by burning up his flesh, the monster reforms and begins to collect above them. Piccolo wonders if Gotenks has another attack up his sleeve, but rather than filling him in on his master plan, the fused warrior makes Piccolo sweat, faking as if he's all out of power and options. Suddenly, Buu grabs Gotenks and swings him around with his antenna, then punching him away and knocking his tooth out. Just as Gotenks prepares to show off his hidden technique though, Piccolo destroys the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber, stating that the 3 of them are now trapped in the room for eternity. Gotenks scolds the Namekian and tells him he was just joking about being out of options, to which Piccolo gets upset. Meanwhile, shocked about seemingly being trapped forever, Buu screams to the top of his lungs and creates a hole in the time chamber dimension, revealing the lookout. Buu, who's just as surprised as everyone else, gazes at the hole while Piccolo realizes that he was able to break a dimensional wall just with the power of his ki. The hole starts to shrink though, and Buu quickly squeezes himself through the tiny opening before it disappears, leaving Piccolo and Gotenks trapped. Meanwhile, Goku senses that Majin Buu has left the hyperbolic time chamber, but Gotenks and Piccolo are still inside. Old Kai creates a crystal ball and throws it to Goku so he can observe the events. In the crystal ball, Goku sees that Buu has returned and turned everyone into chocolate. Gohan is confused on what's going on, but Goku tells him to concentrate on unleashing his potential. Goku remembers that Earth still has the Dragon Balls though, so somehow things should work out. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo and Gotenks keep screaming, but nothing seems to work. Having been left with no other options, Gotenks decides to use his secret technique and transform into a Super Saiyan 3, surprising Piccolo. Gotenks then screams again and creates his own dimensional hole, and he and Piccolo jump through and find Buu waiting for them. Gotenks tells Buu that he's stronger now, and Piccolo notices that the lookout is damaged. Buu reveals that he ate everyone moments ago, which angers Gotenks. The Saiyan slams his head into Buu and propels him through the main structure of the lookout and into midair, which takes Buu by surprise. surprise. He manages to dodge a punch from Gotenks, and his fist is caught and used to throw him to the temple floor, causing significant damage to it. Boo then becomes enraged, and Piccolo is saddened by the destruction. Boo curls into a ball and flies toward them repeatedly, destroying the rest of the lookout in the process until only the floor beneath them remains. Gotenks attempts to counter, but Boo breaks the floor, causing Piccolo to urge Gotenks to attack without posing. Gotenks complies and uses his rapid-fire super donut attack to trap Boo in a ball of donuts. Piccolo thinks Boo has been sealed, but Gotenks warns that he'll break free soon. Gotenks then calls for Piccolo's help in performing the Clash Ultra Boo Boo volleyball move, but Piccolo is hesitant. Despite this, the Namekian agrees and they successfully spike the Boo volleyball down to Earth, creating a large crater upon impact. Knowing that attack alone wouldn't be sufficient enough to kill Boo, Gotenks tells the monster to pick himself up and urges him to hurry as his power won't last long and it'll take him an hour to regain it. Piccolo shows up and Gotenks begins to doubt Boo's strength, thinking he may have overestimated it and killed him, but suddenly a massive blast emerges from the crater, almost hitting both Gotenks and Piccolo. The Namekian expresses concern, stating that the energy in the blast was powerful enough to instantly destroy the Earth. Gotenks becomes furious and decides to use rapid-fire die missiles on the crater, not caring about destroying the Earth since everyone's already dead. However, Piccolo warns Gotenks that he might accidentally destroy a Dragon Ball, which would prevent them from wishing anyone back. When Boo emerges from the rubble, Gotenks believes that he must be weakened, but Piccolo notes that he's only weakened spiritually and that he's never fought someone as powerful as Gotenks before. Boo headbutts Gotenks and chases him, leading to a fierce battle between the two. As they exchange blows, Goku thinks that Gohan may not even get a chance to fight. As Gotenks lands near a battle-damaged Boo, he declares that he'll finish him off and annihilate him completely, but his Super Saiyan 3 form wears off, causing him to return to his normal state. As Gotenks stands speechless, Boo starts to recover from his injuries. Piccolo believes that it's the end of the battle, and meanwhile in the realm of the Kais, Goku urges Old Kai to hurry up since the fusion is worn off. Old Kai reveals that he's been ready to go for the last 5 minutes, prompting Gohan to ask why he didn't say something sooner. Gohan realizes he needs to act fast and asks for guidance on how to become the warrior of ultimate strength. Old Kai tells him that it's similar to transforming into a Super Saiyan and focusing his ki. Gohan then unleashes his power, almost blowing everyone away. Despite not being in his Super Saiyan form, Gohan's power has impressed Goku. Supreme Kai urges them to hurry to Earth, but Kibito offers to take Gohan alone since the others will just get in the way. Goku feels bad for not being there for his son, but hugs Gohan and wishes him luck before Kibito teleports him away. On Earth, Gohan asks Kibito for a change of clothes to match his father's gi. Kibito easily fulfills this request, and Gohan sets off to face Boo alone. Trunks and Goten are now separated and scared for their lives. Piccolo offers to fight and die with them, as they know his help won't make much of a difference. Suddenly though, Boo sits down and falls asleep, confusing Piccolo and the boys. They soon sense a powerful energy heading their way, and wonder who or what it is. Piccolo initially thinks it might be a new enemy until it gets closer, and he shouts that it's Goku. However, Goten corrects him, revealing it to be his brother Gohan. Gohan lands in front of the group and greets them, explaining that the Supreme Kai saved him and has been caring for him until now. Piccolo notes that Gohan looks different, as his facial features and ki has changed. Gohan then learns from Trunks and Goten that Majin Buu has killed everyone, including his mother and Dende. Noticing a faint ki in the distance though, Gohan smirks and decides to confront Buu, telling him that he intends to kill him. Buu laughs and recalls beating up Gohan in the past, and even Piccolo doesn't believe Gohan can win. The boys then prepare to try to use fusion again to help him out, although it's too early to attempt it anyway. However, Gohan suddenly powers up and attacks Buu relentlessly, stunning Piccolo, Trunks, and Goten. Buu is shocked, and Gohan confidently says that he can't win. Buu realizes that Gohan's the one who possesses the immense power that he felt far away, and says that he can't allow anyone to be more powerful than him. The monster says that he'll eliminate Gohan, but the Half Saiyan calmly says that that's impossible. Buu then grins and begins to power up, prompting Gohan to realize his intentions and escape with Piccolo and the boys as Buu self-destructs. They land on a cliff that overlooks the explosion, and Gohan notes that Buu didn't die and is currently hiding his ki. Goten suggests that Buu might be planning planning a surprise attack, but Gohan speculates that something else is at play. Trunks assures the group that Gohan can defeat Buu, even if he is alive. Gotenks acknowledges that Gohan is stronger than their Super Gotenks, and Trunks admits that it may be true. Gohan explains to the group that he gained his strength from the Elder Kai, then inquiring about the Dragon Radar, which Piccolo has. Piccolo informs them that Dende is dead, but Gohan detects a faint key that belongs to him. The group set out to locate Dende, and on the way, spot a tired Hercule and rescue him. Piccolo carries him while Goten takes care of his dog. Piccolo wonders why Buu didn't eliminate Dende, and Gohan reminds him that they left the hyperbolic time chamber only a few moments after Buu did. They soon find Dende, who tells them that Mr. Popo saved him when Buu returned. Hercule is curious about the green-skinned child, but Trunks informs him that he's the ruler of the Earth. Time passes, and Hercule learns of Fidel's demise, but Goten assures him that they can bring her back to life. Suddenly, the group senses Buu approaching, and Gohan is curious to see what's changed in the last hour that he's been gone. Buu lands and grins while Gohan notices that nothing's changed. Trunks believes that Buu will just run away, but the monster shouts that he wants to fight Goten and Trunks once again. Gohan refuses though, claiming that he's Buu's opponent. However, Buu insists on settling the score with the boys first. Gohan wonders why, but Buu ignores him and accuses the boys of being scared. Trunks and Goten deny it, and Piccolo senses that something strange is happening. Trunks tells Piccolo that Buu is too stupid to have a plan, and they fuse quickly as Gotenks appears in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Buu then splits a part of his back into two blobs, which go unnoticed by the others. As Gotenks prepares to fight, one blob engulfs him while the other takes Piccolo. Buu quickly brings the blobs back to him and absorbs them, causing him to transform. Goku from the Kai realm urges Gohan to kill Buu, but the transformation is complete before Gohan can act. Buu then looks down at Gohan with a wicked grin, now sporting an elongated antenna in Gotenks' vest. Buu explains that he planned to absorb Gotenks all along to become the strongest, but his power had a time limit, so he waited for an hour for the next chance. Gohan remarks that Buu's intelligence hasn't improved though, as it would have been smarter to absorb him instead. Buu argues that being the strongest would be pointless without anyone to fight, then stating that his greatest motivation is to fulfill his previous Majin Buu's promise of killing Gohan. Buu aims to end the fight quickly due to Super Gotenks' time constraint. Gohan then stating that that's smart thinking, and that must be the Piccolo in him. Gohan tries to attack Buu with a kick, but Buu catches both legs, leaving Gohan helpless. The Half Saiyan shoots a Ki Blast, but
Yes! I'm even more powerful than before!
Alright guys, let's try to get this W.
To commemorate my newfound dominance, I'll destroy this planet!
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Start finding some keys quick.
You have my thanks.
You found a power key. Go slot it. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Flying Nimbus!
Oh my gosh, why did that happen?
Somebody's down.
Bro, how do you get climb explosion?
Extreme caution if you're going to help them. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them,
What the fuck is going on right now? Just lost the match. Yeah, we lost the match. It's game over. There's no way that we can plant 4 keys. So I'm just gonna call it a day. This guy kill me and just move on. What the hell happened?
Jeez, you're helpless. I owe you.
I think they just put everyone in a bad spot.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Oh no! The super transfer was stolen! I'll get another one out right away. Just keep it together until then.
This guy got to level 4. We never even found any keys.
I sent another super transfer. Take it and survive this.
Save me. That match was waste.
But Boo avoids it and grabs Gohan's neck with his antenna. Boo then punches Gohan into the distance and fires a powerful ki blast at him, but Gohan manages to dodge it. Boo taunts Gohan, who attacks again but gets smacked into the air and trapped by Gotenks' rapid fire super donut move. Goku fears for Gohan's life and is urged by Old Kai to help, but Goku is unable to return to the world of the living. Old Kai then offers to sacrifice himself so that Goku can return and save Gohan. Back on Earth, Boo prepares to use the Kamehameha to finish off a trapped Gohan, but the Half Saiyan breaks free and barely manages to avoid the attack. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, King Yama sends a soul back to Earth to assist in the battle with Boo, and Vegeta is chosen, smiling at the chance to face off against the monster once again. In the realm of the Kais, the old Kai dies and gives Goku his life, but immediately resurrects with a halo and urges the Saiyan to hurry and save Gohan. Boo continues to mock Gohan's persistence to survive their battle. Gohan rushes in once more, but Boo evades it easily and elbows him, causing him to fall to the ground. Gohan retaliates by shooting a blast at Boo, but the monster redirects it back toward him. The blast goes through the ground and flies out into space on the other side of the planet. Boo flies after Gohan, estimating that he only has 10 minutes left for the fusion and wants to make them enjoyable. As Gohan's beaten senseless, Dende advises Hercule to take the dog and leave, but he refuses, then pulling out his 4.5 caliber gun and aims at Boo. In the realm of the Kais, Goku plans to teleport away, but the old Kai stops him and asks how he intends to defeat Boo. Goku gets an idea to fuse with Gohan using the dance he taught Goten and Trunks, but old Kai is skeptical, stating that Boo wouldn't give them enough time to prepare. He then removes the earrings that he's wearing and instructs Goku to put one on his left ear while Gohan puts the other on his right, and the two will begin to fuse. Old Kai claims that the Potara earrings are a superior method of fusion and an ancient treasure of the Kais. To demonstrate, he instructs Supreme Kai and Kibito to remove the earrings on their opposing ears, and the two fly toward one another as we cut back to Gohan, who suddenly crashes out of the ground and is badly injured. Dende rushes to heal him, just as Boo emerges from the ground as well, confused on how Gohan was able to get back to full strength. He, however, mocks him as he's still weaker, and attacks Gohan with a ki shockwave and attempts to kill Dende at the same time, assuming he's the reason for Gohan's recovery. Hercule fires his gun at the blast and it disappears, not at the hands of the champ though, but Tien Shinhan, who'd arrived and used a tri-beam to deflect it. In the meantime, Supreme Kai and Kibito have fused, creating a taller Kai with long, straight hair. The warrior now known as Kibito Kai is thrilled with his new power, but old Kai quickly deflates his ego. Goku wonders how long the Potara fusion lasts, and old Kai reveals that it lasts forever, much to Kibito Kai's surprise. Goku is shocked as well, realizing that he won't be able to separate from his son. Old Kai then urges Goku to hurry and save Gohan before before it's too late and Goku prepares to head to Earth. Right before leaving though, he wonders if they should transform into Super Saiyan before fusing. However, old Kai advises against it, as it could have adverse effects on their body and lifespan. Kibito Kai interrupts them though, stating that Buu is about to finish off Gohan, and Goku leaves, then appearing on Earth to cut Buu in half with a Destructo Disc to prevent him from destroying the Earth. Gohan wonders how his dad returned from the afterlife, and Buu recognizes Goku as the warrior with the unusual transformations that he fought before. Goku then informs Buu that he possesses a powerful secret weapon to tip the scales, which confuses him. Buu, however, lifts up his cut off lower half and kicks Tien across the face, knocking him out. After some trash talk, Goku tosses one of the other Patora to Gohan, but he misses it, much to Goku's shock. Goku instructs him to put it on his right ear to fuse and defeat Buu. However, Buu interrupts them and rushes toward Goku. Gohan searches for the Patora while Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 3, but suddenly, Buu stops mid-air and begins to regress, as the boy's fusion has now run out. Goku assumes that Piccolo is the strongest one inside Buu now, and that Gohan can handle things from here, but Buu reveals that he had a backup plan, then using the spare piece of his body that was cut off to engulf Gohan and absorb him. Now out of time and options, Goku searches for another person to fuse with, but Tien Shinhan is out of commission, and Dende's no fighter. Goku then considers Hercule as his last option. Buu generously gives Goku 5 seconds to choose a fusion partner, but Goku has trouble deciding, as fusing with Hercule would probably do more harm than good. As Goku is about to choose Hercule anyway though, he senses Vegeta's ki in the distance. Buu attacks, but Goku teleports away just in time. Goku and Vegeta reunite, surprising both of them and Baba. Buu states that he'll hunt Goku down and flies after him, leaving Hercule and Dende behind. Goku asks Vegeta to put on the Potara earring to fuse and defeat Buu, but Vegeta is hesitant. Buu senses their power, but doubts that they'll be strong enough even if they fuse. Goku urges Vegeta to put on the earrings as Buu gets closer, but Vegeta is angry that Goku held back during their fight and didn't use Super Saiyan 3. Goku explains that the transformation was temporary and apologizes, but reveals that Buu killed everyone and absorbed Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. Vegeta remains skeptical about fusion as Buu prepares to attack, but finally puts on
Let's try to get this W.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Someone!
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Fortunately, we're down on a player from the start.
Flying Nimbus!
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Got a level 3. There's too many of us in C right now. Let me head to A then. A and B. I legit need one more key.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help.
Come on,
Don't know
guys.
what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Yeah, these guys sold.
Startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
Lost this one.
Thank you so much.
Flying Nimbus!
Just stop destroying fucking areas. I do not have power key radar, so I can't even get the Dragon Balls.
The startup system's under
And we have no level 3 on our teams,
dangerous, so tread
so we're kind of
carefully
just
if you want
fucked.
to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
This guy.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of it. Oh no! The super transfer was stolen. I'll get another one out right away. Just keep it together until then.
Holy hell.
What's you guys doing, bro?
Send another super transfer. Take it and survive this.
What a sad sight!
Not even gonna waste my time. Just keep it moving.
On the earring in desperation, but not before Goku warns him that they'll be permanently fused. They then join bodies and create a new warrior, surprising Buu. After fusing, Vegeta and Kakarot become Vegito, who then transforms into Super Vegito, a powerful warrior who easily deflects Buu's ki attack. Buu tries to attack Vegito with a punch, but the warrior counters with a hard kick to the face, breaking Buu's nose. Vegito taunts Buu and continues to pummel him with punches and kicks, then grabbing Buu's leg and slamming him into the ground, leaving him helpless. Kibito Kai and Old Kai comment on the power of the Potara, stating how the fusion of these two rivals has made them stronger than ever before. Vegito then impales Buu with a Ki Saber and asks him to get serious, but Buu remains defiant. As the two fighters become engulfed in the steam of the monster's anger, they continue to battle, but Vegito emerges victorious, holding Buu's antenna in his hand. He then blows it to bits and vows to erase Buu from existence the same way later, but Old Kai gets upset that the fused warrior isn't taking the fight seriously himself, leaving Buu completely furious. Buu is shocked to see that Vegito's power is so great, and the warrior mocks him, prompting Buu to utilize Gotenks' Super Ghost Kamikaze attack. Vegito recognizes the technique though, and easily destroys the ghost, taunting Buu, causing him to become increasingly frustrated. Buu flies at Vegito, angry about their unfair fusion, but Vegito easily dodges and strikes, telling him that he absorbed multiple people, so he's the last person who should be complaining. Meanwhile, Dende and Hercule can hear the battle in the distance. Vegito kicks Boo in the face and taunts him some more, but Boo retaliates by turning him into a candy ball. The monster holds the candy in his hand and prepares to eat, but suddenly punches himself in the face, causing the candy to drop and float. Vegito surprisingly retained his strength as a candy ball and attacks Boo, flying around and through his body repeatedly and cutting off a piece of his antenna. Boo eventually turns the warrior back to normal and out of options, begins to sweat. Vegito then gives Boo until the count of 10 to say his prayers, and suddenly, Boo realizes he can absorb Vegito by using the piece of his antenna that was cut off. He waits carefully and angles the absorption, but Vegito is on to his plan. As Boo goes in for it, Vegeta puts up a barrier to protect himself and is absorbed as Boo sits in satisfaction. Kibito Kai is in disbelief that Vegito was absorbed by Majin Buu, who is now taunting the fighter with laughter. The Kai thinks it's the end, but old Kai observes that Boo hasn't powered up or changed his form as he did before, which is strange. He suspects that Vegito may have had a plan, and Boo stops laughing, wondering himself why he hasn't transformed, but realizes that he's still the strongest and no one can stop him. Boo then tears off his shirt and laughs maniacally, while deep inside him, Vegito appears, annoyed by his laughter and grateful that the barrier worked. Shortly after, he decides to remove it to search for Gohan and the others, but splits back into Goku and Vegeta. Goku is confused on how they could separate when the fusion was supposed to be permanent, but Vegeta is relieved to be himself again and destroys his Potara earring. Goku scolds him and explains that they could have used that to fight against Boo again, then stating that as long as they're separated, Vegeta will have to go back to the afterlife. Vegeta, however, says that's better than spending an eternity united with Goku. Goku suggests they find Gohan and the others, and Vegeta agrees, warning that they need to hurry before Boo destroys the Earth. As they search for their friends, they find Piccolo, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten trapped in pods connected to Boo's innards. Vegeta notices that the boys have lost their fusion as well, but Goku explains that it's because of the 30-minute time limit for the fusion technique. The two begin to free their loved ones, and on the outside, the monster suddenly reverts back to his pre-absorption form. Goku notices that Boo's power has dropped, but insists that they can't compete with his strength and suggests fusion again. Vegeta realizes Goku's referring to the dance Goten and Trunks performed and refuses to do it, then suddenly notices the innocent Boo trapped in another pod nearby. As they observe and suggest cutting him loose, suddenly a voice interrupts them. The two turn around and see that the Boo they're inside has formed within himself, and Vegeta is perplexed by this. Boo doesn't know why they weren't absorbed, but is angry that they disconnected all the others. Vegeta states that they're in a bad situation, while Goku suggests they should have kept the Potara to fuse again outside for an easy victory. Boo is pleased to hear they can't fuse again, and Vegeta criticizes Goku for giving that away. Boo then prepares to fight, so the two turn Super Saiyan. Goku threatens to blast a large hole in Boo's body, but Boo remains unconcerned. Meanwhile, Dende, Hercule, and the puppy approach Boo on the outside, as Dende can sense his energy. Inside, Goku's attack is ineffective. Boo explains that he felt a small sensation in his head, since they're as small as fleas. Goku says they'll have to find another way to defeat him, but Boo claims it's impossible. Vegeta has another idea though, and asks Boo what would happen if he cut the other Boo's pod free, wondering whether Boo would revert to the fat one or the thin one. Boo pleads with Vegeta to stop though, stating that if this Boo were to be removed, he won't be him anymore. Goku is puzzled by what Boo means, while Vegeta is quite intrigued. The monster rushes at Vegeta, but the Saiyan cuts the pod free before Boo can attack. The inner Boo then collapses and oozes away, while the outer Boo screams in agony. Vegeta suggests they should rescue everyone and leave, so they carry the pods and fly through Boo until they come across one of the steam holes in his head. Outside, they all return to their normal size, but everyone else remains unconscious. Boo still hasn't noticed their escape in the midst of his agony, and Dende is impressed with Goku and Vegeta's rescue of the absorbed individuals. Boo starts to grow
Yeah, baby rare saw. Trying to get this W.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus, Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch.
Wait when I get my Nimbus and there's a civilian right next to me.
Thanks.
Dumbass girl.
Where am I?
An ally needs your help. We don't know what
Thanks.
danger awaits. Think before rushing in. You found a power key. Go slot it.
He might be underwater.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Flying Nimbus!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Why is this guy over here, bro? Move.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
I swear to God, if I wasn't live, I would just quit right now, bro. Because this is some fuckery. This guy had no reason to be where I was, and then key sensing. You got stream snipe.
Close.
Man, better revive me, bro. You really have to plant one fucking key. The key, guys. Keep spamming until they do something. Why are you an X? Thank you, brother. This Elf is fucking loser. Charlie, loser. Cold Brew, loser. Ain't doing shit.
I owe you one.
Plant the key yet. Still. Guys,
I owe you one.
these guys still didn't plant the damn key.
Time machine is ready. Head there now.
I lost my level, my power ups. These guys suck dick, bro.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
You guys go fucking fight, bro. There we go, man. Fuck. That was one of the worst matches I've ever had. Team full of ding-dongs.
No one does this to me.
Airheads. So
larger, and Goku points out that his energy is actually increasing now, much to their surprise. Goku is uneasy about Boo's transformation, as is Kibito Kai. The Kai then panics as he realizes Boo is reverting back to his original form. Boo's agony stops as he transforms into a small childlike form, which Goku and Vegeta assume will be easy to defeat, but the Kais are shocked and discuss Boo's history. Kibito Kai explains that this version of Boo was created by the mage Bibidi and defeated 4 of the 5 total Supreme Kai. The first 2 to die were the North and West Supreme Kai, but Boo absorbed the other 2 of them and gained a heart, which reduced his power. However, the detachment from the Fat Boo has now pushed him to his current state as the pure incarnation of evil. Kid Boo screams at the top of his lungs, surprising everyone around him, and without hesitation, fires a blast at the planet, devastating enough to destroy it. Vegeta knocks it away just in time, and the Saiyans try to convince Boo not to destroy the Earth, but Boo ignores them and creates a large energy ball. Realizing they can't stop this attack from destroying their home, Goku decides to use instant transmission to teleport everyone away. Having little time to act, he spots Dende, Hercule, and a puppy on the ground and decides to save them instead, in shock that he can only teleport this one time. Kibito Kai, however, appears and takes their hands, teleporting them to the sacred realm of the Kais just as Earth explodes, taking Piccolo, Trunks, Goten, and Gohan along with it. As the group arrive, Goku is devastated that they couldn't save the others, and Vegeta questions why Goku chose to save Dende, Hercule, and the dog over his own children. The old Kai confirms with the group that the Earth is gone, which makes Hercule laugh, thinking the old man is talking nonsense. Dende, however, politely tells Hercule to be quiet and explains the importance of the Kais and the realm. It's all for nothing though, as he brushes it off, still not believing that Dende could possibly be the god of the Earth. Hercule then realizes this must be all a dream and jumps off a cliff to prove it to himself, although he falls immediately and gets hurt. Vegeta is still angry at Goku for saving this idiot instead of their comrades, and further states due to the Earth's destruction, the Dragon Balls won't be able to bring back the dead anymore. However, Dende suggests going to planet Namek to get a new set of Dragon Balls. Goku thinks it's too far away, but the Supreme Kai says he can teleport them there. Old Kai, however, is against the idea, stating that the Dragon Ball shouldn't be used for selfish desires, prompting Goku to offer to take a perverted picture of a woman for him in exchange for permission to use the Dragon Balls. Vegeta catches wind of what Goku is planning as he's talking about Bulma and argues with him, exclaiming that he needs to use his own wife instead of his. Meanwhile, Kibito Kai looks at the crystal ball and points out that Buu is reforming in space. With little time to spare, the Kais give Goku and Vegeta another pair of Potara earrings, but they refuse to use them as they want to fight Buu one-on-one. They believe they must have some time before the final battle, but suddenly, Buu appears in the realm of the Kais, having been able to find everyone after witnessing Kibito Kai use his teleportation technique once. Goku and Vegeta prepare to fight Buu while the others watch via a crystal ball from another planet, and after winning in rock paper scissors to decide who fights first, Goku becomes a Super Saiyan 3 and wakes up a sleeping Buu, who then begins howling and beating on his chest. Vegeta steps back and acknowledges that the final battle for the fate of the universe was about to begin. Kid Buu then attacks Goku, but he counters with a Kamehameha. Buu quickly recovers and Goku hits him away, but Buu slows himself and kicks Goku in the face. As the Saiyan backflips to gain distance, he's met with a blast from Buu that he barely manages to teleport away from. The two then begin to trade blows as Vegeta watches, acknowledging how amazing Goku is in his battle, as he himself didn't stand a chance. Vegeta goes on to state that he now knows why he could never come close to Goku in strength, as he always fought for the sheer pleasure of battle and to kill his enemies, while Goku only fights to better himself each time and overcome his limits. He almost never takes the lives of his opponents and cares for others, which Vegeta now understands, confused but accepting how such a gentle Saiyan could still love to fight. Vegeta then continues to watch the battle as he wishes Goku good luck, saying that he's truly number one. Meanwhile, Goku disintegrates Buu with a powerful Kamehameha, but he regenerates as usual. The Saiyan is frustrated that Buu's physical strength never decreases and that he can always return to his normal state. Vegeta then encouraging Goku to go all out and finish Buu, as he thinks he's holding back for his sake. Goku, however, states that he's actually pushing himself to his limits and needs more time to power up, prompting Vegeta to offer him a minute to gather his strength while he takes on Buu himself. Goku warns Vegeta that if he dies again, he'll vanish from not only the living world, but the afterlife, effectively ceasing to exist. Nevertheless, Vegeta makes up his mind, powering up to Super Saiyan 2 and charges at Buu with a massive ki blast that obliterates the lower half of his body. Vegeta unleashes a series of blasts, causing Goku to believe that he can achieve his 1-minute goal at this pace. Despite the relentless assault though, Buu regenerates behind Vegeta and knocks him down with a forceful blow. Vegeta tries to recover, but Buu continues to pummel him with lightning fast punches and kicks. Vegeta is astonished by the ferocity of Buu's attacks, surprised that Goku could fight such an adversary on his own. Goku hopes that Vegeta can hold on, but it appears that he might not make it. Goku then states that it's been over a minute, yet he still doesn't have enough power, watching as Buu kicks Vegeta and sends him flying, then grabs him by the neck and begins choking him. Goku is unsure what to do, but suddenly Hercule interrupts Buu by calling him out and boasting about being the world champion. Buu releases Vegeta and turns his attention to Hercule, preparing to attack him. Hercule of course cowers and covers himself, and Buu misses him. Goku is impressed by Hercule's courage, and Buu suddenly stops attacking as he clutches his head in agony. Hercule then assuming that the monster is afraid of him and starts laughing. Buu continues his struggle as Hercule and Goku are confused as to why the monster is behaving so strangely. Vegeta asks Goku if he's finished, but the Saiyan says he's actually getting weaker by the second. Kid Buu then spits out Fat Buu, who's apparently still inside him, much to everyone's shock. Dende realizes that the good Buu inside of Kid Buu was preventing him from attacking Hercule, but now that barrier's been removed. Hercule stands his guard against the evil Buu, but he's punched in the face and rolls around in pain. The champ tries to threaten Buu, but he just laughs and beats his chest like an ape, then rushing at Hercule to finish him off. Suddenly, the good Buu appears and stands between Hercule and evil Buu. The two Buus then launch toward one another, with the evil Buu getting a hard kick to the good one. Fat Buu recovers and headbutts Kid Buu, but he grabs Fat Buu's antenna and slams him around. Fat Buu fires a blast at Kid Buu, blowing off half his torso, but he quickly regenerates. Meanwhile, Goku's power is fading away and he loses his Super Saiyan 3 form, shocking everyone. The evil Buu then blows off the good Buu's head, but he manages to recover. Hercule cheers Fat Buu on, but he says he doubts he can win. Vegeta insults Goku for his inability to gather gather ki and being able to maintain his Super Saiyan 3 form, which drains the energy of a living body. Disheartened, Goku gives up and the two Boos engage in combat, Kid Buu clearly having the upper hand. Hercule tries to intervene, but is easily swatted away by Kid Buu. Fat Buu manages to break free from the evil Buu's headlock and attacks him, but the evil Buu dodges and strikes him from behind. The good Buu regenerates and they continue fighting, leaving Goku worried about how long they'll be able to keep this up. Vegeta then calls on the Kais and Dende to gather the Dragon Balls on the restored planet Namek, but doesn't explain why. After the trip is made and the balls are gathered, having been done by the Namekians already, Vegeta orders them to make two wishes: restore the Earth and revive everyone who died since the Tenkaichi Budokai, except for the evil ones. Dende realizes that Porunga can only revive one person per wish, but the Namekian leader Mori assures them that Porunga has powered up since Goku's battle with Frieza. Meanwhile, the evil Buu attacks the good Buu and Vegeta notices that the good Buu's power is dropping. Porunga eventually grants the second wish and the people of Earth, including Gohan, Piccolo, and the boys, are revived. Vegeta then reveals his plan to have Goku prepare a spirit bomb to kill Buu, but Goku doubts that gathering energy from all the Earthlings will be sufficient enough to do the job. Vegeta thinks otherwise though, and explains that this will be a lot of energy. Dende informs them that Porunga wants the third wish, but Vegeta isn't interested. He instead wants to speak to all the Earthlings at once, but Kibito Kai says it's impossible. However, Goku recognizes King Kai's voice as he offers to help Vegeta by using his telepathy to speak to Earth's people. Vegeta addresses the Earthlings and asks them to lend their power to defeat Buu, and Goku then raises his hands and asks everyone to lend him as much energy as possible. The others, including Gohan, Trunks, and Goten, follow suit and the energy begins to swell. However, Vegeta realizes that the spirit bomb isn't complete and gets angry when he hears that the Earthlings are hesitant to raise their hands. Goku expresses doubts about their current level of ki and asks if anyone other than their friends has contributed. Vegeta, frustrated by the lack of support, aggressively demands that the people of Earth contribute. However, they still remain skeptical, unwilling to assist. Meanwhile, the evil Buu is attacking the good Buu, and Vegeta realizes they're running out of time. Hercule tries to distract the evil Buu with a rock to prevent him from killing the good Buu, but it only annoys him and directs his attention to Goku and the others. Goku appeals to everyone on Earth to lend their energy to help defeat the evil Buu. Some recognize his voice and raise their hands, while others are still skeptical. Vegeta tries to attack the evil Buu, but is quickly overpowered. As Hercule watches Vegeta's suffering and Goku's pleas to the Earth, he grows frustrated with the Earthling's skepticism.
I need help!
It's time to feast. You bore me.
Hopefully that civilian will give me the juice I need to get to level 3. Stayed. Maybe I've taken my lunch.
There's a lot more where this came from.
Going for this guy. Perfect.
Let's end the warm-up here, shall we?
Alright, let's destroy the time machine. Call it a game. Unless these guys summon.
Let's try this next.
Let's get these guys out of here. I have no idea why that happened, brother. left. That was an easy match.
and steps in, demanding them to help the world champion. The Earthlings recognize Hercule's voice, and the champ tells him that he's been battling Majin Buu. Now convinced, the Earthlings raise their hands and send over their energy, chanting Hercule's name throughout the planet in the process. After a few more moments, the power of everyone on Earth is transferred to Goku, and the Spirit Bomb finishes as Goku prepares to launch it at Buu. Goku tells Vegeta to move out of the way to avoid being caught up in the blast. Suddenly, Buu launches an attack at Goku, causing him to quickly disappear to evade it. When he reappears, he sees that Vegeta is no longer near Buu. Hercule is then seen running away with Vegeta slung over his shoulder. Goku commends Hercule for his efforts, stating that he truly is the savior of the world and launches the Spirit Bomb, but Buu prepares to counter it with a blast of his own. Despite Goku's efforts, Buu manages to hold off the Spirit Bomb from smothering him. Goku wishes he had some more strength left to push it further, and Vegeta realizes he doesn't have enough physical strength to fully execute the attack. Dende and the Kais try to work out a strategy, then suggesting using the Dragon Balls to restore Goku's strength. Dende fulfills the wish, and Porunga agrees and makes it so, restoring the Saiyan to his full power. Goku then turns Super Saiyan and tells Buu that he's amazing, having come so far with his own strength. Goku states that he hopes he can come back one day as a better person, and with that, he pushes the Spirit Bomb down, and Kid Buu is completely obliterated from existence. From the air, Goku glances at Vegeta and gives him a thumbs up, signifying the end of the battle as they both smile. Finally, Majin Buu had disappeared completely, with not a single cell remaining, and the Namekians and Kais celebrate. Piccolo informs Gohan that Buu's energy is completely gone, and on the world of the Kais, Hercule speaks to the citizens on Earth, confirming that it's all over. Everyone cheers and chants except for Videl, who knows her father is lying. Meanwhile, Dende rushes to heal Goku, but Goku asks him to heal Vegeta first. Hercule's reunion with his puppy in celebration is cut short though, when the puppy finds the original Buu beaten to a pulp in some rubble. Vegeta understandably wants to finish off Buu, but Hercule begs him not to, saying that he'll take responsibility for him. Goku asks Dende to heal Buu and says that both he and Hercule helped in the battle, so at the very least, he deserves to live. Kibito Kai thinks it might not be a good idea for Buu to live on Earth since everyone will recognize him, but Goku suggests they can keep him from going outside for 6 months and asks Shenron to erase Buu's memory from everyone. Vegeta reluctantly agrees, and after Buu is healed, they all return to Earth and everyone greets them happily, except Buu, who everyone needed to get used to at first. 6 months later, memories of Buu were erased from everyone's mind, except for those who were heavily involved, and we fast forward 10 years into the future as we witness a now teenage Trunks visiting Gohan, who tells him that Goten and their dad are training in the woods. We cut to a teenage Goten, who's exhausted after training with his father, and Vegeta and Bulma arrive, Goku telling them that they haven't seen each other in a while, and Bulma stating it's been 4 years. Goku makes a joke about Bulma being old, and she retorts by calling Saiyans freaks, but Vegeta explains that Saiyans remain young longer so they can fight, Bulma then wondering if she should ask Shenron to make her younger. Goku tells Vegeta that he's training to enter the Tenkaichi Budokai tomorrow, as there's an incredible fighter coming, but Vegeta doesn't initially believe it. Trunks then arrives to talk to Goten, the half Saiyan then revealing that he's going to enter the Budokai as well, but not by choice, as Goku's making him go. We're then introduced to Pan, Gohan and Videl's daughter, who flew around the Earth, stating that she'll be entering the tournament as well. Vegeta then decides to join himself and forces Trunks to do the same, otherwise he'll cut his allowance. The next day, we cut backstage as Hercule schemes with Fat Buu so he can come out on top as the winner in the tournament this year. Goku and the gang arrive and greet him, and we cut to the lottery to determine the matchups, as Goku asks Buu to use his magic to manipulate the drawing for him so he can go head to head head with the incredible fighter. The lottery begins and everyone begins to draw numbers. Suddenly, a short village boy named Oob steps up to draw, and Goku makes it known that he's the fighter he was referring to. Vegeta is of course surprised, prompting Goku to explain that 10 years ago when Kid Buu was beaten, he made a wish that the monster could be reborn as a good guy, and King Yemma was listening, confirming that this kid was apparently the reincarnation of Kid Buu. Meanwhile, Oob is nervous about the competition, but hopes to win the prize money to bring back food to his village. The tournament's announcer begins by explaining the procedures, instructing fighters to enter the ring when called and allowing them to relax or warm up beforehand. Goten is unhappy that he has to face Buu in the first round, but Goku believes it wouldn't be an issue if Goten had trained harder. One of the fighters, Mokeko, complains about facing a little kid and insults Pan, causing her to stick out her tongue at him. Otokosuki is pleased to face Trunks, while Nock taunts Vegeta about his age. Vegeta calmly punches Nock away, knocking him out. The announcer declares that the tournament has begun, and the first match features Pan, a 4-year-old girl and grandchild of Hercule, against Mokeko, who lost to Mr. Buu in the last tournament semifinals last year. Despite concerns from some fans and Hercule himself, Pan quickly defeats Mokeko by knocking him out of the ring. The second match features Goku and the 10-year-old boy named Oob, who Goku intends to train. Realizing Oob's nervous nature, Goku decides to trash talk him to get him to fight, and Oob puts up quite a good one, impressing everyone with his abilities. Having seen enough, Goku offers to train Oob, the boy nervous at first as he really only came for the prize money to feed his family, but Goku assures him that Hercule will give him everything he needs. Goku then flies toward his family and bids them a farewell, stating that he doesn't know how long it'll take to train Oob, but he'll come and visit from time to time. And with that, the two leave the tournament to head towards Oob's village. Goku's family can't believe he left so suddenly, while Piccolo states he hasn't seen Goku this happy in a long time. Vegeta then states how he knows Goku all too well, and that him training Oob has nothing to do with protecting the Earth. Meanwhile, Goku makes Oob promise to fight him when his training's complete and gives him the Flying Nimbus, revealing that the kid is in fact pure of heart. The two then take off excitedly on their new adventure, ready to confront any challenge in their way, and remembering that the Dragon Balls will always be there for them in the end. The story of Dragon Ball begins long ago in a forest far away from civilization, as we see a young boy rolling along and speaking to some monkeys in the treetops. As the boy arrives home, we witness as he throws a log twice his size in the air and kicks it clean into pieces, treating it as his exercise for the day. After speaking to an artifact which he refers to as Grandpa, the boy heads off into the woods to look for some food, and we cut to a young girl who appears to be nearby, looking for something as she drives off to investigate. After successfully managing to use himself as bait to catch a giant fish, the boy makes his way home, but is almost hit by a car, courtesy of the same young girl we saw before. Assuming the car to be a monster trying to steal his fish, the boy lifts and throws it with the girl inside, goading it to fight. Shocked, the young girl emerges from the car and shoots the boy in the head, only to find that the bullets were ineffective. Quickly trying to explain the misunderstanding to a now understandably upset young boy, the girl removes herself from the vehicle entirely, and the boy is surprised to meet another human, let alone a girl, who his grandpa had always told him to be nice to if he met one. The boy wants to know more about the monster he threw and asks the girl how she caught it. However, she explains that it's not a monster, but a car, to which the young boy examines it some more, then inquiring whether the girl is from a civilization. The girl says she's from the West, and he says she should come with him to his house to have a feast because she's a woman. The girl agrees and they head towards the boy's home, the girl thinking that this stranger might be a little weird, but she could use his strength to aid her. They arrive at his house, and the boy tells the artifact who he calls Grandpa that he brought back a human woman. The girl looks at Grandpa and suddenly screams, exclaiming that she finally found another Dragon Ball as she rushes over to it to pick it up. The boy yells at her not to touch his grandpa's last possession, but she pulls out two more identical looking artifacts, much to the boy's surprise. She explains that the artifacts are called Dragon Balls and that there are 7 in total, then stating that according to legend, once you collect collect all 7, you'll be granted a wish by the dragon god Shenron, but only one. The girl then says that she was once going to wish for a lifetime supply of strawberries, but she's reconsidered and will now collect the Dragon Balls to wish for a boyfriend. The girl then asks for the Dragon Ball that the boy has, but he refuses, prompting her to try to bribe him with a quick peek at her underwear, but of course, he's not interested. The girl then suggests that he join her in her search for the Dragon Balls instead, and the boy finally agrees, so long as he gets to hold on to his ball. The girl then thinks to herself how she'll now be able to get her wish granted and have a bodyguard at the same time. The boy asks how they'll be able to find the Dragon Balls, to which she introduces her Dragon Radar, a tool used for the sole purpose of locating them. The two then prepare to head off, and the girl looks through her pouch to find a replacement for the car that the boy totaled so they can get around. Realizing she doesn't know the boy's name, she asks him, and he introduces himself as Son Goku. Goku asks the same, and she says her name is Bulma, prompting Goku to laugh and make fun of it. Bulma pulls a case out of her pouch and uses a number 9 capsule as it explodes and reveals a motorcycle, much to the surprise of Goku, who surmises she must be a witch. Bulma explains that it's just a capsule often used in the city she's from, and the two take off on their new adventure. 20 minutes later, as the two continue to ride, Bulma flies off a hill a little too high and lands, coming to a complete stop. She excuses herself to go and pee, much to Goku's confusion as he wonders why she wouldn't just go in front of him, but waits around for her to finish. Suddenly, he hears a loud shriek in the distance and runs toward it, then witnessing Bulma in the clutches of a pterodactyl, who tells Goku that Bulma is a friend of his and that he wants to talk to her about something in private. The monster then ties Goku to a tree and takes off, as the gullible young boy thought he was telling the truth. As the pterodactyl plans to feast on Bulma, she yells out to Goku to rescue her as she's in imminent danger. Confused, Goku says she needs to make up her mind, but rushes toward Bulma's motorcycle or monster, who he thinks can fly. Goku starts it up and flies off a hill, same as Bulma earlier in an attempt to catch the two. The motorcycle is unable to make the distance, so Goku jumps out, unveiling a power pole that he had to whack the monster in the back of the neck, killing him as the three fall to what would appear to be certain death. However, Goku uses his pole to save Bulma, attaching her to a cliff in the wilderness to stop her fall, as she pees her pants in terror, making Goku laugh. Sometime that evening, the pair continue to ride off on another motorcycle, Goku optimistic that finding the last 4 Dragon Balls will be a piece of cake. Bulma decides to stop as it's getting late, and rather than prepare to sleep outside like Goku, she throws out a capsule from her case containing a house. Goku is of course surprised, thinking she must be using some kind of magic, but the two head inside, Goku wondering how Bulma was able to bring the sun into the home. Bulma turns on the TV and Goku is fascinated, but Bulma tells him that he stinks and needs to take a bath before they eat. Goku unaware of what a bath is, Bulma decides to give him one. While cleaning him, she wonders why Goku decided to attach a fake tail to his butt and tells him to remove it, but Goku tells her to stop and grabs the scrub brush with his tail and washes his own butt. Bulma freaks out as she realizes the tail is real, and Goku surmises that only guys have them. Bulma then wonders if it's true, as she's never seen another man naked before, but Goku then points out that his grandfather never had one, convincing Bulma that Goku's just weird. Bulma decides that she needs a bath herself, but while she's soaking, Goku walks in and surprises her, asking why she has an extra butt. She yells that it's just her chest and asks how old he is. Goku says 14, prompting Bulma to call him a perv as they're only 2 years apart in age, and kicks him out. As Bulma dries her hair, Goku says that he's hungry and the two sit down to eat. Goku complains that the bread he's eating has no flavor and that the soup is bitter. Bulma explains that it's coffee though, not soup, so Goku decides to head out and hunt for some better food to get his strength back. Goku later returns to the house with a centipede and a wolf hanging from the end of his power pole, but Bulma is disgusted and slams the door in his face. Back inside, Goku says it's been a while since he slept with someone else. Bulma, however, tells him they won't be sleeping together as she rolls out a spot on the floor. Goku doesn't understand why it's so weird since he used to sleep on his grandpa like a pillow, but Bulma yells at him for thinking he could do that with her. As she brushes her teeth, she asks Goku about his parents. Goku says he just knows his grandpa found him abandoned in the mountains when he was a baby, and Bulma figures he was abandoned since he had a tail. Goku asks if she was also abandoned for having a butt on her chest, and she yells that it's not a butt and that she wasn't abandoned. She informs him that she's on summer vacation, so she only has another 30 days to find the remaining Dragon Balls. But Goku falls asleep, uninterested in the story. The next morning, Goku wakes up and first notices an empty sleeping spot on Bulma. He lies down between her legs like he used to do with his grandpa, but notices something doesn't feel right. He pats her downstairs area, takes off her panties, and screams in horror. Bulma wakes up suddenly and asks him what's wrong, and Goku says that she's lost her balls. Bulma quickly runs over to the Dragon Balls and sees that they're all there. She yells at him for surprising her like that, and meanwhile, a shadowy figure approaches the capsule house. Later, Goku can't believe Bulma's taking so long to get ready in the morning and tells her if she moves any slower, she'll turn into a turtle. Bulma does her usual whining and decides to have some coffee, offering Goku some, but Goku declines and goes outside to exercise. He runs around, picking up and crushing a huge rock. He runs over to another and attempts to do the same, but it turns out to be a large sea turtle. Goku yells that Bulma really did turn into a turtle, but Bulma comes outside to see what's happening. Finding Goku, she wonders why a sea turtle is so far away from the sea. The turtle asks if they could spare some seawater and maybe some seaweed, so Bulma goes and gets him a bucket filled with it. The turtle says he was out looking for mushrooms, but when he took a wrong turn, he lost his way. He explains that he's been trying to find the sea for a while now, stating that it's been a year. Bulma looks on the map and says the sea is about 120 kilometers south from their current location. Goku offers to take the turtle back, but Bulma says that there's no time for that and that it has nothing to do with him. Goku says he'll just go alone then, and he leaves, carrying the turtle on his back. Bulma wonders if he'll be back and looks around to see a huge dinosaur passing close to the house. She quickly hops on the motorcycle and catches up with him. Goku then pointing out that she just got scared all alone and changed her mind. The three continue along until a giant bear with a mohawk spots them, demanding they give the sea turtle to him as it's his favorite food. Bulma insists that Goku give up the turtle, but he refuses. The bear pulls out a giant sword and Goku puts the turtle aside so he won't get hurt. The bear swipes at him a few times but misses, and Goku jumps on the blade of his sword. He then hops onto the bear's nose and punches him with the rock paper scissors technique to knock him out. Bulma and the turtle are impressed by his strength, and Goku asks the turtle if he's really delicious. The turtle insists that he isn't though, and Goku agrees as they continue on. They finally arrive at the beach, and the turtle is excited that he's reached the sea. He gratefully thanks Goku for helping him and urges him to wait there as he'll be back with a reward. A while later, the turtle returns with a flashy old man on his back. The old man says hello and is oddly enough wearing a turtle shell on his back. The old man introduces himself as the Turtle Hermit, or Roshi, and asks the turtle who saved him. The turtle says it was Goku, and grateful for his good deed, Roshi gives Goku a present. He calls for the immortal Phoenix, but nothing comes. The turtle says that the Phoenix died from food poisoning, so Roshi comes up with a replacement, calling on the Flying Nimbus, a small yellow cloud that flies down from the sky. Goku wonders how you're supposed to eat it, but Roshi exclaims that you don't eat it, you ride on it. Bulma thinks there's something odd about the cloud. Roshi then telling Goku that in order to ride the Flying Nimbus, you must be pure of heart. Roshi decides to demonstrate, but instead falls right through, making Bulma laugh. Goku, however, jumps on next, having no trouble whatsoever, flying off into the sky as Bulma and Roshi are left on the ground in awe. Excited, Bulma says she wants one too, and so Roshi asks the turtle if she also helped him. He says that she didn't, and she yells at him saying that she gave him salt water. Roshi says that he doesn't have another Flying Nimbus, but he can give her something else though, if he can get a quick look at her panties. Bulma is of course surprised, and the turtle yells at Roshi as he can't believe he'd ask for something like that. Bulma agrees though and lifts up her nightgown, showing Roshi way more than what he expected. He then wonders what would be good enough to give in return, but Bulma asks to see the thing hanging from his neck. Bulma calls Goku down from the sky and shows him that she's found another Dragon Ball. Roshi says that he never promised to give it away, but Bulma nonchalantly flashes him again, so he hands it over, wishing he'd brought a camera. They part ways, and Bulma and Goku ride off down a road back to the capsule house. Bulma goes in to change her clothes and screams. Goku runs in and finds Bulma wondering why her panties are here. She then freaks out about not having any on when she flashed Roshi. Goku reassures her that it's okay because she doesn't need them to survive, leaving Bulma to ask him if he took them off of her while she was asleep. Goku admits to taking them off in the morning, and Bulma starts firing at him with a machine gun. Bulma then puts the house back in its capsule as Goku rubs his head and body from the gunshots. Assuming they'd make better time flying, Bulma asks to ride on the flying Nimbus, but she falls through as she's not pure of heart like Goku. She thinks that being too beautiful must be a sin, and the two set out in search for the next Dragon Ball. 3 days pass, and they come across a seemingly deserted village where the 5th Dragon Ball is said to be. Goku says that he can sense someone, and they continue exploring. Bulma and Goku head into the empty village, and Bulma yells out to see if anyone's around, but it's still silent. She checks the Dragon Radar, and sees that the Dragon Ball is definitely in the village. Goku says that he knows there are people here, as he's sensing more, and knocks at one of the doors, but there's no answer. Goku then punches through the door to get it open, and a mysterious figure comes from the inside and hits him over the head with an axe. Goku yells at the figure, who's now shown to be a regular man, but he apologizes to him, thinking that he's a person called Oolong, stating that he has plenty of food or money, but asks that he spare his daughter. Goku and Bulma ask who this Oolong is, and realizing they're not who he thought, the man invites them into his house. The other villagers come to the house, and the man's daughter treats the bump on Goku's head. The man apologizes and says that he thought Goku was Oolong, a shape-shifting monster. Bulma scolds the man as they could have been killed, and meanwhile, Goku pats the daughter in a familiar area, proclaiming that she's a girl. Bulma whacks him over the head for it, then asks the man who Oolong is. The man explains that he's a horrible demon who haunts their land, and nobody's ever seen his true form. He goes on to further explain that the day before, Oolong came and said that he'd be back tomorrow at noon to take his daughter as a bride. He says Oolong already ran off with some of the village daughters, and if they don't do what he says, he's threatened to kill and eat every villager. Bulma then pulls out a Dragon Ball and asks the man if he's seen one like it before. He hasn't, but an old woman says she has one like that and shows Bulma the 6-star ball. Bulma then says that if she gives the ball to them, they'll get rid of Oolong. The old woman is up for the offer, but wonders how a schoolgirl will be able to defeat a monster. Bulma, however, says it won't be her and points to Goku, who's then seen patting the old woman as well. Bulma then comes up with a plan to use Goku as bait in the little girl's place, follow Oolong back to his lair where he kept all the other girls, beat him up, and rescue them. Goku agrees, but doesn't like wearing the dress at all. Oolong then appears in town, and Bulma yells for everyone to hide and leave the rest to her and Goku. Bulma, however, hides along with everyone else, telling Goku that she'll be praying for his success. Oolong arrives in the form of a demon in a tuxedo and starts to check out Goku, thinking he's the daughter he was promised. Goku starts shaking, and Oolong thinks his new bride is scared, but actually, Goku just has to pee. Oolong decides to transform into a more pleasant looking form for this nervous girl, now a handsome young man, which Bulma can't resist. She steps out of the house, announcing her name and age. Oolong asks for her breast size, and Bulma proclaims she's a 34C. Oolong fantasizes about using that to his advantage, and wonders which girl he should take, coming to the conclusion that he'll just have both. He looks over though, and notices his bride peeing near a tree. Confused on how a young girl
Can you hear me?
Flying
It's
Nimbus!
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Touching no civilians.
You know what to do with that key. That's a new power key. Place it now.
I need to find a power key right there ASAP.
Please save me.
That's the keys in there.
Someone.
That's where I heard someone look on me.
Flying Nimbus!
I lift you out of your misery right now.
Not trying to stay in B key.
Please save me. Please save me.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Doing so good.
Oh, come on! Give me a freaking break. Flying Nimbus!
Stay calm. Stay calm. Oh man.
So we have to find this A and B key. We lost a player.
Great. You know what to do with that key. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Where the fuck is this key, bro?
Welcome you. Close.
Please don't be over here. Because no one was gonna come over here and look for this fucking key.
That's a new power key. Place it now. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Before you die,
These guys
evolved
slow.
Tuffle is truly capable of.
Sorry, bro. Ain't nobody said a level 0 survivor.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Holy hell. Stay calm. Stay calm.
Guys, are we gonna fight?
Oh man.
There's only 4 of us.
Under attack.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
So tread carefully if you want to get closer. Solar Flare! Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need.
Stay calm.
I included some ultra divine water with the supplies. It should purify any abnormalities in the body.
Bro, where the fuck is this Dragon Ball? Alright, you got it.
Don't worry, I'll make the pain stop.
Alright, we have 6 Dragon Balls so far.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Don't worry.
This guy's counting our bodies.
Too close for comfort.
Stay calm.
I'm gonna break my controller. You guys need to save that level 3.
Now then.
Baby, my lord, accept this and rise again!
Girl could do her business outside. Oolong looks over Goku's shoulder and gets more than he bargained for. Having not been able to stand being made a fool of, Oolong transforms into a bull, causing Bulma to snap out of her daze and run back into the house. She then yells to Goku to switch to plan B, beating Oolong up but not killing him so they can find the rest of the girls he took. Goku then takes off the dress and he and Oolong prepare to fight. Oolong tells Goku that now would be the time to apologize for fooling him, but Goku just tells him to stop talking talking and fight. Oolong boasts some more, almost as if he's trying not to fight back. But Goku tells him to hurry up and attack. Suddenly, Oolong looks at the clock and then runs out of the village yelling for Goku to wait for a minute. Goku runs after him, only to find a pig dressed in a Chinese communist outfit standing outside the village. Goku asks if the pig has seen a bull, and the pig points to the left, having Goku run off in that direction. The pig reveals that this is Oolong's true form, as he can only stay transformed for 5 minutes, then having to wait another minute before he can transform again. Goku returns to the village and says Oolong's run off, but the pig looks at his watch. A whole minute's passed, so now he can transform again. A giant metal robot enters the village and challenges Goku, saying he's the strong Oolong once again, and he's going to put Goku in his soup and eat him. He then gets some soup on his thumb and burns himself, blaming Goku, although Goku didn't do anything. A little boy then shoots Oolong in the back of the head with a slingshot, and his mom comes out and takes him away. Goku thinks Oolong seems really weak, but Oolong explains that he's the strongest in the world. He tries to question Goku's strength,